Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Really appreciate you guys joining us. The winter meetings are finally here. We've already got some news to put out for you guys. About to post one video out there for you guys. But welcome to the 2022 Major League Baseball winter meetings. Hall of Fame announcements are in about 1 hour, as they will be announced about 7 o'clock Central Time. Thank you so much to all of you who subscribed over the last couple of days. We're really close to hitting our 1,000. We'll probably hit that during our live tonight. So for all of you who've been with us for about a year plus now, we're about 1 year and 1 week since we started this channel. Really wanted to thank all of you guys. A lot of you guys have been very helpful and just advocating for us in the chat, so I really appreciate it. Ramon, welcome back. Mark, welcome back. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in, Jose. Yeah, the winter meetings are finally here. We'll We'll see what ends up happening today anyway, but we already saw the Jacob deGrom news happen on Friday evening. 5 years, $185 million contract with a 6th-year option that could bring the total value to $222 million. It sounds like the move that we're about to have today is that the Atlanta Braves are close to acquiring catcher Sean Murphy from the Oakland Athletics. The funny thing about that, of course, is that the Atlanta Braves traded them their long-term replacement in Shea Langeliers. He absolutely has torn the cover off the ball in the minor league level. They absolutely have to have him on the major league level next year. Hence, Sean Murphy is expendable, kind of completes their rebuild as far as pieces that they could trade away. Maybe one extra odd and end piece like a Ramon Laureano, but Sean Murphy's the one big piece they have left to trade, and they should absolutely maximize his value. The Atlanta Braves don't exactly have the same prospect pool that they've had in the past. Most of that, the rest of it anyway, was decimated after that trade to the Oakland A's. So I'd be curious to see what the package ultimately is for Sean Murphy going to the Oakland A's. The other teams that were still in the mix anyway, that's why it's not a done deal yet, but the other teams that are said to at least have interest in Sean Murphy are the Cleveland Guardians, the Tampa Bay Rays, the New York Mets, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Chicago Cubs, and yes, the Texas Rangers. Texas does have a good young catcher already in-house in Jonah Heim, ironically enough, coming from the Oakland A's system, but they need to really try to push the envelope, try to complete this rebuild, make this team into a real contender, especially after you spend $185 million on Jacob deGrom. Certainly the best pitcher in the game, don't get me wrong, but a lot of question marks around that signing. They need to continue to fill out this roster. We'll see how they end up doing it. But the Atlanta Braves, if they are indeed able to bring in Sean Murphy as their catcher, I wonder what that means for Dansby Swanson. I don't think it'll affect them cost-wise, but I do think it'll give the Atlanta Braves at least some pause to commit the dollars necessary to retain a Dansby Swanson. His market is sounding like it could reach 6 years, $150 million range, $140 million range, maybe even to a 7th year. If it gets that high, it might be a little bit too costly for the Atlanta Braves to retain him. They've already put out feelers basically saying that they're okay with Vaughn Grissom at shortstop if they ultimately have to go that route. This is one way to replace that production in that lineup if they were to lose Dansby Swanson in free agency. Offensively, Sean Murphy is a little bit better of a player. And while Dansby Swanson did have a career year at the plate, normally his career numbers are a little bit below average, at least at the plate. Now, defensively, Dansby Swanson is still the best shortstop in the entire game right now, so it will definitely hurt from that perspective. They do seem to have real faith in Vaughn Grissom's defensive abilities. Ron Washington, the third base coach of the Atlanta Braves, really good infield defense coach, worked for years with Marcus Semien, turning him into a very capable infielder as opposed to a error-prone machine, which is what he was when he first came up. Now look at Marcus Semien, very proficient at pretty much any infield spot. Vaughn Grissom, I imagine if Ron Washington is giving his seal of approval on Vaughn Grissom, that tells me all I need to know about the potential of him filling in for that spot. But again, this is all about the Atlanta Braves trying to pinch pennies to try to keep Dansby Swanson. And if they're not able to, this is one great option to be able to do it. Remember last offseason when Freddie Freeman hadn't yet signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers, they went ahead and made the move for Matt Olson, giving the Oakland A's Shea Langeliers in that trade, by the way, and were able to get their replacement at first base before they knew the certain outcome. Maybe they're getting the same feeling this year as that Freddie Freeman was giving the Braves last year, that he might end up leaving, but we'll see where it ends up going. Really? Says the Braves are out on Murphy now. I'm very curious what that means. I haven't yet seen that tweet yet, but I'm curious what that means. Sean Murphy, I still expect him to be moved by the deadline, but I'll be very curious to see how quickly he moves. Welcome in Emiliano. Tigers need to get some moves. Well, the Tigers are in an interesting spot. They don't really have the ability to rebuild because they just invested so much money in Eduardo Rodriguez and Javi Baez, and yet they didn't really see any real improvement last year. They have some top prospects already on the club in Riley Green. They could trade some back-end bullpen pieces to try to get some good young talent in there, or to help provide them some better impact pieces on the diamond itself. But the Tigers are going to kind of be in that in-between stage of Major League Baseball, and you don't really want to be stuck in the middle in Major League Baseball. Sure, the Major League playoffs are expanded, but the Tigers, even at that point, are looking primarily at the outside looking in at getting into the playoffs. Do you think the Tigers can make a trade with the Mets, with Escobar and the Tigers, and the Mets can get a relief pitcher, better lefty? Possibly. But if I'm looking at the Tigers bullpen, I want Soto out of that bullpen. I was tinkering around with a lot of numbers last night to kind of beef up what I can tell you guys about the Tigers situation, the Pirates, just because I think the relief market could center around those two pieces. We have heard nothing about about the Pirates possibly trading a guy like Bednar, but that could be a real piece for the for the Pittsburgh Pirates to go out there and trade. But we'll see how things go. Welcome in, Chicago Bears. Cubs need Bogarts. I don't know if they're interested in Bogarts nearly as much as a Carlos Correa. He seems to be their top target. Their fallback option seems to be Dansby Swanson, but it does sound like they will get one of the shortstops. I'm just not sure at this point which one it will be. But appreciate you guys joining us. Got 15 of you guys with us right now. Remember, in about 50 minutes, we'll have the Era Committee's ballot, or the Era Committee results for the Hall of Fame. There are 8 names up for consideration for the Hall of Fame on that ballot. Those names, 3 completely different, 3 different types of Hall of Fame prospects anyway, as opposed to the other 5. The 3 that are no character concerns, no morality concerns are going to be Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, and Dale Murphy. The ones that could have character clause concerns, morality concerns, those types of issues, those guys are going to be Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Albert Bell, Curt Schilling, and Rafael Palmeiro. I'm very curious to see who ultimately gets in. A lot of speculation centers around Fred McGriff as far as being the only one being able to get in. But for me, if you paid any attention to the lives we've done over the past week, I've told you guys pretty much since the beginning of this offseason that Major League Baseball needs to solve this issue with the PED guys. They just need to turn the page. I'm tired of hearing every single season how Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens are still being held out of the Hall of Fame, and we spend half the time talking about the Hall of Fame, talking about the 2 guys we're keeping out, or even the Pete Rose angle. Not saying that Pete Rose should get in. It sounds like Commissioner Manfred is not going to change his stance on him being banned permanently from baseball, and Hall of Fame takes their cues from Major League Baseball. So Pete Rose is kind of out of the question. But as far as Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens go, at this point, let them in. And hold on before you get upset. The reason why you let them in is just to give all the other Hall of Famers their due. I'm tired of hearing 50% of the conversation about the Hall of Fame be about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and how we're choosing not to honor them. Well, you're choosing to honor their great career and acknowledging with the asterisk at the end of your conversation about how they completely changed the game because of their impact with PEDs and how deplorable it was. Well, let them into the Hall of Fame and put an acknowledgement next to it. There's nothing that says you can't do that, and let them in. What does that do once it does? That's the more important part. It lets you move forward as the game of baseball. I mean, how many times are we going to continue to talk about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens not being in the Hall of Fame? 20 years more? How many more years are we going to let baseball or the Hall of Fame continue to be discussing Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens? They just need to turn the page and let guys who are already in the Hall of Fame get their due. People who are on the ballot and never seem to get more than a 5-minute clip on MLB Now, on MLB Network anyway. Or the guys who actually get elected, rather than just letting them have their one day in the sun and speak up on the stage. Why are we not honoring them every single year? And instead, every single year, we talk about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens. We move that argument along. Things get a whole lot better for baseball. I think baseball heals from that bad era that they had with PEDs and those kinds of things. So if you solve that issue, go ahead, put the asterisk next to their plaque, whatever you want to say, however you want to frame it in the Hall of Fame. Let the Hall of Fame do what they do as a museum. Put that information out there for everybody to realize this is what happened in baseball and move forward. It's just not fair for the guys like Sandy Koufax who are in the Hall of Fame, Tom Seaver, etc. We might mention them in a one-line congratulatory, hey, this guy was an all-time great pitcher, and that's all we say about them. We don't talk about anything about their entire career, how good they actually were, the impact they made, how they were off the field as well. No, we say they were a great pitcher and move on. Why? Because we dominate the majority of this conversation about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens. So let's move forward, shall we? It's true that McCann can go to the Rangers. That was one story out last night from Buster Only, is that the Texas Rangers are indeed looking for a catcher. They already have 3 catchers expected to break camp with the roster right now. Mitch Garver, who came over from the Twins in the Isaiah Kiner-Falefa trade last year. They have Jonah Heim, who played majority of the games at catcher last year, and top prospect Sam Huff. They're going to have to find some at-bats for him, and if they bring in a guy like Sean Murphy or like a James McCann, I expect one of those catchers to be moved out. Remember, Mitch Garver is still an impact bat, but of course missed a lot of time in his career due to injury. Thank you for subscribing, Benji. Really appreciate it. But the Rangers, if they do make an addition at catcher, immediately expect them to either have one going out in that trade or turn around and trade him in another deal for starting pitching or a left fielder or a bullpen arm. The needs for the Rangers at this point are another starter, whether that be a guy like Carlos Rodon, Kodai Senga, Chris Bassett, etc., or it could be a left fielder like a Mitch Haniger type on the free agent market, or they could look at closer, Kenley Jansen, Taylor Rogers, Corey Knebel are some closers on the market for the Rangers. But the Mets lost their star pitcher in Jacob deGrom a year after bringing in Max Scherzer. They have some work to do as well on that starting staff. They are trying to focus on solving that Jacob deGrom-sized hole in that rotation. It sounds like they're focusing their attention on Carlos Rodon and Justin Verlander right now. We'll see which one they end up getting, but it sounds like it's between the Dodgers and Mets for Verlander. Rodon's market is a little bit more substantial with the Rangers still being in the mix. Even though they spent that $185 million on deGrom, they still want to add another starter. Wow, what an offseason it would be if they got both the top two starting pitchers outside of Verlander on the market in deGrom and Rodon. Do you think Judge will sign with the Giants? I've been telling you guys all offseason, while I think Aaron Judge's best chance of where his best landing spot will be is the Yankees, I just think they're too invested in him at this point to not bring him in. They have to get it done. If they don't get him signed, I mean, look at that roster right now. How many games are they winning? Are they winning that division without Aaron Judge? Absolutely not. The Tampa Bay Rays and the Toronto Blue Jays are light years ahead of them without Aaron Judge. And just look at their playoffs last year. They were swept last year by the Houston Astros in the ALCS. The Astros, of course, have been a machine for the last 6 years, gotten to the ALCS in each of the last 6 years. They have been fantastic. The Yankees, however, just haven't been able to hang with them. They need to make some type of impact move outside of just bringing in Aaron Judge, and yet they're right up against the luxury tax already. So they've got some money issues to worry about. Now, as far as your question, which team do I ultimately expect him to sign with? I still expect the New York Yankees, but I'd put that percentage probably around 40%. I'd put the Giants probably around 38% possibility to bring in Aaron Judge, and the Dodgers with the remaining percentage. Dodgers, of course, trimmed over $100 million in payroll, so they're going to spend a lot of money this offseason. The Giants, of course, trimmed their payroll all the way down to $120 million. Say you bring in Aaron Judge on a $40 million average annual value contract. That only raises your payroll up to $160, and the Giants could still spend another $40 million in payroll this year and only be at $200 million. By the way, that's still below the luxury tax. And so they could bring in Rodon. They could look at the shortstop class. They could bring back Longoria or Belt, bring in Josh Bell. There's a lot of avenues that the Giants could go. Over and under Mets pay roll $325 million. Depends on what they end up doing with Verlander. Say they get Verlander at $41 million a year. I imagine they'd try to bring back Brandon Nimmo, even though his market looks quite robust right now. A lot of suitors in his market. The Blue Jays, the Mariners, the Giants, pretty much every team in need of an outfielder is looking at Brandon Nimmo. But now with Brian Reynolds on the trade market, we'll see how teams want to go about it. Do they want to go after the higher contract and less prospect cost in a Brandon Nimmo, or lower contracts, cost certainty, but cost you a ton of prospects in a guy like Brian Reynolds? But over under, right now I'll say under, at least until they sign a Verlander or a Rodon. Once they get one of those done, if they get one of those two done, I think they will probably be over that $325 million. There are so many contradicting reports, it's crazy, absolutely. With all the chaos going on over at Twitter, it's made it very difficult to figure out which rumors are true and which are not. A lot of people are changing their names on Twitter to these top reporters' names and getting that $8 blue check mark next to them. And we've seen a lot of those type of fake accounts pop up. Twitter's tried to address this, but it's still an ongoing problem from time to time as far as fake accounts reporting news. And it's been a problem before Musk took over Twitter, don't get me wrong, but not nearly to the level it's been in the last 2, 3, 4 weeks. We've seen a lot of contradicting reports today. Here's the update from Mark Feinstein. It appears Oakland is close to a trade. The Braves are not close to acquiring him. The Cardinals, Rays, Guardians, and Red Sox are among the teams to have contacted the A's about Murphy in recent weeks. So that's kind of the update there on Sean Murphy. Appreciate you guys subscribing. We've gained quite a few of you guys. We're less than 10 away from hitting our 1,000 subscribers. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. We are about 42 minutes away from the Hall of Fame announcement at 7 o'clock Central Time. So make sure you're around for that. Again, let us know who you think should be in the Hall of Fame. Your nominees this year are 8 of them to choose from. You got Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Albert Bell, Rafael Palmeiro, Curt Schilling, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens. What about Turner to the Padres? Is Tatis getting traded? About a week ago, I put out a video about Tatis Jr. being a dark horse trade candidate, and that was before any of the rumors about Trey Turner, Xander Bogaerts, etc. The reason being is because at the trade deadline, the Padres went ahead and invested heavily in this team. Welcome in, Bryce. They invested in going after Juan Soto. They went after Josh Hader. They brought in Josh Bell. They brought in Brandon Drury. This team looked like they were ready to go and chase down the Dodgers and try to win the World Series. And then right after the trade deadline is over, just a couple of days later, we find out that Fernando Tatis Jr. is busted for PEDs. That's just the latest in a long line of issues for Fernando Tatis Jr. You remember last year, of course, he had the arm and shoulder issues that forced him to play in the outfield for a stretch of games. Then, of course, this offseason, he gets into multiple motorcycle accidents. Not one, not two, not three. He forgot how many motorcycle accidents he had gotten into. And what was the bad part about this? He didn't seek medical treatment for any of it. Comes into training camp, is busted up, of course. The medical professionals of the Padres are like, what the heck did you do this offseason? And he had to miss 3 months due to injury. Lack of professionalism, etc. AJ Preller was already upset with him at that time. They said, hey, maybe he'll finally turn a corner. Bob Melvin basically sat down with him and said, hey, you need to do better. Your team expects better from you. We've paid you this big contract. We could void this contract right now because of the knuckleheaded things you've just done. But we're going to go ahead and keep you around and keep that contract. And then the PED suspension right after the trade deadline, an absolute gut punch for the organization. That's why I told you guys at that time, if you want to make a surprise trade, if you say you're the New York Yankees and you lose Aaron Judge, you need immediate star power infused in your lineup to make up for the loss of an Aaron Judge. You call San Diego, you offer up your best prospects because San Diego gave up all their best prospects in the Juan Soto deal. Let them rebuild their prospect capital, save a little bit of money as well. Bring in another shortstop if you want, like a Turner possibly or a Bogaerts. That would be a very good thing for the Padres as well. You ship out Tatis Jr., you remove yourself from the headache, and you turn the page from the Fernando Tatis Jr. era. All of this because of the knuckleheaded decisions Fernando Tatis Jr. has made. If your team trading for him, you're seeing all the potential on the field, and if he ever gets his head on right, you've really got something there. Just the impact he has, how fun it is to watch him play the game, just the star power he brings to your lineup would be a difference-making thing for your organization. As for the Turner part of it, I think Turner's still headed back to the East Coast. It sounds like the Philadelphia Phillies make the most sense. I think the Padres rumors that you're hearing, along with the Phillies talking to all of the free agents that are available at shortstop, is more of just speak from both sides saying, hey, we've got other options. Let's try to drive up the price. Or if you're the Phillies, hey, we've got other options too. Let's drive that price down a little bit. So I think this is strictly negotiating through the media right now between the Turner camp and the Phillies camp. We'll see what kind of number it ultimately settles upon. But Trey Turner is a perfect fit in Philadelphia. Just the speed combination he brings along with power. Remember, they're going to be without Bryce Harper for about 3 to 4 months. He's going to be expected back from his surgery after the All-Star break anyway. This team made the World Series last year and was not expected to make it, but they had one of the best offenses in the game. Bringing in Trey Turner gives them an element they don't have, speed, and a great shortstop. They struggled with that position all year last year with Didi Gregorius, Bryson Stott, Edmundo Sosa. Bringing in Turner would be better than anything they've had at that position in years, probably since the Jimmy Rollins days, who, by the way, is on the Hall of Fame ballot for the writers in January. Last year, the offseason, the Tigers want Verlander back, but they got Eduardo Rodriguez. Yeah, I'm expecting more pieces along those lines. If you're looking for a number 2, 3 type starter, if you're the Tigers, guys like Jamison Tyone, Taijuan Walker, those players could be in your market because those players are looking to cash in. We'll see how that market ends up developing for those number 2, 3, 4 type starters. We saw Kyle Gibson end up with the Baltimore Orioles on a 1-year deal. Did not see the financials on that. A little bit surprising that the Pirates lost out on him. It sounded like they were at the 1-inch line with Kyle Gibson. Would have been a great starter in that rotation to shepherd along the young guys that they have there. But he ultimately ends up with the Baltimore Orioles. I don't know anything Senga lately. Your opinion? Thanks. Kodai Senga, a lot of teams are still in it on his market. I think this could also take a little bit of time, but maybe by the end of the winter meetings we could see something move there. I think he's going to wait for the market to turn on Rodon and Verlander. If both of those get done by, say, end of business Tuesday, then maybe we get the Senga signing by Wednesday or Thursday. But I expect the starting pitcher to market to move very quickly. Verlander probably in the first day of the winter meetings, maybe even tonight. Who ends up? Who knows? But we haven't seen any Verlander rumors today. Tells me that there's a lot of negotiating going on behind the scenes. That, and of course today was a travel day for a lot of the big league executives. You see them pulling into taking photos with their team outside of the winter meetings hotel, etc. And they're just trying to get settled in San Diego. That's, by the way, where the winter meetings are being held this year. If you guys are watching us on YouTube, we really appreciate it. I know MLB Network usually does a great job of giving you guys the coverage, but we like to look here at the next step in the sports storyline. Now that Jacob deGrom is signed on the Rangers, what exactly does that mean for the Rangers moving forward? What else do they have to do to make that team a contender? The Mets, now that they lose Jacob deGrom, what's their next step? Do they trade James McCann to save some money? Do they bring in Justin Verlander? Do they turn their attention to Brendan Nimmo and solve their offense before they address the pitching? We'll see how things go, but it sounds like the Mets are focusing their attention on Justin Verlander. For the Rangers, they're looking at a second starter, possibly even a Carlos Rodon. Both of those starting pitchers, Verlander and Rodon, their market is moving very swiftly. Really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Got 30 of you guys right now with us. Thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like button and the subscribe. If you're just joining us for the first time, we cover the MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. Bring some live games to you guys every now and again when we can. And I would really appreciate it if you'd hit that subscribe button. We're very close to hitting our 1,000. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do. And if you've already done so, thank you very much. Let me get this page loaded for you guys. In case you guys are unfamiliar, one place you can keep up with all of the latest information in kind of a written format is going to be MLBTradeRumors.com. As you can see, the Astros are interested in Andrew Benintendi. They have been looking for a left fielder all offseason as well. Their interest is also they also have interest in Michael Brantley, their own left field free agent as well. So let's see which option they can end up getting. Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate it. But there's a lot of news out there right now. We'll see which of these news items end up happening. I imagine with the Hall of Fame announcement happening here in the next 35 minutes, we're going to see no news come out as far as transactions until after the Hall of Fame announcement. Then we'll probably get the congratulatory messages and the interview with the player as if he gets inducted. And if there's no one who gets in off that era committee ballot, then we'll have a 30-minute pause, to try to digest that news. Then we could start to see some more off-season news. But again, if you're fighting for somebody on that era committee ballot, let us know who you want into the Hall of Fame. Voting has already happened. They just haven't announced it yet. They met between 4 and 5 Eastern time today. And so the Hall of Fame the electors have already made their decisions. Again, in that committee, you can vote for any of them. You're not limited to voting for 1, 2, or 3, or 4. You can vote for all 8 if you'd like. The Cubs just need to sign somebody already. Cubs need to do something, I'll put it that way. They have a lot of holes on their team. Starting rotation is probably the most evident among them, but they could use an outfield bat. Cody Bellinger is said to be one of the prime targets there. Bellinger is looking for a 1-year deal. He also has interest from the Mariners and Blue Jays. Orioles also have interest in Bellinger. The Astros have also touched base with him as well. Astros have a lot of free agent budget money because they have won the World Series. Yeah, but they're not going to use it. Remember last year when they lost Carlos Correa in free agency? It's not because they didn't have the money to sign Carlos Correa. It's because they didn't want to go that high on payroll. They have a very good homegrown team. They bring up Jeremy Pena. They don't miss a beat. He wins the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP. This year, they're going to lose Justin Verlander out of that rotation and just keep on chugging. I wonder if this starts to get a little bit too much, though, as they try to rely more and more on younger players. A lot of that elite talent is starting to leave. George Springer's no longer there as well. So this Houston Astros team has lost 3 big pieces out of that team already. Garrett Cole has gone to the Yankees. So we'll see how things end up working out for the Astros. But they no longer have a general manager. They offered their World Series winning championship team general manager James Click a 1-year contract offer, a literal slap in the face to James Click for the work he did. The owner Jim Crane basically saying, anybody could have done your job at this point. Heck, I'll do it. And that's exactly what he's been doing. Did make a good decision bringing in Jose Abreu. Fits exactly what the Houston Astros have done over the last several years. High contact guy, low strikeout rate, just an all-around great hitter. And he is 36 years old, so we see how he ages, but great signing for the Houston Astros. bit of news out of Houston is that not only is Jim Crane making the signings and operating as the GM this offseason, Jeff Bagwell, the Hall of Famer, is assisting him in the front office. Maybe Bagwell will be the guy that ultimately lands the GM job there, just because of his familiarity with Jim Crane and shepherding him through the entire process. Maybe Jim Crane will want to step away from baseball after the offseason's over and let Bagwell kind of run things from there. What are your thoughts on Barry Bonds? Will he ever get in? Well, that's a different question for me. Do I think he will get in, or do I think he should get in is a better question. Do I think he should get in? If you guys paid attention to the top here anyway, I told you guys that the PED guys at this point, Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, etc., dominate way too much talk about the Hall of Fame. And until they get in, say it's 20 years from now, they're going to continue to dominate that conversation, which is a complete disservice to all of the current Hall of Famers, all the Hall of Fame eligible people that are on the ballot, and then eventually the players who ultimately get selected to go into the Hall of Fame, they get there one day in the sun, and then after that you get a one-line comment about their career. Tom Seaver was a great all-around pitcher, fantastic pitcher. That's all you hear about. Then you hear the rest of the time when they talk about the Hall of Fame, well, should Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens get in? You waste 15 minutes talking about those guys, then you turn to the guys that are left on the ballot. It does not work for Major League Baseball. I understand it's not necessarily what all baseball fans really want at this point, but at this point, those players were the best in the game at their position for what they did during that time frame of baseball. Whether it was aided by PEDs or not, those were the guys at that era of baseball. And so I think that era should be recognized in the Hall of Fame, but also that there should be an asterisk, something next to the plaque that says, during this era of baseball, PEDs were a rampant problem. Baseball understands this is a black eye in the sport. We have since turned the page and do a long explanation of how this has spurred change within the sport of baseball, how you've addressed PEDs, how you address cheating scandals in the future. For instance, the sign stealing scandal that right now has Carlos Beltran in his first year eligibility on the ballot, all kind of wrapped up in that. Would have been a Hall of Famer, probably even first ballot without that scandal. But now, because of the PED scandal and now this sign stealing scandal afterward, we treat those types of scandals differently, and treating it and honoring those types of eras of baseball and getting those eras out of the Hall of Fame voting make it a whole lot better for the guys who are going to enter into the Hall of Fame discussion, for the guys who are already in the Hall of Fame, those types of things. I just heard Brian Reynolds wanted to be traded. Absolutely he does. I mean, who wants to be around a losing organization? He's 27 years old, is right there with Brandon Nimmo as far as total talent anyway, in my opinion. I think they're very similar players. However, Brandon Nimmo is a little bit older, obviously. So if I was looking at these two, cheaper is going to be Brian Reynolds, at least for 2 years anyway. It's going to cost you some prospects, but if you're looking for a great center fielder, Brian Reynolds could be your guy. What are your and you can check out that video on our YouTube page. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. You can check out that video and see all the details and particulars about that. What are your thoughts on will you ever get in? We just answered that one. Who is your MLB team? Mine is the Texas Rangers, but I grew up a Minnesota Twins fan, the Atlanta Braves, the Cubs. Basically, I just like good baseball. I mean, everybody grew up outside of New York hating New York Yankees baseball, but even now I don't dislike any team more than another. Honestly, I just like seeing good baseball. And I do cheer for the Rangers. I will say that. They're still my team. The Braves, when they're on, I'll still cheer for them. But same thing for the Twins. Thank you, Chicago. Appreciate that. I try to stay updated. I was doing a lot of research last night. We'll get into what I was doing last night here later on after the Hall of Fame announcements, because I think the trade market is going to be one of the more interesting things to discuss at the winter meetings. Everybody wants to know where Aaron Judge is going. Justin Verlander, Carlos Rodon, Chris Bassett, Mitch Haniger, Kenley Jansen, those types of pieces. But what about the trade market? All we've been hearing about is Pablo Lopez from the Marlins. Marlins are said to have pretty much anybody on the roster available outside of Sandy Alcantara. Not really surprising because of how good Alcantara has been. Pitched 228 innings, I believe, last year. About 50 more than the Cy Young winner Justin Verlander at 175 innings. But still great pitching from both of them. But you can understand why the Marlins do not want to move a guy like Alcantara. For me, Pablo Lopez would be the starter I would want out of the Marlins. The Yankees, I'd imagine, are going to be one of the favorites for him. It's said that they're not really interested, however, in guys like Peraza and Torres or Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, those type of players. So we'll see if they end up getting the prospects that the Marlins want in that type of a deal. The Rangers are said to have multiple pieces available via trade. A lot of interest anyway in Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Dane Dunning, people like that. You just heard the Tigers want to trade for Brian Reynolds because the Tigers need an outfielder. Sure, but they have Riley Green out there in center, I believe, right now. Maybe they want to save his longevity of his career and put him in right. This will be the final year for Miguel Cabrera as well. And so maybe the Tigers just want to have one more good run for Miguel Cabrera as they enter into his final season. But thank you guys for joining us. Got 33 of you guys with us right now. Really appreciate all the support. For those of you who've already subscribed to us, thank you very much. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. We'd really appreciate it. We're inches away from hitting a 1,000 subscriber mark. We'll probably hit that here within the next hour. Would really appreciate it if you'd go ahead and hit that button for us. Thank you very much. Yankees are aggressively shopping Domingo Germán per source. Okay. I'm guessing you saw that somewhere on Twitter. I don't see it yet, though. Let me refresh the page. Not a surprising headline here. The Red Sox have not made a competitive offer to Xander Bogaerts. Scott Boras was asked about 2 days ago if the Red Sox were indeed out on Xander Bogaerts. And of course he said, no, of course the Red Sox are still interested. Come on, what are you talking about? We're talking about Xander Bogaerts basically putting his hand up and saying, no, I'm done negotiating with you with the Red Sox last offseason, after being insulted by the Red Sox offers. And then during the season, Red Sox trying to come back to the table. And again, Xander Bogaerts putting up the hand and saying, nah, we ain't having none of that. And so the Red Sox, I think, are very happy to move on with Trevor Story at short, see if they can get a better productive year out of him by moving him back to his original position, and then bringing in a second baseman. Red Sox, though, are no longer a free agent destination. They've lost two of their top targets so far this offseason. They were right there with Jose Abreu, had very similar contract terms with the Houston Astros. He chooses to go to the winning team. Then, of course, they have the same terms again with starting pitcher / reliever Zach Eflin. He ends up going to the Tampa Bay Rays. How often have you heard of the Tampa Bay Rays stealing a free agent that the Boston Red Sox wanted? Tells you all you need to know about where that Boston Red Sox team is headed. They have addressed the bullpen a little bit. They've added two relievers back there, Joely Rodriguez from the Mets, as well as Chris Martin from the LA Dodgers on a 2-year, $17.5 million contract. Both, when healthy and when effective, are proven to be very good pitchers. High strikeout guys. Martin, in particular, is the top strikeout artist in the bullpen anyway, as far as strikeouts per 9. It has a very low walk rate as well. But again, his issue has been injuries. He's a tall, lanky fellow and has a lot of back injuries. So we'll see if he stays healthy for the Red Sox over the course of 2 years. Reynolds would be ticketed to go from the Pirates to the Tigers. Yeah, that wouldn't exactly be a winning combination, I would say, for Brian Reynolds. Not exactly getting him where he wants to go. I imagine he wants to land on one of these contending teams looking for an outfielder, like the Blue Jays, like the Mariners, places like that. We'll see where it ends up going. When do you think moves will pick up tonight? I'm expecting after the Hall of Fame announcement, probably about an hour to kind of get everybody settled, everybody trying to get in, say hello to everybody at the winter meetings in San Diego. Then probably as we get into the 9:30 Central Time hour, we should start to see some news start to come out. Can you see Sonny Gray being traded anywhere? And thanks. Sonny Gray, I don't really see him being moved. I mean, the Twins, they're trying to bring back Carlos Correa. They've been told, media reports out there would have you believe that they're in on Carlos Rodon as a backup to Carlos Correa. I don't think that market's going to wait, though. I think Carlos Rodon is going to sign before Carlos Correa at this point, and I think Verlander's going to go quickly. I think within the first day of the winter meetings, we'll see Verlander sign. Rodon will be right behind him. We could see Correa land there at the winter meetings. We could see Turner land at the winter meetings. We could even see Bogaerts land at the winter meetings. But I'm not sure if we'll see Rodon wait for the Correa news to happen. And so for the Twins, I think they're trying to add pieces to that team, not subtract. For me, part of the research I was doing last night, because I'm a Ranger fan, I wanted to see some relievers out there that the Rangers could add to the back end of that bullpen as a closer type, because I don't think there's a really elite level closer on the market this year in free agency. Kenley Jansen's probably the best. Taylor Rogers had 10 blown saves last year. not exactly interesting if you're trying to compete in the playoffs, especially if you're looking at the veteran leadership that they brought in Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox to kind of head that organization, at least from the dugout. And so I was looking at the Twins organization, and Johan Duran, very young pitcher, very effective, and I just don't think the Twins would part with him just because I think they want to win. And they're right there. I mean, they were first in the division all the way up until the trade deadline, and then basically fell off a cliff. I mean, they made the trade deadline acquisitions. I thought they were a winner at the trade deadline, making the move for Jorge Lopez and Maley from the Reds. They look like a team ready to go, and instead, all the air just went out of the balloon. And Carlos Correa looks like he's going to sign elsewhere. They haven't given up hopes on bringing him back, but they're looking to contend, and so I don't think they're going to sell off pieces. So to answer your Sonny Gray question, no, I don't think he'll be traded. If he was, I don't know, pretty much anybody that needs starting pitching at this point, but again, I just don't see him being moved. The Orioles did sign Kyle Gibson to a one-year deal. I still haven't seen financial terms on it, but whatever they are, it's not going to be a whole lot. He pitched to a 5 ERA last year. Very good veteran pitcher for a young team that needs to have some veteran leadership on that roster. He kind of probably slots in as that number 4 or 5 type starter. Show those young guys how to prepare to work every single day, how not to goof off, play Fortnite until 6 a.m. in the morning, and then be back up there at the facilities at 8 a.m. for practice. That's not how Major League Baseball works, and so Kyle Gibson will be very good as far as teaching those young guys those types of lessons. Astros interested in Wilson Contreras and Andrew Benintendi. Yes, they most certainly are. Welcome back, Robert. Appreciate you for joining us again. Yes, Jansen will probably command around $10, maybe $12 million a year, and it's probably going to cost you multiple years. He got a one-year deal, $17 million, I believe, last year with the Braves. I imagine he wants to lock up a little bit more of a long-term deal. Had a health scare again. He's had multiple health scares in the past with the LA Dodgers, with his heart, etc., heart arrhythmias. And so that would, send up red flags to me as an organization. That and his performance seems to be tapering off a little bit. He's no longer as dominant as he used to be. Then you could also say that with the other closers out on the market. The Zach Brittons of the world, the Aroldis Chapmans of the world are also free agents this year. David Robertson, Corey Knebel. Again, nobody really dominant is on the free agent market if you need a back-end reliever. And so maybe we'll see some trades, a little bit more surprising trades than we would normally. Do you play MLB The Show games? I played MLB 2K when they were still doing 2K. I've done the show a little bit here and there, but I put out so much content nowadays here on YouTube, I don't really have time, especially working a full-time job and then still trying to make this work full-time as well. But appreciate you guys joining us. Got 35 of you guys with us now. Appreciate it. Hit that like button and subscribe. Would really appreciate all the support. We're getting very close to that 1,000 subscribers, so we'll see if we get there during this live. But again, we're about 20 minutes away from the Hall of Fame announcement. We'll see who ultimately gets in. Again, your ballot choices are going to be Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Albert Bell, Rafael Palmeiro, Kurt Schilling, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens. Those are the 8 that are on the ballot this year. Mets very interested in Tyone. That's kind of the second tier of starters right now that they're interested in. They're looking to bring in one of, maybe 2 of, Verlander, Rodon, and Senga. If they get one of those guys and then somebody from the second bag, like a Chris Bassett, Taijuan Walker, their own free agents, or a Jameson Tyone, pieces like that. But they need to address their starting rotation. They're losing 3 starters out of their staff from last year if they don't bring any of them back. So they're going to bring back some pieces. The Mets did indeed re-sign Edwin Diaz Emiliano. They signed him to a 5-year, $102 million contract, richest contract ever for a relief pitcher. Of course, he did strike out over 50% of batters that he faced, an all-time record for Major League Baseball. He was absolutely dominant. Of course, things didn't work out quite so well for the Mets. They kind of fizzled out offensively in the final month of the season in September. Were leapfrogged in the standings by the Atlanta Braves, and then, of course, were beat out in the wild card round by the San Diego Padres, despite playing all 3 games in New York. And we'll see how things go, but it sounds like they should be able to bring back one of those starters, whether it be Rodon, Verlander, or Senga, and then hopefully they can re-sign Bassett, pieces like that. But Bassett's going to have a very good market out there. He did get a qualifying offer. He is a little bit older of a free agent, and as you mentioned there, Mark, he is indeed looking for 4 years. So that would take him through his age 38 season, and the Padres are expected to be interested. Nobody speaks more speaks higher of Chris Bassett's character than the manager of the San Diego Padres, Bob Melvin. Absolutely loved him when he was with the Oakland A's, so maybe we'll see a connection there. But it will cost them draft pick compensation to bring him in. Do you see the Mets getting 2 or 3 starters? I see them getting at least 3, probably 4. One thing teams didn't do very well last year that I thought needed to happen, like the Yankees, like the Dodgers last year, is both teams didn't necessarily address their starting staff as well as I would have liked. They didn't have the depth that I would have liked. Sure, they had the 1 through 5, but if one faltered, if they had poor performance, if an injury faltered or came up, they didn't really have anybody to step in there if that happened. And so that's, again, the same issue I have with a lot of these big teams out there. With my Texas Rangers, that's one of the things I worry about with them is they've got 5 starters right now, but none of them, if they lose one of those starters right now, you're immediately looking at probably another 75, 80 win team at best. Now, if they bring in another starter, we're probably talking about an 85, 86, 87 win team, somewhere in that range. And if they address left field, maybe they even get up to 90. If they get solve their back into the bullpen issues, then we're talking about a team that for sure wins a wild card spot and will be right there on the heels of the Houston Astros. But teams like the Yankees didn't address their starting staff as well as I would have liked last offseason. And then at the trade deadline, acquiring Frankie Montas and letting them be beat out for Luis Castillo, the top starter on the market, by the Seattle Mariners, just tells you the priorities of the Yankees at that time. They weren't willing to part with guys like Peraza or Volpe, and it cost them. And they should have brought in Luis Castillo. He would have been a fantastic fit in New York. He has since signed an extension with the Mariners. They also traded away Jordan Montgomery for an outfielder, Harrison Bader. Immediately, Jordan Montgomery pitched way better than he ever did in New York. Another thing that the Yankees just didn't do well. They didn't listen to their starting pitcher. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach for the Cardinals at the time last year, said, "Hey, you think you can throw this pitch very well? Let's see it." And he was absolutely filthy with a different pitch mix and a different sequence that he was using with the New York Yankees. As a Phillies fan, that the Diaz signing to the Mets still hurts every time someone brings it up. Well, the Phillies are going to have to address their back end of the bullpen. They could, of course, bring back Corey Knebel, David Robertson, but they need to address the back end as well. They still need to add a number 3 type starter. Chris Bassett would be a nice fit there in Philadelphia, but they're expected to bring in at least 1 starter, a shortstop, and then probably some bullpen help as well. The Mets are definitely going to need some bullpen. Even though they have brought back Edwin Diaz, they have 6 free agents out of that bullpen as well. They have a lot of their own free agents to worry about with the Mets, and they just lost one big one in Jacob deGrom. Adam Ottavino is one of their other ones, a great setup man for them. Pitched a 2.09 ERA for the Mets last year. In his previous 2 years, though, was not quite as good. With the Red Sox, he had a 4 ERA. With the Yankees, he had a 6+ ERA in the COVID-shortened season. But we'll see how things go. It's said he wants a 2-year deal. Mets are willing to give him 1. Last time he signed a multi-year deal, the last 2 years of that deal did not look so good. So Mets need to be cautious in how they approach Adam Ottavino. Of course, they haven't even talked to their other free agent, Seth Lugo, out of that bullpen. There's a lot of bullpen arms on the market this year, so maybe they're just looking in different directions. But Mets seem to have their focus right now solely on that starting pitching market. Maybe they'll lose some relievers if they continue to focus solely on the starters now that they've lost Jacob deGrom, and understandably so. I mean, Jacob deGrom is an impact piece, and losing him is going to hurt, even if he only was able to pitch 50 to 100 innings over the last 3 years. The Mets can trade. Welcome back, Anthony, by the way. The Mets can trade for Pablo Lopez, and that could be a 3rd starter behind Rodon and Mad Max. They very well could, but again, they don't really have the prospects to trade for anything right now. They're said to be wanting to trade out of some money, maybe to save some money and go after free agents again with the James McCann type of a trade. Has really fallen off a cliff since the trade to the Mets, and we'll see how things go for him. I wonder that Correa saying he's always wanted to be a Yankee and grew up loving Derek Jeter. Can the Yankees land him? Absolutely. I think that might be one of the under-radar signings one of the under-the-radar stories we haven't been paying attention to, is that Carlos Correa wants to make a statement after watching the Astros win a World Series in their first year without him. Additionally, remember last year he had turned down a 10-year, $275 million contract with the Tigers. Tigers immediately pivoted to Javi Baez and didn't really offer him a contract after that. Well, the Carlos Correa camp was looking at the Corey Seager money, 10 years, $325, and wanted that. Ultimately signed a 3-year, $105 million contract with the Twins with opt-outs after the first and second year. He went ahead and opted out, And we see where his market is right now. He's right at the top of the shortstop class. He likely will reach 10-year contract status this year. Will it reach $325 million like Corey Seager last year? I doubt it. I think he might get right up to $300 million, but that's about it. Any rumblings on where Syndergaard will end up? Jays were interested last year. Syndergaard, I think we saw his stock or his market plunge a little bit after the trade to the Phillies. Just really wasn't trusted in that rotation, and you wonder how much he really has left in the tank, especially after all the injuries that he's had. For me, maybe going back north of the border to the Blue Jays as the number 5 starter there would be a good fit if they don't get Kodai Senga. So maybe we'll see Syndergaard back in Toronto. But anywhere that needs a number 2, 3, 4 type starter, the Orioles could use him. Nate Eovaldi has also been rumored to the Orioles as well. Will you be broadcasting the Hall of Fame in 15 minutes? Yes, I will, Warrior. Thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate that. But just saw it pop on the screen. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Getting close to that 1,000. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Welcome in, Blair. The Hall of Fame, again, is going to have 8 candidates on the Era Committee ballot. That is going to be Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Albert Bell, Rafael Palmeiro, Curt Schilling, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens. Do you think Derek Dirty Socks Lowe will be in the Hall of Fame? No. I think he's one of those, also rans in the Hall of Fame ballot, but deserves mention of how good he was in his time. He's probably in the top 4% of Major League Baseball players, but I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame class. That's reserved for like the top 1.5%, 2% right now, maybe top 1% depending on who you ask. Welcome back, Cobra. Turner will be a Padre. I don't know about that. I think there's real concern as far as Fernando Tatis moving to the outfield, really turning over to Kim at shortstop. They have an absolute hole at first base with Josh Bell right now being a free agent. They traded away Eric Hosmer, literally paying every cent of Eric Hosmer's contract just to not have him on the team. And they traded him along with prospects to the Boston Red Sox, I believe. Will Myers, another first baseman that they had last year, is also a free agent. So they need to address first base. Thank you for subscribing, Brian. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. But as far as the market right now, I would say they need to address first base. An interesting way of doing that would be to bring in a guy like Turner or Bogarts or Correa or another shortstop and moving Kim over to first base. That's kind of the option that they have. And then, of course, as I put out last week, a dark horse trade candidate this year is Fernando Tatis Jr. If you guys can check out earlier in the video, probably about 20 minutes ago when we discussed the particulars of that. Philly going to get Bogarts? I don't know about that. I think they're pretty much between Turner and Bogarts, but if I had to put my money on it, I would say 90% sure Turner goes to Philly, 10% to Bogarts. Welcome in, Vida. Appreciate it. Welcome in, Andre. Do you think the Giants will be this year's Rangers in regards to their free agent spending? No, I think the Rangers will be this year's Rangers. Last year, by the way, the Rangers spent over $500 million just before the winter, or just before the lockout anyway last year. They spent all that money on Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, John Gray, Cole Calhoun. This year, they've already spent $185 million for sure on Jacob deGrom, with possibly another year added to the end of that deal to make the full value $222 million. Now, as far as what else could the Rangers do, they could still add another $30+ million in payroll, bringing in a guy like Carlos Rodon, or maybe splitting up that money between guys like Mitch Haniger or Kodai Senga. The Kodai Senga market is sounding to get very expensive right now. I told you guys at the beginning of free agency, maybe he'll get 5 years at $75 million, 15-ish million per year. Now it seems that the market's all the way up over $20 million a year. So we'll see what where ultimately he signs. Again, he's never pitched in the major leagues, is a 31-year-old free agent, and is not subject to the posting system. Maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of an inflated salary for Senga as opposed to the other guys who have come over and had to be posted. Do you think the Mets sign Verlander? I think it's going to be Verlander or Rodon that they end up getting. I think the Dodgers are going to be right there for Verlander. It's just going to be about whether or not Verlander wants to go to New York or if he really has his eyes set on LA. Remember, Kate Upton is his wife. Where do you think she wants to go? I imagine with the movie career and all that, she would like to be in LA, but New York isn't exactly, Milwaukee either as far as, pop culture and those kinds of things. So it's going to be a very close race. I think the money for the Dodgers is ultimately that they will outbid the Mets for him, and maybe the Mets turn to Carlos Rodon as their fallback option. Cheap trade for the Padres for first base would be Garrett Cooper from Miami. Yes, it would. But I wonder if they're looking for bigger fish. Remember, the Padres always like to do a big, splashy type move every single offseason. We've seen it year after year, trade deadline after trade deadline. A.J. Preller likes to go big, so maybe we'll see a big, splashy type of a move to solve that position. Remember, Jerkson Profar is a free agent. They could use an outfielder as well. Jimmy Garoppolo broke his foot and is out for the season. That's wow. I did not see that yet. I've been paying attention to a lot of baseball today. But if that is true, we'll definitely put out a video as soon as we finish our live. What a gut punch that would be for the 49ers. And I told you guys at the time that they traded away Jeff Wilson. What are they going to do if they lose a guy like Elijah Mitchell or a Christian McCaffrey in the backfield? Well, they got redundancy there. Well, yeah, now Elijah Mitchell's on IR. They've got Christian McCaffrey, but he's injury prone as well. Yeah, we've got 43 in the chat right now. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Welcome in, Edward. Again, if you guys haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Welcome to the community. We cover the MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. Hall of Fame announcement here in about 7 minutes. We'll see who ends up getting in. Really appreciate all the support. For those of you who have already subscribed, Brian, I saw you subscribe earlier. Thank you for subscribing. We really do appreciate it. You heard Bryce Harper's favorite sandwich is a grilled cheese with 1 slice of ham. Have you heard that? I don't know. I'm more worried about the actual on-the-field stuff. Eagles are still hot. They absolutely dominated the Titans today. That was one of the games I actually caught. But let's update the story here just to see if anything's happening. We just told you about the Chris Bassett stuff of just a moment ago. And there's the shutting down of the rumors anyway for Alex Anthopoulos from the Atlanta Braves. I do not anticipate a trade, so just shut that down. Sounds like they are very happy with their catcher, or at least not willing to trade what is necessary for Sean Murphy. Sad Jets fan here. Well, my second team in football is the Vikings, so I can't say that I'm sad, unfortunately. Sorry, Bryce. Is there a chance you can click on the link I sent you? I don't see a link, though. It doesn't show me in the chat when I'm live anyway. If you were the Yankees, what would be your final offer to Judge? I'm not sure I would have a final offer to Judge. I think anything that Judge wants, if I'm the Yankees, I give him. If he wants $42 million a year, I say okay. If you want 8 years, I say okay. If you say 9 years, I say okay. If you say 10 years, I still say okay if I'm the Yankees. That's how bad the Yankees have to keep Aaron Judge. If they choose to stick to the pennies and say, hey, we're not going over 8 years and $320 million, not a dime more, like the New York Mets did with Jacob deGrom, whose offer ended at 3 years, $120 million. They didn't even get to a 4th year, so you can understand why Jacob deGrom didn't even bother to give the Mets another opportunity to offer that extra year or extra 2 years, because they had already stonewalled and said, no, we're not going a 4th year. And so the Rangers willing to give a 5th and then even a 6th as an option. Mets were nowhere near that number. They stuck to their numbers. And if the Yankees do that, they will lose Aaron Judge. Mark my words. Honestly, it would be okay as a Yankees fan as well to let Judge walk because they can get Ohtani next offseason. I wouldn't count that as 100% certain. There's some rumors out there already that the Dodgers could keep some of their powder dry from this offseason to try to keep him in LA. And he's already very comfortable living in LA. Now maybe he just wants to play on the best team in LA, the Dodgers, not the Angels. So if you're the Yankees, you lose Aaron Judge. First, Brian Cashman has been there for 15 plus years, almost 20 years now. I think I just saw MLB Network last night special of the 2003 Game 7 as one of their top 20 greatest games ever, and he was the GM back then. That's 20 plus years Cashman has been there. He's gone if they lose Aaron Judge this offseason. Mark my words, he will be gone. You have to keep Aaron Judge. I don't care what it costs. I think the Dodgers are very likely for him, and say for some reason Ohtani really does like it in Anaheim, I just don't see that happening at all. But for some weird reason, he just decides, I want to stay and be, the Angels royalty and play with Bryce Harper. I still don't think that the Yankees would be able to get him away from there. But again, I think the Dodgers are very likely for Ohtani next year. Say they don't get Aaron Judge. There's even some rumors out there that say they could go out there, get Aaron Judge, piecemeal 1-year deals together around that lineup for some of the free agents that don't get the money they were hoping for this offseason, sign all those 1-year deals. They get into free agency next year, and then immediately go into next year and say, hey, Shohei Ohtani, join Aaron Judge, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, and whoever else is on the roster, Will Smith at that point. I do have MLB Network on. They got Barry Bonds right now swinging there. Looks like they're about ready for the Hall of Fame announcement. Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, more Barry Bonds highlights. Let's get over to Twitter and see. Uh-oh. Here's some news from the Hall of Fame Era Committee ballot. He was Chipper Jones. They had 2 Braves on the committee this year. Greg Maddux, anyway, and Chipper Jones, both of which were supposed to be huge advocates in the room for Fred McGriff. And Chipper Jones was sick and couldn't take part in the vote today. The Braves great was replaced on the 16-member committee. Wow. Well, like we were talking about earlier, Anthony, I think baseball's conversation dwelling around the Hall of Fame, around Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and the PED guys, does a greater disservice to the entire does a greater disservice to the Hall of Fame to continue to not honor the players that are already in the Hall of Fame, players who are on the ballot, and players who ultimately get inducted later that year. That every single time we talk about the Hall of Fame, we talk about guys that are not in it. Pete Rose, Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds. And for those guys to have their time their day in the sun be dominated by those players is far more grave of an insult to the sport than anything Barry Bonds or Roger Clemens could do once they're finally in there. And yes, they will have an asterisk. They will be part of the era of PED section of the Hall of Fame. But come on. How many times are we going to have the debate about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens before we finally realize we've been talking about them for 20 years and say, maybe we should stop talking about them every single time. But in case you're just joining us, it's the 7 o'clock hour Central Time. We should get the Hall of Fame announcement any moment. Got 49 of you guys in the chat. About to break 50 with the Hall of Fame announcement. If you haven't hit the subscribe button already, please do so. We are 6 subscriptions away from hitting our 1,000. I would really appreciate it if you would. Welcome in Jimmy, Verlander 1, Scherzer 2, Rodon 3, Carrasco 4, and Peterson 5. I don't know if you're going to double dip at the top end of the rotation with Verlander and Rodon. I expect you to get one of the two, not 2. But I think your rotation's still going to be better than having Peterson as your number 5. I think they're going to bring in guys in that second tier, like a Tyone, etc., as another piece in that rotation. I think Peterson's not going to be in your starting 5 as far as your rotation next year. They're going to add some starting pitchers. So for those of you Mets fans, anguishing about Jacob deGrom leaving to go to the Texas Rangers, I just don't think that's going to happen. So in case you guys are wondering, you need a 75% vote in order to get into the Hall of Fame. And so for a 16-member committee, you're going to need 12 of those votes. Well, I mean, Peterson isn't exactly better than Carrasco, I'll put it that way. And the Mets are ready to win right now. And just counting on Peterson as opposed to hoping Peterson works out and makes an impact on the team are two different things. So putting him in your starting or in your rotation to begin the season, I think is a flaw. But if you're counting on him to fill some innings, maybe get some spot starts, fill in when players get injured, that's a much better solution for the Mets than counting on him as being one of your 5 starters for the season. Yeah, he is looking for a 4-year deal. Thank you, Blake, for subscribing. Really appreciate that. We're getting very close to our 1,000. We are 3 subscriptions away. 3 subscribers. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Looks like we are about to get the announcement for the Hall of Fame any moment. The 8 names, of course, on the ballot: Fred McGriff, Dale Murphy, Don Mattingly, Albert Bell, Rafael Palmeiro, Curt Schilling, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens. Where will Greinke go? I think he'll go back to the Kansas City Royals on a 1-year deal. See, even on MLB Network, they're talking about all these guys being Hall of Fame eligible and how great their careers were. Yet the majority of the conversation, whenever you flip on MLB Network, is how they or whether or not Bonds or Clemens should get in. That's 50% of the conversation. I think baseball needs to turn the page on that era of baseball, that PED era, the steroid era, and just say, hey, we acknowledge it happened. Because it happened, we learned, we grew better as a sport. Right now, our PDs, our drug policy is so much stronger than what it was because of the flaws in our system back then. And right now, even with the sign stealing scandal that we had a couple years ago with the Astros, we take those types of threats to the game so much more seriously because of what the PED era did. Even though it was not a good thing for baseball, the results that came afterward were fantastic because of how great all these teams, all these players now treat the game of baseball. All of them revere the sport, and they treat it with the absolute utmost respect. And it's a nice change to see from what we saw with the steroid era. Do you think Paul Konerko is a Hall of Famer? No. I think he's a White Sox Hall of Famer, absolutely. Konerko probably in the top 5% of players in the entire game of baseball ever to play the game. Do you think the Angels make any more signings? If so, who? I still think they could use another bat. I think they're going to add to that back end of the bullpen as well. But the Angels are going to do everything they can to try to add around Shohei Ohtani for one more year so that they can try to keep him. You see a rumor, Luzardo for Eloy Jimenez. Can the Mets go for with Peterson for Jimenez? Jimenez hasn't been able to stay healthy. Luzardo, if I'm a Marlins fan, I would be interested in doing that just because you don't really have anything going for you prospect-wise as far as hitting. So if Eloy Jimenez is able to get back to what he was and stay healthy, then you've really found something. For the Mets, you need greater production than Eloy Jimenez. There's better free agent options out there. And as great as an impact as Eloy Jimenez could have, if healthy, if he gets his bat back on track, I don't think you can do it. Hey, we hit 1,000! We hit 1,000 subscribers! Yes! Been a long year and change anyway, but I really appreciate those of you who subscribed. Thank you guys for helping us out. We have finally reached 1,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for helping us out. Wow. 1 year and literally 1 week later, going from 0 to 1,000. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, how many wins will the Royals have next year? Probably in the 60 to 70 win range. I just don't think they're going to be anywhere in contention. They still need to develop some pieces. They've got a good young first baseman. Bobby Witt Jr. had a good year, but they need to show some more growth, especially on their pitching side. Thank you for subscribing, Andre. Yeah, let's see how high we can get this thing, Bryce. I'd be ambitious to get 500 tonight, but maybe by the end of the winter meetings we'll get there. Our biggest gain we've ever gotten in one day was 220 at the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We gained about 200 at the NFL trade deadline. So we'll see how much we get today and throughout the rest of the week. Here's the president of the Hall of Fame, Josh Rawinch. Not sure how you pronounce it, but that's what we'll go with. We'll see who gets in on the era committee. Thank you, Blair. Appreciate it. No, I'm not Seth Rogen, but I have gotten that a lot in the past, especially when I have my full beard. Thank you, Robert. Yes, don't forget to like and subscribe. Really appreciate it. How do I feel about the DeGrom contract? As a Rangers fan, I absolutely love it. I understand there's risk, etc. Thank you, Ramon. I understand there's risk with health, etc., but he's, when healthy, the best pitcher in the game. It's not questionable. He is that good when he is on the mound. Now, of course, how much will he be on the mound is the question. He's had a lot of different sporadic injury issues over the last year and change. That worries me a little bit just because it's not one issue that keeps happening and something you can correct. But on the other hand, it's not continuously one same thing. So I don't know. But as far as the contract itself goes, the first year is only $30 million. Allows the Rangers to spend a little bit more in free agency this year to try to build this team to a playoff contending team. Bruce Bochy was not brought in to be a in the cellar of the AL West. They are going to be up there. In fact, the A's, I believe, are going to finish in the cellar. I think the Angels will finish in the 4 spot. I don't think they've done enough. I mean, if you get one more elite starter in there for the Rangers, you're talking about a top 5 rotation in the entire game. And 3 of the top 5 could be in the AL West, with the Astros and the Mariners being in that conversation as well. But say they get a Rodon, then your rotation is DeGrom, Rodon, Perez, Gray, and then Odorizzi. That's a phenomenal starting rotation. I'd put that starting rotation up against almost any other rotation in the game, and we'll see how things go. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Here's the announcement: Hall of Fame. They're announcing it right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but the president of the Hall of Fame is speaking right now.
The results of that process will be revealed right here on MLB Network on January 24th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. As you noted just a little bit ago, the Contemporary Baseball Era Voting Committee was comprised of historians and longtime writers Steve Hurt, Lavelle Neal, and Susan Slusser, respected baseball executives Paul Beeston, Theo Epstein, Derek Hall, Artie Moreno, Kim Ang, Dave St. Peter, and Ken Williams, and Hall of Famers Greg Maddux, Jack Morris, Brian Sandberg, Lee Smith, Frank Thomas.
Yeah, Ross Stripling would be a great number 4, I think. Welcome back, Bush Girl.
Reviewing the distinguished group of 8 players whose career achievements were most significant after 1980. The 8 candidates, as you know, who comprised the ballot included Albert Bell, Barry Bonds. Going
over the list of candidates on the ballot right now. Fred McGriff, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Rafael Palmeiro, Albert Bell, Curt Schilling, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens.
Candidates will be celebrated in Cooperstown next July 23rd when the Hall of Fame induction ceremony will be seen right here on MLB Network and taking place in Cooperstown. The Contemporary Baseball Era Players Committee has elected 1 new member.
1 member has gotten in.
And the newest member of the Hall of Fame class of 2023, elected unanimously with 16 votes, played 19 seasons with the Blue Jays, Padres, Braves, Cubs.
It's going to be Fred McGriff.
Tampa Bay Devil Rays, becoming the first
Fred McGriff.
For 5 different teams.
About time.
A 5-time All-Star and 3-time Silver Slugger Award winner.
If you could only have 1 player get in from this year's class, I would have picked Fred McGriff. That is how good of a player he was during his career. I remember watching Braves baseball on TBS because they had a national contract at the time. Fred McGriff was absolutely outstanding. RBI machine, absolutely outstanding in the playoffs. And if you guys wonder how good of a player he was, before the steroid era really began, after the Summer of Love in '98 anyway, when Barry Bonds' career basically took off and he found the fountain of youth anyway, every single year you'd compare Barry Bonds and Fred McGriff's numbers, and they were very comparable. However, in the postseason was a completely different question. Bonds nowhere near the player Fred McGriff was, whereas Fred McGriff saw his numbers go through the roof in the postseason. That's why Fred McGriff was such an impact player back then, and so when the PED guys saw their careers take off, Fred McGriff's numbers stayed the same and didn't look so good to those Hall of Fame guys, and now he finally gets justice. Fred McGriff gets into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Fred McGriff. You certainly earned it. And I'm sure Brian Kenny is watching somewhere. If you guys watched MLB Network anyway, he has advocated for Fred McGriff pretty much every single year, stomped on the table, pounded the table, shaking other people to get him to vote for him. And finally, Fred McGriff gets in. Congratulations, Fred McGriff. You certainly earned it. And you certainly had to wait your turn to be able to get in, but justice has finally been served. Fred McGriff is the only one on the contemporary ballot, the era committee, to be able to get through into the Hall of Fame. Welcome in, Daniel. Appreciate you for joining us. Griff did get screwed for way too long. Good to see him finally get in. And the one thing you guys, I'm not sure if you guys could hear it, it was unanimous. 16 out of those votes all went to Fred McGriff. No votes saying no. So absolutely great news for Fred McGriff. I'm curious to see how close the other players got in the voting. But we'll see how that comes, or if that news gets out over the next day or so, or if they announce it here after Fred McGriff's congratulatory messages here. But Barry doesn't get in. Roger doesn't get in. Curt Schilling doesn't get in. I thought Schilling might be the next guy to get in out of this ballot because during his career, nobody questioned whether or not he was a Hall of Famer. He was the guy you would want on the hill for a one-game situation in the playoffs. He was that dominant in that. He didn't have necessarily the greatest year-to-year numbers, but when you were looking at the, who do you want to play for you in the playoffs? If you're the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, or the Red Sox, you wanted Curt Schilling. He was the guy you wanted for their stretch run. And congratulations to Fred McGriff, but maybe we'll see Curt Schilling get in over the next few years. Can you read my last comment about Albert Bell? I do disagree with you. I believe Albert Bell deserves Hall of Fame because if you look at his stats, he was the most dominant player in the American League from 89 to 96. On the AL side, maybe I could hear your argument on that, but I still didn't view Albert Bell as a Hall of Famer when I watched him play. Of course, I was young at the time, but still, I mean, the other players in front of him on that ballot were better players during that era, and I would put Albert Bell a little bit lower on the ballot than guys like Mattingly or Dale Murphy even. I think Mattingly eventually should get into the Hall of Fame. His career was just a little short. Maybe that's what the Hall of Fame voters couldn't really wrap their head around. But Dale Murphy, same kind of a thing, very high production, similar thing as Albert Bell as far as production for an extended period, for that shorter period of time, where he was the best player in the league at that time. Mattingly got 8, Schilling 7, Murphy 6. Okay. No one else came close. Ouch. Yeah, I turned the sound off on the broadcast so I could pay attention to you guys. Really appreciate you guys joining us so far today. We've reached our 1,000 subscriber goal. Now with the Hall of Fame committee's ballot being released anyway, with Fred McGriff getting into the Hall of Fame, we can turn our attention to the offseason. Likely see some news here in probably the next hour or two. We'll start seeing some news and rumors start to trickle in after all the congratulatory messages are sent to Fred McGriff and we move forward. Well, remember that era committee is not just media members. That's historians of the game. That's players who played alongside him, his peers. And so that's why he requested to be taken off the ballot in his final year of eligibility on the writers' ballot. And he likely would have been in the Hall of Fame had he not done that. But he tanked his votes that final year by requesting to be removed from the ballot. And so a lot of players, or a lot of media members said, okay, you don't want to be on there? I'm not voting for you then. And we'll see how things go, but nope, Barry did not get in. Jim Edmonds is not in the Hall of Fame. He could be on an era committee ballot eventually. I imagine a lot of the center fielders of the past who didn't get much representation because of the loaded ballot in the last few years, well, over the last decade anyway, the Bernie Williamses of the age, the Jim Edmonds, the Kenny Lofton types, those players eventually will get their due. Loyalty over money won. Welcome back. I think you were with us the other night. Pete Rose will not get into the Hall of Fame as long as Major League Baseball says he's on the permanently ineligible list. It's never going to happen. Until that changes, he's not getting in. Rule 5 draft is Wednesday, yes. All right. But really appreciate you guys joining us. Let's kind of check in on some of the other rumors real quick. Fred McGriff, there's the announcement right there. Doesn't look like any news is coming out as of yet. Here's the results from John Heyman. 12 votes were needed. Okay, so there's the breakdown. Mattingly 8, Schilling 7, Murphy 6. No one else got as many as 4. Very interesting. A little bit surprising Schilling didn't get a little bit more love in that room, especially with having some of his own contemporaries in there like Maddox. Mattingly getting 8 votes sounds about right. If only one player gets in, Mattingly being on top of everybody else makes some sense. Curious if they'll release the full voting to see if anybody got 0 votes. Well, that's the votes we're looking at right now, Dulce. $16 for McGriff, 8 for Mattingly, 7 for Schilling, 6 for Murphy, and everybody else got less than 4. Very interesting. I would have had McGriff on my ballot. I would have had Schilling probably next on my ballot. Mattingly would have been on there as well. And then I would have let in Bonds and Clemens. And then I could have heard an argument on Dale Murphy. But that's what my ballot would have looked like. I mean, I'm a Ranger fan. I love Rafael Palmeiro. I think he's a Texas Rangers Hall of Famer. I just don't think he's a baseball Hall of Famer. I don't think anybody really viewed Rafael Palmeiro as a Hall of Famer, even though he has Hall of Fame numbers when he played. And again, PED issues, steroid era, etc. But for me, as much as Rafael Palmeiro was a great player to me when I was young, he just wasn't good enough to be in the Hall of Fame as far as I'm concerned. Same thing for Albert Bell. Red Sox reporters decreeing that Curt Schilling getting stiffed again anyway from the Hall of Fame. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got about 50 of you guys in there right now. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't already hit that like button and subscribe, please do so. We've now had the Hall of Fame announcement from the Era Committee ballot. Fred McGriff gets in, and now we can get on to the business of baseball. The winter meetings are afoot. We should start seeing some rumors and transactions, hopefully, as the evening goes forward. It's 7:20 Central Time, so it's about 5:20 on the West Coast in San Diego, where the winter meetings are being held. They're kind of doing their roundtable discussions about Fred McGriff right now on the MLB Network. I imagine after that kind of dies down here within the next half hour, we'll start seeing some rumors start to come out again. Just before we went on the air, Sean Murphy, of course, the catcher from the Oakland A's, was in the rumors because it sounded like there was a trade close with the Atlanta Braves. Mark Feinsand at that time said the trade was indeed close, and then Alex Anthopoulos said to Mark Feinsand, "No, that is not the case. We are not close. We are not getting a deal done for Sean Murphy," so backtrack that report. But it does sound like the market is indeed moving for Sean Murphy. We should see him move at the winter meetings. Which team? Well, the Red Sox are one of the newest entrants into the discussions for Sean Murphy. Remember, they traded away Christian Vasquez at the trade deadline. They brought in Reese McGuire from the White Sox at the trade deadline as well, but they could use a catcher. The Guardians have been connected to him as well. The Cardinals, the Rays, the Rangers, the Mets, pretty much any team in need of a high-end catcher. He is the best one out there as far as an all-around catcher. The next best option as far as a hitter is going to be Wilson Contreras. And even though his bat might be a little bit higher than Murphy, I just think teams want a full, well-rounded catcher as opposed to an offense-first, defense significantly worse type catcher in a Wilson Contreras. Some Padres fans went to the meetings here. Well, yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, it is in San Diego. A couple of times it's been in Dallas. Once it comes back to Dallas again, I will actually do this from the hotel at their winter meetings when they do have it in Dallas again. So hopefully we'll get it in Dallas again soon. Trying to remember where they have the winter meetings. Next year. Nope, not on there. I just can't remember where they're having the winter meetings next year. If you guys want to let me know in the comments, let me know. Let me flip this around real quick, see if I can get it to pop up. Nope, doesn't have it on there. I thought they already announced the winter meetings site for next year, but I can't remember where it is. But if it is in Dallas, I will do the winter meetings coverage live from the hotel there in Dallas if that's where it is. Shoot, if it's somewhere I can get to relatively easily anyway, then I might go there as well. But it's been in Nashville a couple of times. But we'll see where the winter meetings are next year. They are in San Diego this year, however. If you guys want to check out our page, you can always follow us at UpsideSN. Oh, let me fix that screen a little bit. There we go. You guys let me know who you're hoping to sign. We already saw Jacob deGrom sign with the Rangers. 5 years, $185 million to go to Texas. Mets, of course, needing to solve that hole in their rotation, looking to bring in Justin Verlander, Carlos Rodon, some secondary and third options anyway, being guys like Chris Bassett, Taijuan Walker, their own free agents. Trade market for starting pitchers includes Pablo Lopez from the Marlins, Shane Bieber from the Guardians. The Brewers are said to not have Brandon Woodruff and Corbin Burns available on the market, and that's exactly what I would say if I were the Brewers. But you have 3 elite-level players on your roster all hitting free agency after the 24 season. I think they'd be crazy to not try to maximize their value on at least one of those assets. If I were them, I would keep the starting pitchers, but they may have a little bit more value, especially considering how valuable starting pitching is right now. Mike Clevenger getting $12 million. Matt Boyd, who didn't pitch very much at all last year, getting 10. I mean, we're talking about big contracts on free agency in the free agent market right now. Looks like we're starting to get back around to the winter meeting side of it as opposed to the Hall of Fame announcement now on MLB Network. So hopefully we'll start seeing some rumors percolating. Padres are not going to end up with Turner, Bogarts, Senga, and Bassett. I think there's a chance they could end up with one of those shortstops, and I think there's a chance they could end up with Bassett. I just don't think they'll be the high bidder on Senga. I think there's too many other teams in the mix. I think the Giants are going to be right there for him. I think the Mets are going to be in on there. I think the Blue Jays, the Mariners, the Rangers are all going to be right there along with the Padres. And I think they're going to do one splashy move, not a couple. And we'll see where things go. Maybe the first big move we'll see tonight is the trade for Sean Murphy from the Oakland A's. What's your prediction? Where do you think Sean Murphy goes? Thank you, Ramon. If I'm looking at the market for Sean Murphy, I'm the New York Mets. I need to change this narrative quickly in free agency. I turn to Sean Murphy as my catcher. I try to trade James McCann to try to save some money at the spot. And then I try to bring in one of my starting pitchers tonight or tomorrow in Verlander or Rodon. You're still sticking with the Braves, Cobra. Even after Anthopoulos said, no, we're not getting it done, we're not close, etc. Okay. Welcome in, Mike. What do you think the Phillies' biggest splash will be? I think it's going to be a shortstop. I'm pretty sure Trey Turner is going to be the guy. We got to vote for Cleveland. All right, Adam, I hear you. Welcome in, by the way. If you guys are new to us, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We'd really appreciate it. We just crossed the 1,000 subscribers threshold. Let's see if how high we can get it tonight. But for me, I think the Phillies are going to be the fit for Trey Turner. If I had to guess the contract, probably in the 8-year range, worth $32 to $35 million, maybe even into the 9-10 year range, depending on how the narrative goes with him talking to other clubs. Can you see anyone, or can you see my messages just asking? I can see that one, Bryce. The last one I see is unanimous crazy good for Crime Dog, if that answers your question. Trey Turner, I am just wondering what pitchers they can get. For the Phillies, I would say Chris Bassett would be high on their list. He just seems to be the type of pitcher that they could use. Outside of that, maybe a Jameson Taillon, Nate Eovaldi, a number 3, 4 type starter, and then add some more back-end starters like a Wade Miley or a Drew Smyly. I know that doesn't excite you if you're a Philadelphia fan, but I think the majority of your money this offseason is going to go to Trey Turner. You spent a lot of money the last few years bringing in Bryce Harper and Zach Wheeler, Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber and JT Realmuto via trade. You've added a lot of pieces to that team. I think you're going to be able to get one big piece this year and try to work the rest around. Welcome back, Caleb. They won't have Harper until after the All-Star break. That's at least after the All-Star break. I wonder if we're going to see something different, though. Bengals and Chiefs, what a game. Well, I'm watching the MLB Network just to make sure we don't miss anything from the winter meetings. But Bengals and Kansas City, I would imagine, is a very good game, yes. Turner doesn't have good defense. He's just good offense. Turner improved his defense with the Dodgers. Dodgers forced him to take a few steps back on the infield. He improved his numbers dramatically after coming over to L.A. Now, whether that's L.A. just utilizing there, or maybe he's learned something, or whatever the case may be, his numbers are not nearly as bad as what they have been in the past. But again, he does provide a speed element to the Phillies that they do not have right now. But Adam, you said he goes to Cleveland. I think they need to add pieces like that in Cleveland. They're not going to be able to play for the $20+ million free agent. But we'll see how it goes. You said Bengals won 27-24. Well, they've had the number 1 offense since, I think, the week 4. Welcome in, 214. Appreciate it. Interesting name, Explosive. Well, yeah, any free agent usually takes off their, I play for New York Yankees off of their bio before they go to free agency. That's not a big issue. But, Cleveland does make a lot of sense, Adam, for Sean Murphy. Just the fit there kind of helps their young pitching as well. They're always going to have young pitching, so having an experienced catcher there is a must. And they've had decent catching over the years. And I just think it's time for them to possibly turn the page at that spot. Bringing him into Cleveland would be a perfect piece for them. A good bat in that lineup. Kind of 2 birds, 1 stone kind of a thing. Now, I do expect the Guardians to trade one of their starters this year. They have a lot of good young starters on that staff. But a couple of that are starting to get up there a little bit longer in the tooth that they're not going to be able to afford to keep in free agency. You think Murphy might go to L.A.? I think the Angels are a sneaky team for Murphy. Just because they're trying to improve every single spot on that lineup for Shohei Ohtani. Bringing in Murphy would solve their catching issues, and that'd be a good get. Kind of a surprising get there. Now, the Dodgers, I think they're set at catcher. There's no way they're going to go for Murphy. You like that Fred McGriff? That was a good choice, yeah. You see the O's signing Correa? I do not see that. Absolutely not. Not going to happen. No. They have 2 top-end prospects at the shortstop spot right now in Henderson and what's his name, Holiday. Ain't no way they're signing Carlos Correa, Trey Turner, any of the top shortstops. They're going to add middle of the rotation starters like Tyone, like Eovaldi, back end starter like Kyle Gibson that they already signed. That's what's going to happen in Baltimore. They could add a corner outfield bat on a 1-year deal. Cody Bellinger is said to be seeking a 1-year deal, not a multi-year deal. A little bit surprising. I'm not sure how much truth there is to that, Cobra. I mean, we're talking about the Twins getting him because there was nobody else in the market for Carlos Correa at the money he was looking for. He was looking for $30+ million over 10+ years. He was looking for a Corey Seager contract. He wanted to beat that money. Saw nobody was out there going to give it to him, so he signed for the highest AAV he could with opt-outs after the first and second year. That's why he signed in Minnesota, especially after they created the opening there by trading IKF and Josh Donaldson and saving that money. That's why they had the money to be able to get that thing done. Now, the Orioles, that would have been a mistake to bring in Carlos Correa. I just don't think that's going to happen. Everybody putting out their Hall of Fame articles about Fred McGriff. I was tempted to actually pre-record a video about Fred McGriff being elected to the Hall of Fame. It just seemed like there was too much momentum, at least publicly, for him to get in there. Murphy to the Astros. He's been connected there. Astros do want Contreras, but again, at their number. That's part of the reason why James Click and Jim Crane did not see eye to eye. Was their conversations over all of that? Yeah, they're saying at least the All-Star break. I mean, look at Michael Conforto's free agency from last year. He had a very similar type of injury to Bryce Harper, except Bryce Harper's is a little bit more cleaner. He's not expected to miss as much time as Michael Conforto did last year. They had the very similar surgery, I believe, as well. And Bryce Harper, while his is cleaner, we saw the timeline it's taken for Michael Conforto to get back healthy. At the trade deadline, they were saying he was back, full throwing program, full strength in his swing. Yet last week, his agent Scott Boras is saying the same thing, that he's just now starting to do those things. Either A, they were lying to us that him doing it back then, or B, he had to be shut down to start doing it again. So I wonder how much effort the Phillies are going to try to do to try to push him back earlier rather than later and try to err on the side of caution. I mean, look at how they used him this past year. When he had his injury, he was out until September-ish, and so maybe we're looking at something similar for Bryce Harper this year. Trey Turner would be a nice way to fill in his spot in the lineup, at least offensively, until he gets healthy. And then you have that impact bat coming back in September. But I do think it's going to be well after the All-Star break when we see Bryce Harper back in a Philadelphia Phillies uniform. He is a little bit younger, but again, we'll see where, how it works out. But for me, I would err on the side of the caution if I'm the Philadelphia Phillies. You've got way too much invested in Bryce Harper to risk yet another year of him being out if he suffers a setback or worse. But, all I'm going to say is just take everything you hear around Bryce Harper's recovery with a grain of salt and expect the organization to err on the side of caution. And then once we get to September, Dave Dombrowski is going to rap on his locker and say, hey, buddy, you ready to go? I need you to make to the postseason so at least we can make another run to the World Series like we did last year. Whether or not that happens or not, they have to win the games. But I think that's when you'll start to see some organizational pressure to get him back in the lineup again, but not until then. You heard the Cubs will offer Bogaerts a contract tonight. I don't see that yet. Where did you hear that from, first of all? But they're expected to be interested in all of the top free agent shortstops out there. Moving Nico Horner back over to his natural position at second base would work wonders for him, get him a little bit more comfortable there. Cubs for years have tinkered around with their positions, multi-positional guys. Ian Happ is still there. Maybe they trade him, recoup some prospect value, and then go after an outfielder like a Cody Bellinger type. Heck, maybe they end up going after a guy like Brendan Nimmo, etc. They are certainly in the outfield market, but we'll see where things go. Hector Gomez, okay. I don't have him in my baseball list, I think. Let me see. I don't see it on this page. Go back. Appreciate it, Blake, though. But they are expected to be at the top of the market for shortstops anyway. Getting some notifications, my bad. Thank you, Mike, for subscribing. Appreciate that. Welcome in, JG. Who's more of a reality? Astros signing Contreras or Benintendi? Contreras by a mile. I think Contreras is going to be a great fit there. They need to add an offensive catcher there with Maldonado. If they get Murphy, that'd be great. Vasquez coming back. I don't know if that's really a marriage that worked in their favor last time. I think that's part of the reason why Jim Crane and Click didn't see eye to eye. So if I had to pick between those two, I'd say Contreras. And then I think Brantley is more the left fielder they'll end up with rather than Benintendi. I think Benintendi's market is vast, and so I think there's a chance he goes to Toronto or to the Mariners. Mariners, I think, might get Conforto. If they don't, then I think Benintendi or Nimmo could be their guy. There we go. All right. What about Verlander? Verlander, I would say to probably go to the Mets or Dodgers anyway. Seems like the Mets are focusing solely on Verlander at the moment, not Rodon. Sounds like they really want to get that type of a deal done quickly. Where do you think Brian Reynolds will go, and what type of return could Pittsburgh get? Reynolds isn't what he used to be as far as prospect status. He's got 2 years left on his deal. I would probably put in the neighborhood of 3 prospects, maybe one top 100 guy coming back, and a couple of good couple of pieces coming back as well. Oh, okay, Mario Pepin. Okay, I hear you, Blake. I hear you. Got about 22 people on my baseball list that I try to keep it to. There's too many beat reporters for every single one of these teams. I mean, you got the beat reporter for ESPN, the beat reporter for Fox, and the beat reporter for The Athletic, and then all the other beat reporters around. I try to follow a lot of the national guys, and only a few beat reporters that I follow from like my local team, that kind of a thing. Sports mockery is where I heard that. Okay. You say Verlander to the Mets. I'm leaning. Right now, I'd probably say 45, 48% Mets. I'd probably say 45, 48% Dodgers. And I'd say the rest of it, 5% chance of an absolute wild card team like the Giants or the Rangers stepping in. But I think it's solely the Dodgers and Mets between those two clubs for for Justin Verlander. For Carlos Rodon, I think that race is a whole lot more interesting. I think there's 8 to 9 teams, I think is what I heard at last check-in anyway with Rodon. And it's going to take a minute to try to pare that down. Once Verlander goes off the market, maybe that'll take another suitor out of that Rodon list, and then we'll get real offers coming in for Rodon. But he'll probably get in the neighborhood of about $30 million a year. DeGrom got 37. Verlander's probably going to get 40, 41, 42. Do you think Nimmo ends up with the Mets? Right now, I would say Nimmo. That market's going to take after the winter meetings, I believe. That's going to take some time. Right now, I just think there's other teams out there with a bigger need for him, at least until they solve their starting pitching stuff. Once they get, Justin Verlander signed, then I think they could turn their attention to Brendan Nimmo. But if they wait another day or two, it might cost them in the long run to bringing back a guy like Nimmo. If they get Verlander done tonight, early tomorrow morning, maybe even the middle of the day or afternoon, something like that, then I think there's a better chance that Nimmo stays with New York because it's a quicker turnaround to be able to get to Nimmo and say, hey, we've got a great number 2 in our rotation. Funny saying a great number 2 when Verlander's coming off of a Cy Young, but that's where we're at. How's everyone tonight? Congrats to McGriff. Exactly. McGriff finally gets in. Crime Dog gets in. Long deserving of the Hall of Fame. Let's update this page real quick for y'all. Nothing yet. Nimmo's agent Boris probably waiting for Judge to sign first. Absolutely. Boris likes to get his big guys one, then the other, then the next. He's not going to negotiate against himself, I'll put it that way. A lot of the teams in the market for Judge are also in the market for Brendan Nimmo. Welcome back, Mark. Carlos Baerga is at it again, saying Verlander close to Mets 2 years, $86.8 million. Wow. Just looking at that AAV, that's literally $100,000 more than what Justin, no. Is that $100,000 less than what they gave to Max Scherzer? Because it's 43.3 or 43.5 that they gave to Max Scherzer. That contract right there would be $43.4 million to Verlander. That's pretty much what he was looking for at the outset of free agency. And a 2-year deal, short-term deal, is exactly what the Mets were hoping for with DeGrom. If they get that with Verlander, that would be a great thing for them. They restore the 1-2 combination at the top of their rotation. And the interesting thing about that is that Verlander and Scherzer have worked together before with the Detroit Tigers. That would be kind of a reunion of sorts with the Mets. If Dodgers don't get Verlander, they are waiting for Ohtani. Yes, they most certainly are, but I think they could still add a top-end shortstop this year. I think if they don't get Verlander, they could be one of the teams that steps out a little further for a guy like Carlos Correa, for a guy like Xander Bogaerts. For me, I kind of like the idea of Xander Bogaerts going to the Dodgers. I just think he fits exactly the type of hitter that they've liked for the last 4 or 5 years. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Xander Bogaerts are the top 3 most consistent hitters since 2017, and he would fit exactly what they need there. And even though he may not be the top overall shortstop on the market, I think he fits exactly what the Dodgers are hoping for at the position. But I do think they are waiting for Ohtani one way or the other. They're breaking down Aaron Judge right now. Curious to see where he's going to go. I still think it's a 2-team race between the Yankees and Giants, but Dodgers are certainly lurking. Appreciate you guys joining us right now. Got 60 of you guys in the lobby right now. If you guys want to say hi, make sure to like the video, hit that subscribe button. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Winter meetings have begun. The Hall of Fame announcement's been made. Fred McGriff is elected unanimously by the ERA committee, 16 votes to none. I think that's why the Dodgers aren't making any big moves. Well, I think they're still going to make big moves. I mean, they trimmed $100 million in payroll. So they can still stay underneath the luxury tax and be just fine. Welcome in, Falcon. Appreciate you joining us. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Benintendi possibly going to the Astros as they search for a left fielder. Or are you saying it's done? I don't see anywhere where it says it's done, so I imagine you're just talking about the rumors. How much is Judge going to make? Well, I've been talking about Aaron Judge for the better part, I don't know, of 2 or 3 months, and the more and more I look at it, I just don't see any way this contract goes for less than 9 years. My prediction was 10 years, $400 million total. That's $40 million annually. He is 31. He's a little bit older of a free agent, developed a little bit later as well, so maybe that'll last a little longer. But for me, I think you're at least looking at 9 years at $40 million. So that's, what, $360 million for him? But I still think there's possibly a 10th year, especially if he leaves New York. If he leaves New York, I think it's going to be the Giants on a 10-year or a 9-year deal at the very least. And I think we're talking easily about $40 million. Last check, the market was talking around $37 million for 8 years, at least is what the Yankees were offering. I imagine the Giants are close to $2 to $4 million, maybe even $5 million above that number. And I think they're probably going to go an extra year than what the Yankees are willing to. Yeah, thank you, Caleb. I did reach 1,000 subscribers. We finally reached that point. Got 70 of you guys in here with us. Let's see how high we can get that subscriber number too. If you want to hit that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. If you guys have already hit that button, would really like to thank you guys for hitting that button and being a part of this. Just started literally 1 year and 1 week ago today. So thank you guys for making this fun. We'll finally get into the monetization level literally today in the last hour. So hopefully I can start to do this for you guys more full time. Welcome in, Bruce. You feel Judge will be a bust. You feel he'll get hurt a lot and ultimately be an anchor. I mean, I can understand where that sentiment comes from. I mean, he's 31, hasn't exactly been the healthiest over his career. Finally had a good, healthy year just as his platform year is happening, of course. But it's not like he's constantly riddled with hamstring issues or one thing or another. He, of course, led in 19 out of the 20 major offensive categories in the American League last year. And I think that contract is going to look fantastic for at least the first 5 to 6 years of it. But just like any other long-term deal, Aaron Judge or any other big long-term deal that goes past 5, 6 years, those back end of those deals seem to look a little hairy. Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate the like. Thank you. Welcome in, Tyler. Well, if you guys paid attention earlier, I thought, Major League Baseball should finally turn the page past Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds and Kurt Schilling and all the steroid stuff that was going on, etc. And just go ahead and let them into the Hall of Fame. Whether it be putting an asterisk next to their name, putting a whole wing separate to the museum strictly for the steroid era, but just let them into the Hall of Fame because you're taking away from all the other great players in Major League Baseball. For the next 20 years, we're going to do nothing but talk about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and why aren't they in the Hall of Fame, just like we have Pete Rose. We know we're not going to get Pete Rose in because Hall of Fame follows Major League Baseball's rule, and if Major League Baseball says he's not eligible ever, then he's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens are not on the exempt list. They're not ineligible for baseball. I mean, heck, Barry Bonds returned as a coach at one point for the Miami Marlins. Mark McGwire returned for a coach for the LA Dodgers. I mean, it's not unheard of for these players to get back into baseball. Alex Rodriguez is the voice of Sunday Night Baseball. These players are still big impacts on the game, and Roger Clemens' kid is currently playing in the league. So these players are not going to be going away anytime soon and continue to take headlines away from people who are already in the Hall of Fame, from people who are on the ballot for the Hall of Fame, and finally the players who do get in on the day of the Hall of Fame. Yet their entire Hall of Fame day, 50% of the time, is talking about the players who haven't been elected yet. And that's absolutely disgusting that those players are being discussed way more frequently than any other player in the Hall of Fame. At best, whenever you talk about a Hall of Famer, you say, hey, they were a great player. Hey, they were a great pitcher. Hey, they were a great postseason hitter. Yet we hear nothing else about them because we're too busy talking about Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens for half an hour and 5 seconds on anybody else. And those things just need to be sewn up for baseball to kind of move forward. Once they do that, baseball will look so much better to the average fan. Is Aaron Judge going to the Padres? I don't think so, but AJ Preller does like to go after the big fish every single year. Goyo, big contracts never work out for the Astros as smart as they're not offering over 5 years or big money. Yeah, the Astros do like to offer low-value contracts anyway. They don't like to go the long-term deal. They like to go, 4 or 5 year deals. They don't like to do that big, long 10-year deal. Part of the reason why they don't have George Springer. Part of the reason why they didn't bring back Garrett Cole. Part of the reason why Carlos Correa is out. They're looking for high AAVs at best for guys that they already have, or they're going to trade for whatever they need. We saw that with Garrett Cole when they got him from the Pirates. We saw that with Justin Verlander, and we'll see how things go from there. Give me your opinion, and Epler doesn't look good GM. Basically, if you're asking if Billy Epler is a good general manager, well, he did not look good at all in LA when he was with the Angels. I mean, that team never made the playoffs, never really had a winning season under him. With the Mets, he did a great job bringing in some pieces last year, spending Cohen's money. Loses DeGrom here. I wonder if there's an organizational mandate or a mandate from the owner to not go above 3 years, and that's why they lost Jacob DeGrom. But we were told when Cohen went there, they would never be out on a player because of money. They lose Jacob DeGrom because of money. So what exactly do you believe? We do Soto. We don't need, but we need Judge. I don't think you need to make any other trade for the outfield, at least at that level. I think you have Juan Soto there. You currently have Fernando Tatis Jr. I think you bring back Jurickson Profar if you're a Padres fan. Bruce, I feel the cheaters stole jobs from players who followed the rules, and I'm happy they're not in, but I respect your opinion. Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I mean, they did take jobs from their players. I mean, other players who used PEDs didn't use them as effectively, I guess, as well. I mean, it wasn't just Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens using them. So we can't exactly act like those are the only 1 and 2 players, that were using steroids at the time or PEDs. It was rampant throughout the game. Some players were clean, some were not. There's no real test of seeing every single at-bat who was using and who was not, which pitchers were not, which hitters were not. So for Roger Clemens, whether he was facing a juiced player or not, whether Barry Bonds was facing a juiced pitcher or not, we'll never know those questions. And for us to, not elect them into the Hall of Fame or to continue to talk to them or continue to have those players continue to be talked about and given their great, prowess in the game, given their great, roses at their feet saying how great they were, but this, why can't we have that same conversation but in the Hall of Fame? Mariners look strong after some moves they made. Yes, they do. I really like the trade they made at the trade deadline with Luis Castillo. I think that was perfection, the trade they made. They gave up a lot of prospects to do it. I was worried that they wouldn't be able to get the extension done. Thankfully for the Mariners, they were able to keep. They were able to get let cooler heads prevail and get the extension done and not let it go to free agency next year. But the Mariners look very good as far as that starting rotation. In case you guys are, thank you, Christopher, for subscribing. Appreciate that. In case you guys are wondering, the Mariners, they've really improved that rotation. They have 4 great pitchers right now on that staff with a couple of back-end number 5, 6 type starters that they could spin off in a trade for an outfielder. They just made the trade for Colton Wong from the Milwaukee Brewers. They sent Jesse Winker and Abraham Toro to the Brewers in return. But the Mariners are looking very strong. I expect them to still add one more outfielder, whether that be Nimmo, Benintendi, Conforto, however they end up going about it. But I really like what the Mariners have done. They're likely going to be in the playoffs again next year. But we'll see how the rest of the AL West shakes out. The Rangers have really improved their rotation over the last 2 years, bringing in Martin Perez, John Gray, now Jacob deGrom, Jake Odorizzi as well. I do expect them to add one more starter, and yet they still have a bunch of starting pitching in the minors. Well, I wouldn't say good. A decent starting pitcher with a lot of upside still in Dane Dunning that they could deal here before the winter or before the season begins in April. Sammy Sosa, McGuire, yeah, those are another couple players that kind of brought about the steroid era, the summer of love of 1998. A lot of the speculation out there is that Bond saw what they did and said, hey, these guys aren't half the player I am. They took juice and now they're this. Heck, I'm going to do it. And he found the fountain of youth. Found an extra gear at the age of 35. Not a lot of people do that. But welcome in for everybody who's just joining us for the first time. Tayan Rivera, really appreciate you joining us. Thank you guys. Christopher, thank you for subscribing earlier. Got about 65 of you guys in the chat right now. Don't be afraid. Say hi. Join us. Let's just check in and see if we got any more headlines. Remember, Fred McGriff has been elected to the Hall of Fame. Finally. Player I thought should have been in years ago finally gets in. Still no headlines, but we're roughly about 45 minutes after the McGriff announcement here. A lot of teams usually like to give Hall of Fame announcements a wide berth to let those players get their due. McGriff certainly has waited a very long time to get his, and so I'm sure a lot of teams being respectful of that. Welcome in 3 Minute. Any Angels updates? Well, they've already added Hunter Renfroe, Tyler Anderson, Gio Urshela. I expect them to try to make other moves to improve around the edges of that roster. They brought in Davinsky as well. Didn't pitch a lot last year. Played for the Diamondbacks and Phillies last year, I believe. But you might remember him most with the Houston Astros as kind of that multi-inning reliever. We'll see if he breaks camp with the club. Tony Gwynn, the cleanest hitter. I forget whose numbers they were showing anyway, but Tony Gwynn's numbers, as good of a hitter as he was it Mattingly? That was very similar as far as a hitter to Tony Gwynn. Of course, Tony Gwynn, much longer of a career. But I'm with you, Chicago. Let's get some freaking news. I mean, I'm very happy McGriff got in. Can't tell you how happy I am he's in. But let's get some news. I'm ready for some transactions. Jacob deGrom going to Texas for $185 million over 5 years with an option at the end of it. I mean, that just gets the blood flowing for the winter meetings. I know a lot of you guys are excited in the New York area anyway, seeing how you're going to replace deGrom in your rotation, see if you're able to retain Brendan Nimmo, and how exactly you're going to add to your team aside from just make it back to what it was last year, which, by the way, wasn't good enough to get out of the wild card round. They need to improve that offense, first and foremost. I think third base is a spot they could add, catcher is a spot they could add, and designated hitter. They kind of piecemealed it together at DH anyway after the trade deadline with Vogelbach and Ruff. Third base was Escobar. Bringing back Nimmo is a priority as well. If they don't bring back Nimmo, then they're going to need an outfielder. Maybe Brian Reynolds ends up there if they lose Nimmo. I think that would actually be a net positive for them because Reynolds would be younger. However, the energy Nimmo brought to that team, even though he's 32, was really infectious, especially in the playoffs. And he was kind of the one engine in that lineup that really kind of spurred things for the Lindors, the Alonsos, the Martes of that lineup. Really good table setter for them. Max Scherzer does have an opt-out after next year, according to Joel Sherman, something to keep an eye out for. If they have a bad year in the Queens anyway for the Mets, maybe we see him opt out and go somewhere else. Will you go live if any news breaks in the next 3 hours left in the day? I'm going to actually be live for the next 3 hours in the day. I knew the early hours of free agency, or the early hours of the winter meetings, would be a little slower because they want to respect the Hall of Fame news. But I'm going to try to be live for you guys all the way through 11 o'clock. So if you guys have any questions, send them to us. If you guys are watching Sunday Night Football, if you want to talk about that, let us know that as well. But we're here through 11 o'clock. As for the plans for the rest of the week, however, anytime any big news happens during the winter meetings, we will quickly try to put out a quick, short little video, let you guys know we're going live, and then immediately go live thereafter. So if you guys want to, join us, hit that subscribe button. We'll keep you guys updated on every single transaction from the baseball winter meetings. The hot stove is expected to be very hot this year. We've already seen 2 high-priced free agents come off the board in Edwin Diaz and Jacob deGrom. Aaron Judge is expected to sign here in the next couple of days. Justin Verlander as well. Carlos Rodon could be done by the end of the winter meetings. Trey Turner is expected sometime this winter meetings as well. And if we break the keg on those shortstops, we could see a lot more transactions happen. Mitch Haniger, another outfielder anyway, is expected to have his market resolved relatively soon. A lot of suitors in there, but it sounds like the Red Sox and Rangers are most likely for him. As a Rangers fan, I think he'd be a perfect fit in left field. Rangers had league worst offensive production out of left field last year. Red Sox have been unable to convince any of their top targets so far in free agency to sign with them outside of Chris Martin and Joely Rodriguez anyway from the Mets. And they lost Zach Eflin to the Rays. They lost Jose Abreu to the Astros. They need to get some momentum going here. You think Judge goes to the Giants? I think the Giants and Yankees are right there. I'm just curious how high the Yankees are willing to go. If I'm the Yankees, I'm literally handing him a blank check and saying, fill in what you want. Tell me what you think you're worth, and I'll sign the check. That's exactly what I would tell Aaron Judge. I don't care if he says, hey, I think I'm worth 10 years at $400. That's what the Yankees should do. What's their backup plan? Nothing. Thank you for joining us, Machinist Mike. Appreciate the subscribe. But as I was saying, what are the Yankees' backup options? I mean, turning to a shortstop when they already have some young guys that they are going to try to put there next year. If they bring in a shortstop, sure, they could trade those pieces. But you're telling me any of the pieces that are out there on the free agent market, any of the pieces that they could trade for, are going to equal what Aaron Judge brought to you last year? Absolutely not. And it's crazy to think so. So if I'm the Yankees right now, there is literally not a price that I would not go for Aaron Judge. And I'm sorry, it's just the corner you've backed yourselves into. For the Giants, though, I'm going to make the Yankees work for it. If I'm the Giants, I probably offer at most probably something in the range of 10 years at $42 million. That might be my ceiling if I'm a Giants fan, maybe even $45 million. Just because he's the impact bat, just like a Barry Bonds was years ago when they actually beat out the New York Yankees for Barry Bonds' services. And just imagine how history would be different if Barry Bonds ultimately signed with the Yankees as opposed to the Giants. But maybe history repeats itself, and once again, a player in the prime of his career signs with the Giants instead of the Yankees. That would be very, very interesting if that happened. And I don't think the Giants would be done even if they went as high as $45 million a year for Judge. They would add a starting pitcher, I'm sure. They would add a shortstop, a third baseman, and a first baseman as well. They might not all be premium prospects or premium assets, but I think the Giants are ready to go in on it this year. Welcome in, Braden. Need your Sox to pull off a miracle and get Bogarts, Eovaldi, Reynolds, Haniger, Senga, Chafin, Robertson, and Strahm. I think they'll get one of Eovaldi and Strahm. I think they'll get... I don't think they get anybody else out of that group. I just don't. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they get Strahm and... I don't know. Let's just throw them Robertson just to give them another bullpen arm. Bogarts is leaving. I'm putting Eovaldi on the Orioles roster. Reynolds, I think there are other teams out there that are in more need for him. Haniger, I think, ultimately ends up in Texas, but again, ultimately, I'm a Rangers fan, so take that with a grain of salt. Senga, I think there's a whole bunch of teams out there for him. Giants are in there, the Rangers, the Blue Jays, the Mariners. I think all of them are going to be at a higher number than what the Red Sox are going to offer. You think Correa goes to the Cubs? Well, he is their top target. If they're really willing to go the dollars to be able to get him, then maybe it happens. If the Yankees lose on Aaron Judge, then maybe they pivot to Carlos Correa and give him 10 years at 325 like he was wanting last year. Do you think Justin Verlander signs with the Mets? I would say so at this point. I think it's very close, probably 45% or 48% he signs with the Mets, 45% with the Dodgers. But I mean, it's neck and neck. I do think they get one of Rodon or Verlander, however. Got 66 of you guys in here. Really appreciate it. We're going strong. Just after the 8 o'clock hour. Remember, the winter meetings are out there on the West Coast, out in San Diego. Hopefully we'll see some transactions tonight. Fred McGriff elected to the Hall of Fame. If you're just joining us for the first time, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. We'll be live for you guys throughout the winter meetings, giving you guys updates whenever a big transaction happens, or even a small one. We're going to try to keep you guys updated from every single thing that happens from the baseball winter meetings. So make sure you drop us a like and a subscribe. You can even follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN if you'd like. And we'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much for all of you who have subscribed and got us over that 1,000 subscriber goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's see how high we can get it tonight. And thank you. Really appreciate all the support. Let's update our page here just to see if anything's breaking. Doesn't look like it yet. If Rodon signs with the Mets, is he the ace or is Scherzer the ace? Scherzer. I mean, it's Max Scherzer. He is your game one, opening day starter, etc. Rodon, as good as he's been, pitched to a 2.88 ERA and probably would have pitched much better if he had been on a better defensive club last year with than the Giants. But it's still Scherzer. Now, by the end of the deal, Rodon might be the ace of that team. Do you think that Turner is going to the Padres? Absolutely not. I think this is strictly just smoke and mirrors for the Trey Turner camp. I think they're just trying to put rumors out there that the Padres are interested, that they're talking to these shortstops. But Trey Turner wants to go to the East Coast. He's not going to stay on the West Coast. I'm sorry. He wants to play spring training ball in Florida. That's been well documented as well. And sure, it's spring training, but that's a month of your time that you're going to be away from your family as well. And why not be around your family since he does have a home in that Florida area? Welcome in, Richard. Appreciate you joining us. I love Correa to be a Cub, but I think it'll be Xander Bogaerts. He is a better defender, can play third base, and healthier. I think both of them are not going to end up on the Cubs. If I had to pick a team right now for Correa, I think he ends up on either the Dodgers or Giants. And if the Yankees miss out on Judge, then I think maybe the Yankees. But I think that's the market for Correa. For Bogaerts, I think the Dodgers or Giants for him as well. I just think the money on both of those two teams is going to be a little bit too rich for the Cubs' blood. And looking at Dansby Swanson, it's only going to cost you $25 million a year over a much less as far as term of a contract. Instead of looking at a 10 or even an 8-year deal for Bogaerts or Correa, you're looking at Dansby Swanson at maybe a 6-year deal. So you're only costing yourself $140 million in commitments. That's something that a Cubs front office, Cubs ownership group might take as a better opportunity. A great defense for Dansby Swanson. If his bat plays up like it did last year and the bat is really progressing like we thought we saw with the Braves last year, then they could really have something. Other than that, his bat has not been very great. His biggest calling card is going to be his defense. So, again, I think the Cubs are in play for one of the top shortstops out there. I just don't think they'll get one outside of Dansby Swanson. Only way I see them ending up with Correa is if the offers don't materialize for Correa again, and maybe he signs for 10 years at 280, 10 years 270 for the Cubs. But appreciate you guys joining us. Got 75 of you guys in here right now. Thank you guys for joining. Hit that like button and subscribe. Would really appreciate the help. We've gained probably about 15 subscribers since we started. Let's see how high we can get that number tonight. If you guys are new here to the Upside, we cover the MLB, NFL, NBA, and the NHL. Sunday Night Football going on right now. Talking about the Aaron Judge sweepstakes right now on MLB Network. John Heyman giving the latest. Seems like teams are getting in some offers to Aaron Judge over the last couple of days. Sorry, Chicago Bears fan. I don't think you're going to be up there for, Correa or Bogarts by the end of it. I understand Swanson's the fourth out of a good class of shortstops, but I just don't think you're going to be able to go the money that the other teams are willing to go to be able to get the job done. Correa is a better defender than Bogarts, but Bogarts is a better hitter. I would say Correa is a better overall player than Bogarts at this point. The rest of it is all semantics to me. But welcome in, William. Do you think I already answered that question for you? But welcome in. You guys tell me, what do you think the contract is going to open up, or what it end up being for Aaron Judge? My prediction at the beginning of the offseason was 10 years at $400 million total. What do you guys think the number will end up being? A lot of the projections say 8 for 320 or 9 for 340, something like that. I think it's going to be higher than that. I think it's going to be 10 at 400 total. Welcome in, Michael. Appreciate you joining us. You're actually in San Diego. You should go to the winter meetings. Tell them about the upside. That'd be very interesting. But again, if the winter meetings are in Dallas at some point in the next couple of years, I will definitely be going to those winter meetings and broadcasting live from the winter meetings. 9 years. 9 years, okay. We got 2 votes for 9 years. What do you guys think it's going to be? It sounds like Ken Rosenthal reported that the market is getting to the 9-year mark. So I think 9 is at least the limit, or is the lower limit right now. But as I said, I think another organization is going to try to step out, just like the Rangers did with Jacob deGrom. Not only offer that 4th year, but offer that 5th year for Jacob deGrom to get the deal done. For Aaron Judge, I think the Giants are going to be in the same range. 10 for 300, I think you're crazy if you think it's only going to be $30 million a year. 8 for 350, that's possible. 10 for 425, that's a little higher than I would go. But again, if you're the Giants and you're like, hey, we need Aaron Judge, we're okay with $42.5 million a year over 10 years, hey, then that would work. I mentioned earlier, a $45 million average annual value is still workable for a team like the Giants. But I do like the offer of 8 at 350, but I do think there will be 9 years. So if it gets to that high, I think you'd be looking closer to 9 years, 380. If you're looking at 8 for 350. As I said, I'm with Robert, 10 years at 400 total. Biggest positional player contract ever is what I think we're going to end up with for Aaron Judge. I don't think we're going to have to wait until February like we did for Bryce Harper or Manny Machado. God, that would be a horrible offseason if that happens again. But things are expected to move quickly this offseason, especially with the World Baseball Classic happening this year. Teams are looking to get their rosters set a little bit earlier as the calendar starts a little bit quicker. This is the first real full winter meetings we've had as well since 2019. That was the winter of Machado and Harper. But this market is expected to move quick, so make sure you're paying attention. Hit that subscribe button, and we'll keep you guys up to date here at the Upside Sports Network. Thank you guys for liking the video. Appreciate that. Thank you. I would be telling AJ Preller to go and get Judge if I went. Well, I think you're going to try to make a splashy move. I'm just not sure it's going to be for Aaron Judge. I think you could go for a shortstop and then make an even bigger splash by trading Fernando Tatis Jr. for another outfielder, possibly at a lower AAV, etc. Thank you for subscribing, Mike. Appreciate that. 10-year 400 sounds about right to the Giants. I would agree. But again, if I'm the New York Yankees, if the Giants offer that, I say okay. If the Giants offer him 10 at 450, I say okay. I mean, what's your option if you're the Yankees? What's your fallback? What are you going to do if you lose Aaron Judge? You're going to go after Carlos Correa? Who plays the outfield? Who fills the role of Aaron Judge in your lineup? Who fills that star void? Fernando Tatis Jr.? None of those players are on the caliber of Aaron Judge, at least right now. I think it's going to be 10 years with a sleeper team. I don't know about that. I did see that, Richard. I saw the headline of the Cubs looking at Corey Kluber. I mean, I'm curious to see if that actually fits long-term. Well, not long-term, but I'm curious to see if that fits the timeline for the Cubs right now. I mean, Kluber, I think, wants to win somewhere. Cubs are going to try to compete for the division, maybe a wild card spot there in the Central. I think he should still have interest from other clubs looking at a back end starter, number 4, maybe a number 5 type starter at this point in Corey Kluber. If he's able to stay healthy, you might really have something at the back end of your bullpen. If not, you might be able to count on him for 50 to 75 to 100 innings at a lower AAV, say like 6 million plus incentives. You don't think it'll be big contracts because some players slack off after they get money? Well, you're going to have to spend money this offseason to get him. Tatis is untouchable. I think that's absolutely not the case anymore, Michael. I just don't. I mean, looking at their roster right now, the leaders on their team are Juan Soto and Manny Machado. I mean, everybody would like to say Fernando Tatis is the leader, but he hasn't been on the team in over a year. I mean, just looking at it from the outside looking in, he had the arm issues last year. So you had to play him in the outfield, didn't take care of his body, didn't take care of his workout routine. Then the offseason doesn't take care of his body as well, gets in multiple motorcycle accidents, not 1, not 2, not 3. He lost count of how many motorcycle accidents he was in. Didn't seek any medical treatment for them, comes into spring training and says, hey, by the way, I guess I'm hurt, and misses 3 months of the season. A.J. Preller expresses disappointment, says, hey, maybe he's turned a corner, had a conversation with Bob Melvin, we're seeing productive things, and then as he's about to get ready to come back into the lineup, they make the big trade for Juan Soto and Josh Hader. They're ready to go for the World Series and compete with the Dodgers for the crown, and a couple of days after the trade deadline, an absolute gut punch, yet again, from Fernando Tatis Jr. And you saw it right at that time, the conversation A.J. Preller had with the media. He wasn't just saying, we hope he learns from this, we're going to stand by our player, the usual speak you see from a front office after a player is suspended for PEDs. No, you saw we're tired of this chain of events. We're tired of the continuing to say the right things and then doing another. We're tired of seeing continued knuckleheaded behavior. I'm just sorry that I just don't see it. I don't see why A.J. Preller would be viewing him as untouchable. Do I think he's as close to untouchable as possible outside of Soto and Machado? Sure. And do I think it'd be an overwhelming offer to get it done? Absolutely. Do I think he's actively on the trade block? No. But I think there's a real conversation to be had if you're a team looking for a star-level player, looking at the shortstop market and saying, hey, I want cost certainty. I'm not able to get any one of these guys. I'd rather go for the much younger player in Fernando Tatis Jr. I would talk to the Padres for him. The team in the Astros are the best team in Texas for now. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. I don't think you're thinking of trading Kim. Well, thank you for subscribing, Joseph. Appreciate that. I think your thoughts for Kim are moving him over to first base because you don't have a solution there. They could bring back Josh Bell, but it did not work at all for Josh Bell. I think it just left a bad taste, not only in the fans' mouths, but in that front office. He was hitting over 300 with the Nationals and under 200 with the Padres. Just didn't really hit at all for the Padres, and I think they want to move on from him. And so I think Kim is going to be your first baseman, possibly, if they make a move for a shortstop this offseason. If they don't, then they could look to Garrett Cooper from the Marlins. They could look for Brandon Belt from the Giants, kind of a one-year stopgap option at first base, but they have a team that's ready to win, and I think they're going to try to make some big splashy move rather than go the cheap route like a Cooper or a Belt. So we'll see which way they go. I would trade Tatis quick. I think he is in too much trouble, gets something good for him now. I think so too, but you got to think of the other team in that scenario as well. They see these knuckleheaded things as well and say, hey, why should we trade for him when he's having these issues with you? In New York, all those issues are only going to be magnified. So say Judge leaves to the Giants, for the Yankees to bring in Tatis, they have to be completely certain that those issues are not going to continue with them. You missed the start of your live stream. What do you think of McGriff being elected to the Hall of Fame? I thought he should have been in the Hall of Fame years ago. Absolutely should have been in the Hall of Fame. He would have been one of the 5 that I would have voted for out of that era committee ballot. Mattingly, Schilling, Bonds, and Clemens. You can see those arguments on the playback of this video or in previous videos as well as to my reasoning as to why they should have been in. Not necessarily on their complete merit of playing in the game, but just for the good of baseball, moving the conversation beyond Bonds and Clemens and allowing us to honor the Hall of Famers that are already in there, like the Tom Seavers, the Sandy Koufaxes, and not just the one-liner, hey, they were a great player. Let's talk about these players that aren't in the Hall of Fame instead. That has done nothing good for the game of baseball and the need to move forward. Cronenworth can play first, yes, but Kim has bounced all over the infield as well. He can do it as well. I do think the Astros could repeat as well, but they're going to be doing it without Justin Verlander at the head of their rotation. They're going to possibly be doing it without Michael Brantley, who wasn't there in the stretch run this past year either. But they did bring in Jose Abreu. They could bring in Contreras, but I worry about that pitching long term. They have a lot of good young pitching, but they've never had to do it without the pressure being taken off of those young pitchers by the likes of a Garrett Cole or a Justin Verlander. Now it's going to be all on those young guys, and are they going to be able to hold up to the pressure? We'll find out. Well, I would love to have a job as an MLB insider. I would absolutely love it. If you're a newspaper out there, The Athletic, whoever, send me a message. But I really like what I've started here at the Upside. We finally reached 1,000 subscribers today, and we're finally getting to the monetization level of it. Got to go through a whole review process now that we're over 1,000. But once that's completed, then I'll be able to do this full time for you guys, at least a lot more consistently. And then hopefully in a year, this will be even bigger than it already is. Just imagine 1 year ago and one day, this had 0 subscribers. Or 1 year ago, 1 week ago. So literally 372 days away, or 372 days ago. This channel didn't exist, and here we are a year and 1 week later, over 1,000. Will Altuve make the Hall of Fame? Possibly. I think he's going to have the same issues Carlos Beltran is dealing with as far as Hall of Fame votes. If Beltran gets in, Altuve will get in. Bonds and Clemens aren't Hall of Famers because they cheated and were rude to the media. I don't know if Bonds or Clemens will ever get in after what we just saw on the Era Committee ballot, them getting under 4 million. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate that. But because they didn't get over the 75% required in either the writer's ballot or in the Era ballot, I find it very difficult for them to get in. And unfortunately for baseball, this is now what we're going to talk about every single year. We're going to talk about Bonds, we're going to talk about Clemens, we're going to talk about Rose, we're going to talk about players who are not in the Hall of Fame because they were the greatest during their era and are not in the Hall of Fame. And that dominates about 50% of the conversation. And other players who deserve more airtime, more discussion about their Hall of Fame eligibility, more conversation about when they're finally elected into the Hall of Fame, more time to be celebrated on that day, more time to be celebrated after they're elected, and yet we're going to continue to be talking about Bonds and Clemens, and that's a shame for Major League Baseball. It's a crying shame, I'll put it that way. But thank you for all the support. Really appreciate you guys joining us. Got 75 of you guys in here right now. Hit that like button and subscribe. Would really appreciate it if you haven't already done so. If you would hit that button, it really does help us out. We've gained quite a few subscribers today. Let's see how high we can get it before the end of the evening. We'll be with you guys through the 11 o'clock hour, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Going to try to rest my voice overnight and then do as many lives with you guys throughout the rest of the week from the winter meetings as possible. I took off of work just to do this winter meetings with you guys. Welcome in gaming, I think, but to answer your question, or to answer that statement anyway from you gaming, I do think Altuve, as good as he has been, the sign stealing scandal isn't viewed the same way as PEDs. That's why Beltran, I think, will probably get in the neighborhood of probably 35% of the vote in his first year of eligibility. Beltran will probably get in by year 5 on the ballot. If that happens, Altuve will absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, whether we like it or not. Joseph, thank you for subscribing earlier. The Orioles have so many prospects. How about a trade for Lopez? I'm assuming you're referring to Pablo Lopez of the Marlins. I don't think the time is now to trade your prospects. I think you should still continue to hold on to them. The only way I would lose a prospect, or at least draft prospect person anyway, is going to be like for a Nate Eovaldi type, somebody who's got a qualifying offer. You lose that prospect that you would have gained in the draft. You don't lose anybody you've already got. And so that would be a much better solution, I think, than going after Pablo Lopez, who's only got 2 years left of eligibility. What is your early MLB postseason predictions? Way too early for any of that. We haven't even seen where Aaron Judge is going to go yet. If Aaron Judge leaves New York, we're talking about the Yankees and Red Sox competing for the cellar in the AL East. That's how big of a free agent he is. If Trey Turner goes to the Phillies, then the Mets may be the third team in that division, or if they lose DeGrom and don't sign a guy like Verlander or Rodon. There's some big questions to answer around Major League Baseball this offseason. We'll get some answers here at the winter meeting, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Will the Brewers trade Corbin Burns this offseason? If I were in their shoes, I would trade one of Brendan Woodruff, Corbin Burnes, or Willy Adames. Why is that? Because they all hit free agency after the 2024 season, and they're not going to be able to afford all three. They have to move one of them. Right now is the peak of their value, and so if I'm them, I probably look to trade Adames. I try to keep both of the starting pitchers, sign them to long-term deals. Burnes is going to be the expensive one. Woodruff a little bit less so, but I think if you keep your rotation together, you have a much better chance of making it to the postseason every single year rather than going for Adames and then trying to piecemeal that rotation together. We saw all the trouble that the Rangers have had probably before the 09 season, going heavy offense for like a decade with really no starting pitching behind it. Then they started investing in some starters, and lo and behold, they made a run to the World Series. Of course, that's 10 years ago, but that's still true today. If you build your team offense first and no pitching, you're going to have a great offense, sure, but you're not going to win nearly as many games. The Rangers last year lost what seemed like 41-run games last year. If they get a good bullpen, if they solve some of their pitching issues, we're talking about probably the most improved team in Major League Baseball after the signing of Jacob deGrom. Do you think Mark Burley will get into the Hall of Fame through the modern era? Is he worthy? He's worthy of being on the Hall of Fame ballot. Is he worthy of being in that committee? I don't think so. I think they need to give more love to the center fielders that were pushed off of the ballot because of the loaded ballot issues of the last decade anyway. The guys like Jim Edmonds, Bernie Williams, Jorge Posada, Kenny Lofton, those type of players are going to get their first crack at that group instead of, the guys like Konerko or a Burley, pieces like that. Maybe even a Johan Santana. Santana, who should have won 3 Cy Youngs in his career, all 3 of them back to back to back, and ultimately did not, only ended up with 1 Cy Young, is absolutely shameful as far as the writers only giving him the 1 Cy Young. But if he had the 3 Cy Youngs, he definitely gets into the Hall of Fame on the writers' ballot. But we'll see how things go. What if Judge pulls a Kevin Durant and goes to Houston? I don't think that happens at all. I mean, they're not going to pay $40 million per player. They're not going to give him 10 million or 10 years anyway. Now, if you give him, say, $50 million over 5, sure, but the Astros aren't doing that. Mets should sign Rodon and trade for Zach Gallen. I don't think you're going to be able to trade for Zach Gallen first and foremost. I think Rodon would be a great fit for any of the teams looking for starting pitching this year. I think he's going to be the best bang for your buck anyway, because I think it's only cost you probably $28 to $30 million a year to bring in Rodon. You're probably going to sign him to probably a 6-year deal with an option, and I think that's going to work out very well for you. He's only 30 years old. Solved the durability issue questions anyway last year with the Giants, pitching a full season with a very poor defense behind him. Still pitched a 2.88 ERA. Fielding independent pitching anyway, I think, or ERA plus or whatever the stat is anyway, would have had his adjusted ERA down to 2.25, I believe was the stat for Carlos Rodon. Pitched way better than his stats actually look like with the Giants, and even then, he still was an all-star level pitcher for the Giants last year. If my Phillies get one of the shortstops and some good pitching, watch out for the NL East. We're coming for the World Series championship. I think so as well. But again, a lot hinges on that Bryce Harper injury. If he's out for the entire year, which is not out of the realm of possibility, then I think you're talking about an early playoff exit. If you're able to add a couple of good starting pitchers, round out that rotation, add a good shortstop, and Bryce Harper's healthy by, say, September, then I do think the entire National League should be on notice. Love or hate Altuve, every team which they had Altuve, that guy is a great player for a super small guy and a great clubhouse guy. He has been a fantastic player. He was on those really bad teams with the Houston Astros. Was hitting, 360 for an extended period of time in those horrible Astros years. He's basically the one piece they had before that. He's a great player. Whether the sign stealing scandal was really impactful during that season or not, we'll never really know. We just know that it shouldn't have happened. The Astros were punished for it. The players weren't necessarily punished for it, which is why the league, or why fans still want to take out some of their frustrations on them and bang on trash cans, etc., and disapproval of them, etc. But Altuve is still a great player. To say he's not is just ridiculous at this point. But to honor him in the Hall of Fame is another question. But as I mentioned, if Beltran gets in, I think Altuve, when his career is over, likely gets into the Hall of Fame as well. I Chances would be great if we had good pitching and one shortstop. Yes. If Altuve wasn't the face of the Astros, it wouldn't have gotten all that hate. I don't know. I think the face of the Astros for me as a Rangers fan for that era, or for that time anyway, was Carlos Correa. I mean, there wasn't a player on the Astros I didn't like more than Carlos Correa and George Springer. Just did not like either one of those players. Carlos Beltran, coming into the Rangers, the assets we gave up to bring him in for a half season and ultimately did not make the postseason that year, kind of left a bad taste in my mouth as well. And then everything, apparently he was running it, the sign stealing stuff down in Houston. That's why if he gets in, when he ran the thing in Houston, Altuve will get in. But appreciate you guys joining us. Got over 75 viewers right now. Thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like and subscribe button. If you guys are joining us for the first time, we cover Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NFL, and the NHL. We'll cover the entire winter meetings for you guys, be live with you guys through 11 o'clock this evening, breaking down anything that happens as it happens. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. And of course, the rest of this week during the winter meetings, I'm off. I will be able to get you guys all the information you require. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and even follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. You can check out that handle at the very bottom of the page. Let's see if we're finally getting some rumors. Not yet. Everybody's still talking about Hall of Fame and how Clemens and Bonds didn't get in. Notice how half the conversation is about McGriff getting in. The other half is about who didn't, and who are they focusing on? Not Mattingly. They're not focusing on, Dale Murphy. They're not focusing on those guys. They're focusing on Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens. That's who they're focusing on. Just horrible for the sport of baseball. If Epler don't sign Rodon or Verlander before the winter meetings, is over anyway. Is he on the hot seat? No. I think this is more about the owner, Steve Cohen, not willing to go the years and the money for a Jacob deGrom. And I think if they don't get Verlander or Rodon, which I think is a very remote possibility, but say they don't, they still are likely to end up with a group of, or a couple of good starting pitchers, Bassett, Walker, and then another starter, I'm sure. Senga could be that replacement for deGrom. But if they don't get Rodon or Verlander, it's certainly not an improving year for the Mets. And I think part of that is on Steve Cohen. He came to the Mets with the expectation that he was willing to spend any amount of money to sign any free agent at any point, at any time, at any age, for any value, as long as it led to a World Series championship with the Mets. He was going to do it. And so far, last year, we thought he was going to do it. He brought in all the pieces that were necessary. They had a great start to the year, fizzled out at the end. So this year, they're expected to load up once again, bring back their pieces, add a couple of pieces, and give it another, good old college try. And here they are, a month into free agency. They've re-signed Edwin Diaz, but they let Jacob deGrom walk. So we'll see how things work out. Adrian Beltre up for the Hall of Fame in 24. Thoughts on him getting in? First ballot. Did I answer that quick enough? First ballot. How about now? First ballot. Adrian Beltre is absolutely a Hall of Famer. His defense was legendary. His bat was legendary as well, especially in the second half of his career. The leadership qualities he's had. I've rarely seen players with his level of leadership on a team. I think back to guys like Jeter. Think back to guys like Chipper Jones, Yadier Molina. That level of player, that level of impact. Adrian Beltre is that level of leader. That's how much of a leader on the field and off the field he was. And as far as impact on the field, longevity is there, the peak is there, the numbers are there. Third baseman, I think he's top 10 in his all-time anyway, as far as pretty much most of the statistical categories at third base. And that position is severely underrated in Major League Baseball, or in the Hall of Fame anyway. Scott Rowland should get into the Hall of Fame, another career or top 10 all-time third baseman anyway. So I think we could induct a couple of third basemen here over the next couple of years. It took 2 years for Hoffman to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, yeah, it's a closer. Closers are different. Third basemen, I'd say, are also different, but they have an easier time at least than closers. Yeah, Beltran was a Cardinal at one point. He played for a lot of teams: Royals, Mets, Yanks, Rangers, Astros. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button today. Hopefully we get some news here in a few minutes. We're now about a full hour plus into or after the Hall of Fame announcement there. Looks like the 49ers are adding a quarterback, Josh Johnson, off of the Broncos practice squad. Hopefully Garoppolo didn't hurt himself too badly and can get him back before the playoffs. Who do you think was the better player, Andre Ethier or Matt Kemp? Kemp for the peak. I'd say Kemp overall too. Ethier was a nice player, maybe top, I don't know, 30% in the entire game. Kemp was probably top 25. You don't think we're getting any news tonight? We usually get some news. It just takes about an hour or two after the headlines. Nightingale, they're talking about the Bob Nightingale report right now on MLB Network that the Astros are in on Wilson Contreras and Andrew Benintendi. Remember, they already solved their hole at first base. Their starting rotation is still locked up, even after losing Justin Verlander in free agency, which is expected here at the winter meetings. We are waiting on the Sean Murphy deal. So supposedly that was close. Feinstein did say that he had the wrong team. The Braves are not the team that's close with him. So hopefully we'll get some news out of that tonight. Maybe even early morning tomorrow. Yeah, if it's true with a broken foot, I have no idea as far as a timeline for healing. I haven't paid much attention to football today, but we'll do a video on that tomorrow morning and give you guys all the updates on Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't want to put too much news out there that I don't have all the information on, but 49ers took a big hit to their playoff hopes this year. Yeah, Sean Murphy of the Athletics might get traded. I actually recorded a video just before I came on with the information at the time that the Braves were the team close to bringing him in. Well, that report was erroneous. Alex Anthopoulos, anyway, the GM for the Braves, came out and talked to Feinstein and said, no, we're absolutely not close to a deal with Sean Murphy. What kind of a deal could Sean Manaea get in this market? I think he's easily going to get $10 million. I mean, Matt Boyd just got a $10 million contract for 1 year. I mean, Sean Manaea is a better pitcher at this point of his career than Matt Boyd. And so probably get like a 1-year deal, see if he can prove that he's a little bit better, improve his stats, etc. But he's going to get probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 12, maybe $15 million. Or if he decides to go for a long-term deal, maybe a 3-year, $30 million contract. The Rangers did that with a number of different starting pitchers over the last 5 years anyway, during their rebuild period. And most of those deals worked out in their favor. The Mike Minor deal, the Lance Lynn deal, the Kyle Gibson deal, year after year after year, it worked. And so I wonder if other teams are going to learn from that strategy, try to get pitchers that are highly thought of, but not necessarily have the performance that we expect. I do think Manaea will get in the neighborhood of probably $15 million, though. Yeah, Richard, I agree. Contreras is the best hitter on the market for catcher, but Murphy is the best all-around player, and not that far behind as far as the bat either. And I think the best player for if you're looking for a catcher, you need somebody who can frame. You need somebody who can handle your pitching staff. A team like, I know one of you guys was thinking that Cleveland would be a fit for Sean Murphy anyway. I think that would be a great fit. The Cardinals, I think, as well. The Rays have been connected to him. The Blue Jays are going to deal a catcher, probably Danny Jansen, even though I think they should trade Alejandro Kirk. Corey Hart, solid player, I agree. I was hoping he would join the Rangers at one point, but injury derailed his career. He's not going to get $6 million. I mean, look at Clevenger. He pitched 2 games in the postseason, or was it not Clevenger? Yeah, it was Clevenger. He pitched 2 games and got through. I think he gave up 7 runs in 2.5 innings in 2 games, and he got $12 million. You think Manaea is going to get less? I think he's going to get more. The only reason Clevenger got a 1-year 12, and then there's incentives in the deal as well to make it go higher, is because of the injury issues. Manaea doesn't have the same worrisome issues that Clevenger had. He said Bogarts is the #1 target. Well, that'd be news. That might mean that they think they're out on Carlos Correa at this point, because he has been their target up until recently. That was from, I think, Heyman and Rosenthal probably 3 weeks ago. If Bogarts is now their #1 target, that might tell you where Carlos Correa's market has gone as far as dollars, and it might be out of the reach of the Cubs. So maybe Bogarts' market is a little bit lower, and so they've kind of rotated to the Bogarts market. That'd be an interesting development. But again, Correa's market was at that point last year and ultimately signed 3 years with options, or excuse me, the opt-outs after the first and second year. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 81 of you guys. We've broken the 80 viewer mark. Say hi in the chat. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. If you're just joining us for the first time, Fred McGriff has been elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Fantastic player, fantastic career. Congratulations. Long overdue reward here for Fred McGriff. He gets unanimously elected into the Hall of Fame. Stripling is a good choice as a 5. Hello, Bryce. I see ya. Trump is my #1 choice for the Padres. I agree. But, again, he's my #1 for every team. I just think he's going to go to Philadelphia. Bogarts does have that connection to Hoyer. He seemed, or at least the front office with Hoyer, seemed to value Bogarts a whole lot more than the front office with Bloom in Boston anyway. But if you guys are just joining us for the first time, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Would really appreciate it. We finally crossed the 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's see how high we can get it this evening. Again, we're going to be live with you guys until probably 11 o'clock, breaking down any of the news that happens. Baseball winter meetings are underway. Teams have finally landed out in San Diego anyway. I'm sure they're finally getting down to the business of baseball now that the Hall of Fame announcement is out. And hopefully we'll get some rumors probably in the later evening hours. Make sure you turn on your notifications tonight because the winter meetings are on the West Coast. We will likely see some very late night negotiations and signings as well. So, for instance, if it was on the East Coast, if you're you'd see negotiations go until 11 o'clock Central, midnight on the East Coast. Well, since it's on the West Coast, if you're on the East Coast, you're going to see a lot of late night negotiations going until 2, 3 a.m. even. So make sure you turn on those notifications. When something happens, we'll make sure to let you guys know and keep you guys updated as well. Looks like the network anyway is discussing Brandon Drury or Justin Turner. Who would you rather have next season? For me, it would be Brandon Drury because it's not going to cost nearly as much. Do you have a mystery team on Judge? No. If there was a mystery team, it'd probably be the Rangers, but they already signed Jacob deGrom. I don't think they're going to bring in a guy like Aaron Judge to solve their left field issues or move Adolis Garcia over there and put Judge in right. I just think they're more focused on adding more pitching to that staff. World Cup predictions. The U.S. is out. I don't really follow soccer at all. Netherlands, I don't think has lost a game in a year. They looked pretty unstoppable against the United States. Argentina had a comeback win the other day. If I had to pick, I'd probably say Netherlands, but I'll probably be wrong. Jimmy Rollins, you hope gets into the Hall of Fame. I understand if you're a Phillies fan or if you're in the Northeast, you might have a greater appreciation for J-Roll than I do. But for me, Jimmy Rollins is not I never considered Jimmy Rollins a top shortstop when he played. I didn't see him as a Hall of Famer for sure. I just don't see the leap. Should he be considered one of the top 10, or excuse me, top 10% greatest players in the game? Absolutely. Is he in that top 5%? Pretty darn close. Could I hear an argument for top 4%? Sure. Do I think he would be a Hall of Famer? No. Besides the lack of the crime dog not taking any steroids throughout his career, why was our search disrespect to Fred until now for the Hall? Well, it's been disrespectful to Fred McGriff anyway because they keep taking votes away from him. They never would talk about him, in previous years like they would have other top or players of his ilk anyway. For instance, if Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens were already elected to the Hall of Fame and we weren't talking about them constantly being on the ballot, we would focus more on players like Fred McGriff, like Jeff Kent, like Billy Wagner, like Scott Rowland. And now we're finally seeing that level of player get into the Hall of Fame. Long overdue honor for Fred McGriff. What teams are in on Carlos Rodon? That's a lengthy list. And where will he end up? Thank you for joining us, Anthony. Appreciate you joining us. If you guys haven't hit that subscribe button, please do, but make sure you hit that like as well. But to answer your question, where will he end up? I think he's going to end up in either Texas, the Mets, or the Giants. I don't think he ends up going to the Dodgers. I think there's 8 to 9 teams in on him. The Twins, the Rangers, the Giants, the Mets, the Dodgers. There was a couple others. Mariners were mentioned as a team that was interested as well. And I want to say the Red Sox were mentioned as well. But if I had to pick, I would probably say... That's a tough one. I just think the Rangers want to double dip just like they did last year with Seager and Simeon. If they do, they spend another 30-ish million on a Carlos Rodon. We're talking about a top 5 rotation in the game. That's a difference-making thing for the Texas Rangers. That's exactly what I think they should do. I think they will try to add one more starter. Will it be Rodon? Will it be Senga? Will it be Bassett? Will it be a trade for Woodruff, for Burns, or Lopez? I don't know, but I think they're determined to add another starter to that rotation. I don't think Jake Odorizzi is what Chris Young was talking about as adding multiple starters to that team. What bullpen pieces should the Mets get? Well, first and foremost, they need to bring back Adam Ottavino and then continue to build some back-end depth there. Looking at David Robertson, other pieces like that. Corey Knebel might be a piece at the back end. There's not a lot of great back-end options on the market right now. They could trade for it, of course, but they need some stead-up men, and they haven't spoken to Seth Lugo. We'll see how things go. The program is upbeat from earlier. Yeah, it's been a lot of entertaining conversation. If you guys are new to this, the chat anyway, new to the Upside, hit that subscribe button. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Drury couldn't hit himself out of a wet paper bag as a Blue Jay. Same with Gio Urshela. What happened, especially with Drury? Well, Drury finally found consistency again. He's had years where he kind of comes in, up and again anyway, and then comes back down. And it just seems like year to year his performance isn't as predictable as normal position players. He kind of reminds me a little bit, as far as performance anyway, to a reliever. Relievers will have a great year one year, and then for some reason go to a 4 ERA when they had a 1.5 ERA the year before. He's very mercurial in that way, and so I think the numbers for Drury won't be nearly as significant on the free agent market, whereas Justin Turner probably gets in the neighborhood of $10 to $15 million in free agency. Do you think the Pirates will trade with the Yankees for Brian Reynolds? I think Brian Reynolds will be traded now. Because he made that trade request, I don't think they want him around the young guys that have been on his roster or on that roster. Welcome back, Mark. Appreciate you. But I would say Brian Reynolds at this point gets traded. I think it's going to cost a mountain of prospects, but not nearly as much as it would have cost, say, 3 or 4 years ago. You see a lot more players like McGriff getting in from the modern committee. The Cubs and White Sox Hall of Famers are on that committee. They despise the players who cheated. Well, remember the era committee is only every couple of years. It's not going to be every single year that those players are going to be on that ballot. They're going to flip that ballot to, I think, like the 50s, 60s, 70s type players next, I think. Or maybe the 80s. I can't remember. But that era of player is next. So we won't have the same players who are on the ballot this year, next year. It'll be 2 years until these players are on the ballot again. I'm sure we'll talk about them, though. I'm sure we'll talk about Bonds and Clemens. I'm sure we'll talk about A-Rod and Beltran and Manny and everybody else and Kurt Schilling. But that ballot does rotate from year to year. What are the Padres going to do? I think the Padres are going to make one big splash as a free agent target anyway, maybe even a trade. Uh, there's a lot of heat or a lot of smoke anyway about them looking at the shortstop class. I'm very curious to see if they get something done there. But I just don't see them adding Josh Bell back. I think Josh Bell is a very good fit for teams like the San Francisco Giants, the Cleveland Guardians, teams that uh, still see him as a very productive hitter because he is. I just don't think the Padres view him the same way because he hit under 200 with them. Things just didn't really work out there. It's just a marriage that didn't work. Part of the reason why he wasn't extended a qualifying offer was how badly it went. Josh Bell could go to Cleveland. I just think it's not going to happen until after the Judge signing. I think he wants to maximize his free agency dollars. He's going to be probably one of the better best first basemen on the market right now as far as free agents. But we could see another team jump in there. Welcome in, Sarah. Appreciate you joining us. Got like 85 of you guys for just a moment there. It's fluctuating between 75 and 85. But thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like and subscribe if you're just joining us for the first time. Wonder what the Cardinals are going to do. I think they're going to add. They say they have 6 starters. At least that's what what's his name? Mozeliak, the GM for the Cardinals, is saying that they have 6 starters right now. I don't buy that argument. I think they have depth at the starters, sure. I think they could move an outfielder as well. They still need to add a catcher. I think they could make a move for a shortstop, but they say they're happy with Edman there. I think the Cardinals are going to do the same thing that they've always done. Tinker around the edges, maybe add a Brendan Belt to platoon at first base, or at least give a day off at first base for Paul Goldschmidt. If he becomes, the hitter that he was with San Francisco before last year, then they really got something. But they need somebody to take that Albert Pujols role in that offense next year. And I think Brendan Belt might be the guy. Not exactly exciting, but the Cardinals are not exactly an exciting team when it comes to free agency. Welcome in, Robert. Do you think Verlander will sign with the Mets in 3 days? I think Verlander will sign in the next 3 days. If I had to predict a team, it would be the Mets right now. I think that's probably between the Mets and the Dodgers for Verlander, with probably teams like the Giants and Rangers and Yankees on the periphery. Cardinals will trade for Danny Jansen and another piece for Nootbaar or O'Neill. Maybe O'Neill for Jansen. I think that's probably closer trade value anyway. Nootbaar, I think, is a little bit too much value for a straight-up trade for Jansen. Now, if you're talking about Alejandro Kirk, you can put him at catcher for a year or two and then immediately shift him to DH. That could work out for the Cardinals as well, but I think you guys have heard this argument a lot from me before. I would trade Kirk just because you need to have that DH spot available for Guerrero as he gets older and not have Kirk already taking that spot. Because at that point, then he becomes untradeable. While he's going to be a great hitter, I think, in his career, he's not going to be able to stay behind the plate for the rest of his career. And I think a couple of years more behind the plate is max what you see from Alejandro Kirk. Padres do need another starting pitcher. They are in the market for some starting pitching. They're talking about Chris Bassett, Kodai Senga, those kinds of things. Exactly, Robert. 85 people? Come on, let's get some likes. What are we doing, people? Thank you, guys. Why would the Braves be interested in trading for Sean Murphy if they have 2 catchers already? Well, none of them are Sean Murphy. That's why. Sean Murphy is the top catcher on the market right now. Sorry, Wilson Contreras. Even though you have a good bat, Murphy is the all-around catcher that most teams are going to prefer over you. And Sean Murphy would be a great fit on any team. Maybe this is the Braves' way of improving their team if they lose Dansby Swanson by bringing in a guy like Sean Murphy to to have a better bat. Let Grissom take over short and go forward from there. Welcome in, Scott. Appreciate you joining us. Who are the Cubs in on? Any of the shortstops right now? Sounds like they might be priced out of the Carlos Correa sweepstakes. They did have Carlos Correa as their top free agent target. Nightingale, anyway, saying that their new top target is Xander Bogaerts. I wonder if that's because the money is a little bit cheaper on Bogaerts than it is for Correa. Thank you for joining us, Mike. Appreciate it. AJ Preller, I don't know if he'll trade for pitching, but I do think he'll make a big splashy move. He's tried trading for pitching a lot in the past with mixed results. What do you think of the Cubs' chances of landing Kodai Senga are? Seiyu Suzuki has been making a major sales pitch. I'm sure he is, but I think Senga's going to go where he can get the most value for out of that deal. At the beginning of the offseason, I would have told you 5 years, $75 million would sound like a great contract for Senga. Well, he's a complete free agent, so he's not subject to the posting system, and I guess teams are being a little bit more aggressive with that information. And so projections right now are that Senga's going to get something in the range of 3 years at $72 million. In case you guys are wondering, that's north of $20 million. That's a lot of money for a guy who's never thrown one pitch in Major League Baseball. And I understand he's got a great, track record behind him, and he's got great prospects coming into the Major League Baseball, and he's going to come in probably as your number 1 or 2 or 3 starter, depending on who ends up signing him. But that's a lot of money for a guy who's never thrown a pitch in the majors. Of course, we say that for every guy who ever comes over from the NPB. Everybody said that about Shohei Ohtani, how it's a once-in-a-lifetime talent, but he's never played in the majors. How will he stack up? What are the chances of, and where will Judge sign percentage-wise? Well, I've been putting this forward for you guys for the most part of this offseason. I'll kind of repeat it for those of you who are new to us. Since we do have about 80 of you guys with us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. But I would put the chances for Judge anyway, going back to the Yankees, around 40%. I'd put the Giants at around 38%. And the Dodgers with the remaining percentage points. I don't think there's really anybody else for Judge. I mean, you could give a 0.5%, I suppose, to a team like the Rangers, who could surprise everybody and just push all their money into the center on a offense first team, even though they've now added Jacob deGrom. But for me, I think it's still Yankees because they absolutely have to get him. I mean, if they don't get him, what are they doing? They literally have nothing going for them if they don't bring back Aaron Judge. They have a lot of big, bloated contracts on their roster. Without Judge, to make those contracts look a lot better, those contracts look even worse, and their future would be completely up for grabs. I would say they try to push their chips to the center next year for Shohei Ohtani, especially with Donaldson coming off the board or coming off the books. Maybe a Rafael Devers and try to reinvest that way. But the Yankees, if they lose Judge, could be in the cellar of the AL Central. They have to bring back Aaron Judge. If they don't, that's where they'll be. Red Sox and Yankees could be in the cellar without Judge going back to New York. I think Red Sox are going to be in the bottom 2 teams in that division. Will Volpe get called up next season? Absolutely, unless he's traded because they brought in a guy like Carlos Correa because they didn't sign Aaron Judge. So they flipped Volpe for another outfielder or for Fernando Tatis Jr. or some type of splashy move to make fans forget about Aaron Judge, which, by the way, they won't be able to. Sean Murphy to the Padres would be amazing. They've traded for a lot of catching, though. I mean, the Padres have traded for, 5 catchers in 2 years? At some point, you just got to get somebody back there consistent to work with your pitching staff. Your pitching staff performed very well last year. I think you stick with what's working right now. Really hope Cleveland gets Murphy or Bell. Welcome in, Donnie. Appreciate you joining us. But I think they would be a great fit for both of those players. Cleveland would be a significantly better team, probably a threat to win that division next year. They kind of came out of nowhere this year to take it, and I don't think they'll repeat unless they make some type of addition. Would you trade Campy for Murphy? I would. Volpe and Peraza? I think you could trade Volpe and Peraza if you brought in a shortstop, but that's only if you sign, Carlos Correa to be your shortstop. Then there's no point in keeping either one. Which team do you think wins the lottery? Well, I'm not going to jinx it because I'm a Rangers fan. Welcome back, Haya. But for me, I mean, the Rangers have a 6.5% chance. That's all I'm saying. I mean, there are like 6 other teams that have better chances to win the lottery than the Rangers, but as a Rangers fan, I've got to pull for my Rangers. I mean, it's a lottery. We'll never know until we actually see the results. It's, ping pong balls. No way to predict those. I know you're a Pirates fan, Haya. I know you're disappointed in Brian Reynolds, but you kind of can't blame him either. They haven't put any type of representative team around him. I think there's a chance if they move Reynolds that they could move Bednar as well and let the young players kind of flourish next year and have all the playing time. Maybe bring in another veteran, low-cost veteran like a Carlos Santana that they brought in to play first to kind of shepherd that team along. Somebody like a Jose Quintana makes a lot of sense again. I do think the Rangers are going to be good, but again, rose-colored glasses and all that. Trying to stay as objective as I can about the Rangers, but they did get the #1 pitcher in the sport when healthy. They've got a really good really good shortstop, a really good second baseman, Silver Slugger Award winner at first base, top overall prospect in Josh Young at third base. They found an answer in center field with Leody Taveras. They got a waiver claim that worked out to probably a 260 hitter with a 25 home runs and 80 RBIs annually for Adolis Garcia. Catcher's starting to look solid with a couple of young guys back there. But the Rangers should be good. We'll see if they're able to solve their back end of the bullpen, add another starter, and solve left field. Will Boston trade Devers if they end up in the basement? Well, if they end up in the basement, he's going to be a free agent. So at the deadline, they would have to trade him if they don't get an extension done. Trust me, I'm a Cubs fan. We will end up picking first pick right after the top surefire picks. Okay. Welcome in, Valdez. Appreciate you joining us. As an Angels fan, do you think the Angels make another big free agent signing? The Angels have gone for years for the big ticket free agent. For years, it hasn't worked out. Josh Hamilton, C.J. Wilson, Anthony Rendon, Justin Upton, Albert Pujols. Stop me when one of these free agency signings brought them to a postseason berth. Got a new update on the page. Thank you, Bryce. Blue Jays interested in Justin Verlander. That one's new. They were interested in a lot of free agent starters last year because, of course, they made the deal for Barrios last year, or not this past season, but the previous. And so they do need a fifth starter there. Had a lot of poor performance in that rotation. Not sure if Toronto is going to ultimately sign Verlander, but interesting to say that he's in there. Give me a deal with money and years in Carlos Quintana. You mean Jose Quintana? Jose Quintana, probably 1 year, $12 million. Something like that. As long as the Dodgers miss out on everyone, you'll be happy. I got bad news for you. Dodgers are not missing out on everyone. Dodgers are going to be able to sign at least a couple of the free agents out there. Probably one of the shortstops and maybe a starter. Welcome in, Mantis. Appreciate you for joining us. Got about 80 of you guys in there right now. Appreciate all you guys. We just crossed the 3-hour mark of our live. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. Try to break down every single signing that happens from the winter meetings for you guys. Be live as much as possible during the winter meetings and keep you guys updated throughout baseball's hot stove season. But thank you guys for joining us. We finally crossed the 1,000 subscriber threshold this evening. Let's see how high we can get that number. We got 80 of you guys in here right now. Come on, guys. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Anthony asks, where will Taijuan Walker end up? Not hitting. The Angels are the worst organization in MLB and in SoCal. I mean, that's kind of tough to argue at this point. The Angels have not performed very well. They do have 2 of the top 3 players in all of Major League Baseball, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. They do have great players, but they haven't been able to win games even with them on the roster. Rotation hasn't been very good. So let's see what the Angels have up their sleeve. They've tried to piecemeal it together with some good WAR guys, some good defensive players so far with Gio Urshela and Hunter Renfroe. They added a 1-year success story in Tyler Anderson, even though he's had 5 years of an ERA over 4.5. They decided to give him a 3-year, $39 million contract and lose the draft pick just to bring him in because he got the qualifying offer. I'll be surprised if they stop where they are right now. Yeah, finally. I finally got to 1,000. So, really appreciate you guys joining us. The Angels are indeed up for sale, and that's part of the reason why I think they're holding on to Shohei Ohtani. I would have traded Shohei Ohtani, not this offseason, but last offseason. That's when I would have dealt Shohei Ohtani for max value. That's why Brian Reynolds, who's got 2 years left on his deal, doesn't have a higher trade value than right now. So I expect something to happen there. Where will Taijuan Walker end up? To answer your question, though, I would probably say back with the Mets, a team that's looking for a number 3, 4 type starter. Maybe a team like the Tigers leaps out there and tries to get Taijuan Walker. Somebody like that. Somebody who's trying to go a little bit cheaper at the starting rotation spot and go for a little bit more upside. Walker's always had immense upside, but Mets found the best out of him last year. We'll see how he goes. Welcome in, Patrick. Would you think that Josh Bell going to the Mariners is a possibility since Carlos Santana is gone? I do think that's a legitimate possibility. They could use a DH. They could use a left fielder. They're looking at a number 5 starter, and they've talked about adding a catcher. We'll see which option they go with. Of course, I imagine bullpen help every team's going to be looking for. Brewers reportedly not trading their stars. Maybe they are still in on Sean Murphy. Them or D-backs could be a dark horse team to acquire him. As an A's fan, I want a center fielder. Those teams can offer one. Well, I mean, for the Brewers, they have issues of their own as far as payroll concerns to worry about. You got to worry about their free agency issues in 2024. Adames, Burns, and Woodruff all hit free agency at the end of 2024. I expect one of them to be dealt within the next year. Hopefully it's Willy Adames, just because I think starting pitching is tougher to come by. I would prefer to keep the starters, preferably Corbin Burns. If I had to trade a starter, it would certainly be Woodruff. A lot less value there. Corbin Burns is your Cy Young Award winner and definitely has the highest potential, highest ceiling out of that group anyway. A lot of news hopefully coming tomorrow morning, so keep your eyes and ears peeled for the possibilities of what could happen. Are the San Francisco Giants a playoff team if they sign Judge? Yes. They easily make a wild card run, even with their roster as currently constructed. I think I heard Murphy trade happening soon. Well, there was a report out there earlier that the Atlanta Braves were close to a deal for Sean Murphy, the catcher from the Oakland A's. Would have been very interesting because Shea Langeliers, the top prospect of the A's right now, came from the Atlanta Braves system in the Matt Olson trade a year ago. It'd be interesting to see them take Sean Murphy when they had Shea Langeliers in their system last year. But to answer your question, or to answer your comment anyway about the A's needing a center fielder, they've brought up a couple of different center fielder prospects. They've added a couple center field prospects in their past few deals. Christian Pache from the Braves is one. Not necessarily that he took off last year with the A's, but of course, any outfielder out there at the moment would be a nice get for the A's. So we'll see who ends up getting him. I think the Angels will get bought by a guy like Steve Cohen, probably. Remember, I just saw this news article the other day, is that Floyd Mayweather, the boxer, offered over $2 billion out of his own personal cash to buy a basketball team. I wonder if somebody comes out of the woodwork like that for a baseball team, but the bidding should get intense for an LA market team. But let's see, is Pablo Lopez or Sandy Alcantara available? Alcantara is absolutely not available, will not be traded. Lopez is definitely on the market. Any other person on the Marlins roster right now is available outside of Alcantara. I expect Pablo Lopez to be dealt this offseason. Sounds like he has the most value out there. 2 years left on his deal. You don't want that value to diminish even more. Starting pitching is at a premium right now, and we'll see where he ends up going. But I imagine if the Yankees retain Aaron Judge, I would imagine they're going to try to trade for Pablo Lopez. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Welcome in, David. Appreciate you for joining us. I think this is the first time I've seen you in our comments. But thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us for the first time, we just crossed 87 of you guys in the chat. Wow. Appreciate all those viewers out there. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. I'd really appreciate it. And that like button. Follow us on Twitter, UpsideSN. We'll keep you guys updated. Dodgers can sign all the number 1 targets in free agency. If they will choke in the playoffs like they always do. That's a little harsh. I mean, they did win a World Series. But I do understand the point is that the Dodgers do have a diminishing window right now, so they need to get some high-end pieces in there. Trey Turner's expected to leave in free agency. They've lost Kenley Jansen, Max Scherzer in the past as well. So they're experiencing a little bit of turnover, and the prospects aren't necessarily hitting at the same clip that they have in the past. Of course, they have Walker Buehler and Julio Urias and Dustin May and Gavin Lux, but they don't really have that impact piece like a Mookie Betts or a Freddie Freeman coming through their system. Cartaya could be that guy, but again, catcher is blocked by Will Smith. Normally, I don't ask about Minnesota Twins moves, but the new management will spend and make moves. What do you think the Minnesota Twins will do? Well, their top priority is to bring back Carlos Correa. I imagine they'll be in there until the very end. They have a 1-year contract offer on the table for Correa. They have a 6-year, an 8-year, and a 10-year contract offer on the table for Carlos Correa. He knows where Carlos Correa knows that the Minnesota Twins want him back. I imagine if the market comes back a little bit for Correa, we could see Correa cycle back to the Twins and try to sign there. If he doesn't, which I don't expect him to sign with Minnesota, their next target would be Carlos Rodon. Thank you for subscribing, Alex. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, what are you doing? Hit the subscribe. Stay up to date with everything from the hot stove. But as far as Twins moves, they need to add around the periphery. They added to the starting staff at the trade deadline in Tyler Mahle. I expect them to add at least one bat this offseason. I know they need a shortstop. If they don't bring back Carlos Correa, unfortunately, they might be left with Elvis Andrus at short next year. Who do you think will get Sean Murphy? That's a tough one. There's a lot of teams in the mix. 2 weeks ago, I would have told you the Tampa Bay Rays. I still am kind of leaning that direction, but I kind of like the argument for Cleveland as well. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that compliment. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. What do you think will happen with Trevor Bauer when he comes back? Absolutely nothing. I think he's literally untouchable right now. It'll be at least another year before another team takes a chance on Trevor Bauer as a starting pitcher. The Yankees would be dumb to give Aaron Judge a 9-year deal. Well, then they should be dumb. They need to give him whatever he wants. If it's a 10-year deal at $45 million a year, get it done. If it's 11 years, whatever Aaron Judge wants, literally give it to him. I mean, what's your alternative if you're the Yankees? The bottom of the AL East for a year? That does not happen for a team that's expected to contend for championships year in and year out. Brian Cashman will be fired even after being with that organization for 20 years if they lose Aaron Judge. And so I think the bidding right now is at least 9 years for Aaron Judge. It will happen. Thank you for subscribing, Anthony. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Bauer might go to the Expos. That's all. The Expos aren't around. Exactly. Maybe it'll be the expansion team. Thank you for subscribing, David. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. If Yankees keep Judge, do you think they would still be in on Ohtani when he hits free agency? Absolutely. I think Ohtani's market next year is going to come down to the Dodgers, probably the Giants, the Yankees as well. I do think it'll be close to $500 million for Ohtani, though. I think you're right there. Nobody's ever been like him. Do you think McCutchen signing with the Pirates would make sense to end his career possibly this year? I think that would be a great fill-in for a Brian Reynolds if they trade him, a good veteran bat, somebody with Pittsburgh history, somebody to kind of talk or speak well of the organization, especially with Brian Reynolds requesting a trade. Exactly the piece that I think the Pirates would like to have this offseason. A good piece there. Who do you think Nimmo signs with? I answered this one earlier, but as far as the Nimmo goes, his market's going to take a while to figure out. It sounds like the Mariners, the Blue Jays, the Giants, the loser of the Aaron Judge sweepstakes will be in there for Brandon Nimmo. So I'm curious to see where he'll go. But for right now, the Toronto Blue Jays. But I think the Giants might be right there. Appreciate it. Thank you, David. Try to give you as much info as I can. Do you think the Angels will sign Chris Bassett, Kodai Senga, or Rodon? No, no, and no. What will Profar get the offseason? He wants $15 million a year. He's not going to get 15, but he might get 10 to 12. He's a good multi-positional player. Has finally found some consistent playing time at the major league level. He'd be a good fit back on the Padres. I think he'd be a good leadoff hitter for them next year. So maybe a $10 to $12 million contract for a Profar. He just opted out of a 3-year, $18 million deal. Only going to pay him $6 million next year. So good choice for Profar. I think he should be back in San Diego. If not, as a Rangers fan, he started out as a Ranger. Bring him back. I'd love to have him fill in at shortstop, kind of take over that Josh Smith role from last year with some major league talent. Maybe have him in left field regularly if they don't bring in Haniger. Where will Bellinger end up? Also, what alternatives do the Mets have if they lose Nimmo? Not many alternatives. Brian Reynolds probably the best alternative, honestly. Outside of that, there really is nobody that they could replace him with. Where will Bellinger end up? If I'm the Orioles, I make a 1-year offer to Cody Bellinger and just see what he does. Maybe a 1-year $13 million offer just to kind of get something going. And if he gets back to his career high numbers, then you've really got something. But again, I just don't think it's going to happen. It's been 3 years now since Cody Bellinger was a productive major league player. and I just don't see it happening. Jays will take a risk on Bellinger. Yeah, that's another team I think is right there for Cody Bellinger. But if I'm the Orioles, I try to make a run at him. But the Blue Jays make perfect sense as well. Left-handed bat, that's exactly what the Jays are needing, especially after trading Teoscar Hernandez and having a very right-handed lineup. Adam Duvall to the Mets anyway. When healthy, he's a masher. That could be a fill-in there, free agency-wise. He is a little bit older, power potential, but again, you start to lose some speed and those kinds of things when you bring in Adam Duvall and lose Brendan Nimmo. Do you think Verlander to the Blue Jays, Verlander is real? I just don't think that's real. Sorry, I just think Verlander's market is strictly Mets and Dodgers, with maybe the Rangers and Rangers, Giants, and Yankees next. Who do you think your Rangers sign next? Well, I would say a starting pitcher. If they are serious in the market for a guy like Rodon, if Verlander goes tonight, then I could see them getting Rodon by noon tomorrow. If Verlander goes by Tuesday, then maybe by the end of the winter meetings we get Rodon. If they're not going to get a guy like Rodon, maybe Kodai Senga, maybe something like that. Another starting pitcher I think is their next signing. Verlander no-hit the Jays twice, I believe. Would love him. Yeah. Well, I mean, getting Verlander to fill in as your number 5 starter in that rotation, he won't be the number 5 if he signs there, but essentially he would be another addition to that starting staff that underperformed last year. That would be a great get for the Blue Jays. I just don't think he's going there. Who will get Andrew Benintendi? His market's a little tougher to read because I think he's going to have to wait for Nimmo, Judge, those type of pieces to sign. Once they do, then I think it's going to be between him and Conforto for the Mariners job. Maybe he ends up on the Astros. Giants could use him, but again, they already brought back Jock Peterson on that qualifying offer. But Benintendi, you're going to have to wait a little bit to see where he goes. Who is the biggest free agent sleeper? Good question. First baseman, definitely Josh Bell. He's the best free agent first baseman on the market right now. If he gets back to his career numbers, you're talking about an impact bat. Nobody's talking about Christian Vazquez as a catcher. They're talking a lot about talking a lot about Sean Murphy and Wilson Contreras. He would be another one. Chris Bassett as a starter, and Kodai Senga I think would be your sleepers. I would be okay if the Padres get Bellinger. I would not go after Bellinger. Maybe you put him at first base because you do need a first baseman. They do like splashy moves. Taking him away from the Dodgers, could work to your advantage or not. Because again, the reason why the Dodgers let him go is because he hasn't been good in 3 years. Why do you think this offseason is going so slowly? I don't think it's going slowly at all. I think we've already seen a lot of big transactions already. Edwin Diaz, the Jacob deGrom, Clayton Kershaw, those types of deals. I think we're going to see a lot of movement here at the winter meetings. And the reason why is because the World Baseball Classic is this year. So teams are going to try to get their rosters set well in advance of that. That way they know what they're working with as they get to that time of year. Remember, those players are not going to be with their team while they're away with the World Baseball Classic teams anyway. So we'll see how it goes. Do you see Yelich in a trade? No, I do not. Christian Yelich's contract is absolutely untradeable, and he hasn't been good the last few years. If he gets back to, say, a 280 hitter at some point in his career, then we can talk about him being a trade candidate. But right now, that's not going to happen, and I don't see it happening at any point in his future. So let's update the page again, just see if we have any new rumors here. Doesn't look like it. Check out our Twitter page as well. Huh. I like that. Diamondbacks president Derek Hall pinch hit for Chipper Jones. Not many can say that. I like that quote. No rumors as of yet. We have crossed the 9 o'clock hour. Haven't seen too many rumors since the Hall of Fame announcement at all. Hopefully here we'll start to see some activity. If it continues to stay this slow, we might end it a little bit early tonight. But hopefully, now that McGriff has been given his due, we'll start to see some rumors and some transactions start to trickle in now that all the teams are in one place in San Diego. In case you guys are new to the Upside, welcome. We got over 75 of you guys right now. Really hope you guys have already hit that subscribe button. If you haven't, hit that subscribe button. Help us out. Hit that like button. We cover the MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. You can follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. But make sure you mash that subscribe button down at the bottom. We'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Who is the best bullpen free agent right now? There's a couple of them. None of them are really better than the others, so we'll kind of give you the class. Taylor Rogers and Kenley Jansen are your closers, followed by Corey Knebel, David Robertson, Aroldis Chapman, Zach Britton. Nobody really jumps off the page, though. Kenley Jansen's probably the best of that group, but has diminishing returns over the last couple of years. As far as the rest of it, there's a couple of good setup men on there. Adam Ottavino's probably the best of the group, pitched a 2.09 ERA, is looking for a multi-year deal, probably in the range of $10 to $12 million a year from the Mets. Sounds like he wants to go back to New York, loves being on the East Coast anyway. He's a New York area guy anyway. At least that's what we've been led to believe in multiple interviews, especially when he's been on MLB Now. Sounds like he really wants to stay in that area. So unfortunately for teams like my Rangers anyway, who could really use a guy like Adam Ottavino in their bullpen to help in those one-run games, I think he's going to stay in the Northeast, and it sounds like a 1 year or 2 year deal with the Mets is very likely. Where's Kenley Jansen going to go? The Giants have been connected to him. However, I find that fit a little bit confusing because if they bring in Judge and bring in Jansen, they have Doval back there. I don't see Doval being moved out of the closer role. Maybe they move Doval in a trade, but we'll see how things work out there. Nothing will happen until Judge signs. Maybe that's what's holding up the market as well. I imagine that's certainly what's holding up the market for Brandon Nimmo. Mitch Haniger's market, I think, is a little bit more independent. I think the Rangers and Red Sox both are not necessarily in the Aaron Judge market. And it sounds like those are the most two serious suitors for him. I think the starting pitching market, we could see some movement late tonight, early tomorrow. Justin Verlander, Carlos Rodon, Kodai Senga, Chris Bassett, those types of names. We could start to see some movement in the next 24 hours. Let us know in the comments section what you think. Where do you think Justin Verlander ends up? How much do you think the deal is worth? We had one estimation anyway from a media report, 2 years, $86.8 million. That would put it just a hair over Max Scherzer's free agent numbers that he got last year from the Mets. But very curious to see where he goes. If he goes back, or if he goes to the Mets, that'd be a good fill-in for Jacob deGrom. If he goes to the Dodgers, more questions for the Mets. Then they absolutely have to get Carlos Rodon. And if the Rangers steal both Rodon and deGrom and leave the Mets without anybody to fill those shoes, there's going to be a hell to pay for the Mets. Welcome in, Alex. Are Cubs and Angels serious about Swanson? Angels, I don't think they're serious about Swanson. I think they're going to keep they're going to keep Gio Urshela probably at their shortstop spot. So, Richard, you're predicting Verlander to the Dodgers, 3 years, $130, similar to the Max Scherzer deal. I think that's very likely as well. I could certainly see that deal happening. I'm hearing Padres got Turner from sources. LOL. Really? I think you're just having a little fun with us. I don't think that's happened as of yet. Verlander back to the Astros. I don't think that has a prayer. Both teams, or both sides of that argument are, let's just say, not on speaking terms at the moment. Astros see him as a $25 to $35 million pitcher, whereas Verlander sees himself as a $40+ million pitcher. But we'll see how it goes. But Adrian, you think that Gio will not be the shortstop? I think they brought him in to be the shortstop. I mean, they have Rendon at third base. You have Fletcher. First base is locked up as well. You think he's going to be a backup? You think they made a trade for a backup and not going out on the free agent market and signing somebody for a couple million? I don't think they bring him in via trade to make him play as a backup. Now, maybe as a utility player, as your backup option, sure. If they get, say Dansby Swanson's market falls completely on its face, the Braves don't want him back after they make the move for Sean Murphy, just like they made the move for Matt Olson and didn't have room for Freddie Freeman last year. That's the only way I could see them getting a high quality shortstop. But utility player, possibly. Walsh injured, Rendon oft injured, sure. But I mean, Rendon they spent all that money on. At some point, you have to count on him for something. And whether that means bringing up a minor league guy to fill his shoes when he is injured, or going with a cheap $2 million option on the market, it's a little bit surprising to see them trade for Gio Urshela if they're only going to use him as a backup option. What's the situation for Trey Turner? Why are the Padres in the mix? If you guys are just joining us, there's been a lot of rumors about Trey Turner in recent weeks anyway. I believe Trey Turner is all but signed anyway with Philadelphia. The reason why you're seeing him being connected with other teams at this point, I think, is just to drive up the price. He wants to go back to the East Coast. Perfect fit in Philadelphia. Speed, something they don't really have. They play their spring training games in Florida, which is another requirement for Trey Turner. That's something the Padres do not have, by the way. And I think they're just trying to drive up the price a little bit for Trey Turner. Now, could he, of course, sign with any other team? Of course. But I think it's going to happen at this point. Trey Turner will sign with the Philadelphia Phillies. He's just too good of a fit. Former teammate of Bryce Harper, a lot of chemistry there. I think it will get done. As far as why we're hearing about it, it's just to kind of drive up the price. We're also hearing rumors about the Philadelphia Phillies speaking with other free agents as well to try to drive that price back down, saying, hey, while you have other options out there like the San Diego Padres, we have options too, like Carlos Correa, like Xander Bogaerts, like Dansby Swanson. So just because we would prefer to have you, Trey Turner, doesn't mean we have to give you, 8 years at $33 million, which I think will ultimately be what he ends up signing for with Philadelphia. But yes, money does talk. I just think he's far more comfortable on the East Coast, and the money will be about the same, in all honesty, with the Philadelphia Phillies. Still no rumors as of yet. If you guys are curious about kind of the top free agents on the market, we've talked quite a bit about that. Feel free to hit that subscribe button. Check out a lot of our off-season videos we've made for you guys already. We also talked a little bit about the trade market today. I told you guys I did a lot of research on the trade market since we haven't covered that as much in our videos anyway. Thank you for subscribing, Alex, but there's a lot of trade possibilities out there. We've mentioned the Milwaukee Brewers. John Paul Morosi believed at the beginning of this offseason that the Brewers were going to have to trade one of Willy Adames, Corbin Burns, or Brandon Woodruff. Now that they've traded Colton Wong, reports are out there that they're done trading away pieces that they want to try to add to this team around the edges. I still don't see that as the case. They have 3 top-end pieces that are free agents after the year 2024. They should look to trade at least one of them to get most of their pieces back. I do not. I do have a podcast. I haven't posted anything in a month or two on there anyway. I've been mainly trying to get this YouTube channel going, trying to get the subscribers up. We finally crossed 1,000 subscribers, which is the monetization level for YouTube. So if you guys haven't subscribed already, see how high we can get this subscription up to. But I would really appreciate the support. But once we get this YouTube channel fully up and running, get it monetized, get all of it approved and reviewed, and through all that stuff that YouTube makes you go through once you reach the 1,000 subscribers, then we'll go ahead and try to add back on to our podcast, try to build this thing out full time into a whole network. I do have a Facebook page. The Twitter handle is out there as well. I do have a Patreon. I haven't posted anything to it yet, though. But we will get this whole thing going. Once we get YouTube monetized, then we'll try to go full bore with this, and really appreciate it. Thanks, Adrian. Appreciate it. Thank you for all you guys participating in the chat. It's been a lot of fun making this winter meetings, even though it's been a slow start to the winter meetings so far today. Hopefully we get some activity later on this evening. If the Dodgers or Yankees get an Astros player, won't they be hypocrites? Sure, but at some point you have to move your organization forward. And if you're not going after a player strictly because, he was part of the, sign-stealing scandal of the Astros, I understand they'd be hypocrites and they have a whole bunch of animosity towards that thing. But look at Carlos Correa, for instance. Both teams are interested in bringing him in. For the Dodgers, they lost a World Series to the Astros. They were the primary victim in that. I don't know. For me, it's more important for my team to win, and so I would be willing to do it from a front office perspective. Am I choosing to put them into the Hall of Fame over it? No. Am I even making the decision about it when I sign them to a big contract? No. But I need to make the best decision for my team, and if that's bringing in Carlos Correa, you make the move. Same thing for the Yankees. If they lose Aaron Judge, they have to bring in somebody this offseason to fill those shoes. So Carlos Correa could be that guy, and then maybe they do look like hypocrites. But for me, you have to get the job done. But got 70 of you guys in here right now. If you guys haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Hit that like as well. Really appreciate all the help. Maybe midnight before we get some news and rumors. Maybe. But again, midnight Central is only 10 o'clock on the West Coast. That's about when we really start seeing some activity. So kind of keep your eyes and ears peeled for that. Dodgers are so loaded. Do they need another superstar player? They are not so loaded, by the way. They're losing Trey Turner. They're going to have a lot of starting pitching issues now that they've lost some free agents in the past. And they don't necessarily have the prospects coming to fill it. They have a lot of injury issues in that rotation. They don't necessarily have the depth in that starting rotation that they've had in the past either. They were very top-heavy in the lineup with their top four doing all, and I mean all, of the damage for the Dodgers last year. Betts, Freeman, Turner, and Smith. Outside of that, they really didn't get anything from Muncy, Turner, Bellinger, or anybody else in that lineup. That's why they need some better production. Gavin Lux played well for an extended period of time, hit about 300, but you need some superstars in that lineup. You need some better production. The platoons weren't working as well last year, so we'll see which options they go with. But they already brought in a couple of options at the back end of that bullpen anyway, with Shelby Miller joining them on a $1.5 million deal. Aroldis Chapman has Wasserman to represent him. Well, again, Chapman didn't pitch great last year. Had all kinds of character concerns with the Yankees. Sent home by the Yankees for their playoff run. Tells you all you need to know about where his headspace was at the end of last year. He's going to have to take an incentive-laden deal somewhere. Probably heavy, but it's going to probably cost $5 million guarantee with maybe 15 in incentives, maybe 10 in incentives, something like that. But a team is not going to give him like a 3-year, $45 million guarantee. That's not happening. Report Verlander signing with the Mets right now. I do not see that information, Goyo. If you want to let us know where you got that information from, I'd love to hear it. What is the market for Senga? There is not a front runner for him. There's too many teams in him. A quarter of the league is interested in Senga. Probably about 8 to 9 teams are really serious about it. I'd expect the Giants to be in there, the Mets, the Mariners, the Blue Jays, the Padres, the Rangers, the Cubs. Yeah, we were just going over that, Jose, about the switch to the Wasserman agency. But I do not see the report of Verlander signing with the Mets. If somebody sees that, please let us know where. Where did you see that? That would be frickin' huge news. Let me refresh the page just in case it's not doing it. No. I still don't see it. I don't see anything on Verlander. Yeah, I just don't see it. If y'all see it, let us know. I'm checking Twitter constantly for it. I just don't see it. Got 80 of y'all with us right now. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. See how high we can get those subscribers today. Really appreciate all the support for those of you who've already hit that subscribe button. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for making everything possible for us. Haya, do you think the St. Louis will end up with Contreras or Murphy? Contreras, no, because I think they want a better catcher behind the plate, not necessarily just a bat-first player. Murphy is much more likely, I would imagine, than Contreras. Maybe even Christian Vazquez is even more likely than Contreras for the Cardinals, in my mind. But Murphy, I would imagine, goes to the Rays, Guardians. Cardinals, I'd probably put in that mix as well, but if I had to pick a team, I'd still say either the Guardians or Rays. But thank you guys for joining us. In case you guys are new to the Upside, hit that like and subscribe. But we cover the MLB, NFL, NBA, and the NHL. Keep you guys updated throughout the evening on what happens from baseball's winter meetings. They're kind of talking with Fred McGriff right now on the MLB Network anyway. Congratulations, Crime Dog, for getting in. Long overdue award for him. He was elected unanimously by the Era Committee ballot earlier this evening. You guys can check that out earlier, probably about 2.5 hours earlier in this video if you guys want to see that announcement live here on YouTube. I still don't see the news about Verlander, though. That's kind of what we're waiting for. Goya put out a note there that says, report Verlander signing with the Mets now. Maybe if it is just a report at this point, maybe they're actually waiting for it to dot the I and cross the T before they say anything. Rays were in discussion for DeGrom. Will they make a high-profile signing? Well, I think their high-profile signing has already happened. The richest contract in free agency ever signed by the Rays was Zach Eflin, 3 years, $40 million, that they just signed a couple of days ago. Well, that was Carlos Baerga we were mentioning earlier, that he had mentioned the 2-year, $86.8 million offer on the table from the Mets. I'm wondering if that's what you're referencing, if that is what the offer ends up being and what he ends up accepting. Well, Mets got their DeGrom replacement. I mean, they lost him 5 years, $185 million to Texas because they weren't willing to go beyond 3 years, $120. DeGrom didn't even give him a chance to counter the offer from the Rangers because they weren't even willing to go 4 years. And for DeGrom, I mean, you're talking about $185 million with an option to bring the deal to $222 million. No-brainer, you go ahead and accept the deal. If he even finishes in the top 5 of Cy Young voting and finishes with like 300 innings in those first 5 years, the 6th year automatically guarantees itself. The Rangers did right by DeGrom to try to get him in there, and if he turns out, or if he's successful, if he proves to be healthy, that's a bargain of a deal for the best pitcher in the game. That's all I'm saying. Rangers did great to bring him in. They absolutely had to get somebody at the top of that rotation. Good move by the Mets, safer than DeGrom, no doubt. Sure, as far as injuries, but again, Verlander's just back from a Tommy John. 1 year, only pitched 175 innings. He didn't really skip starts, but they did limit him as he went deeper into the game. But to answer your question, will they make another high-profile signing? Imagine you're wondering about the Freddie Freeman rumor from last year, the DeGrom rumor from this year. Do I think they'll play at that level? Absolutely not. I think they're very interested in improving their team, and if somebody says yes to their offer, of course they'd love to have him, but I just don't think they're going to be, the high bidder on any of these top contracts. Still nothing on that Verlander thing. Hopefully we'll see it soon, but welcome in, Raphael. Appreciate you joining us. What team will Verlander rep for the Hall of Fame? Probably the Tigers, if I had to guess, because things are ending badly with the Astros. I mean, he's very unhappy with the owner, Jim Crane, about how they view him in free agency. Of course, time heals all wounds, but I imagine he'll probably go in as a Detroit Tiger. I don't think that's really too surprising for any of y'all. Is Blake Snell a free agent? I can't remember. I don't think so, though. Nope. Mets and Dodgers fans say their team is waiting for Ohtani in 24. What do you think? Mets fans are not waiting for Ohtani. They want to win this year. That's why they wanted to bring back DeGrom. That's why all of them lost their minds when he signed with the Texas Rangers on Friday night. Dodgers fans certainly are waiting for Ohtani. Understandably so. LA area player. Would really like to have him on their Dodgers team. Would kind of solve their rotation issues hopefully next year. Also give them a bat in that lineup as well. Probably going to cost you in the neighborhood of $50 million a year, if I had to guess. You have to go get tacos? Well, I love tacos. Absolutely love tacos, but I'll be on the air. I don't like to eat when I'm on the air, though. So after I get off of this one, I'm going to go get some food. My my mom had her birthday celebration today. We weren't able to do it last week because we had family in town. And so we celebrated her birthday before I came on the air and had some fantastic ribs. Probably the best ribs I've ever had. My dad made some fantastic ones. Just a simple rub on them. I don't like sauce when I have my ribs. I like to actually taste the flavor of the meat. And he put mustard, garlic, and onion powder on there. Slow cooked them. I picked up the first rib and it literally fell off the bone. I grabbed the rib and it immediately went. I grabbed another one right off of there. It was chef's kiss amazing. I know Dad was watching earlier, so Dad, great job making those ribs. They were out of this world. Mom made some ribs too. She made them a little bit hotter. Did some chipotle, did some cayenne, did some paprika on it. A little bit different, and barbecue sauce. So that people who wanted sauce ribs could have sauce ribs. People who didn't like sauce could have the rub. And they were fantastic. I'm not sure if she's watching or not, but she may still be watching. I know she was at the very beginning. But appreciate you guys with the birthday wishes for her. I'll be kind and won't say the age. Cubs have already agreed to terms with one big free agent, Curtis Terry, on a minor league deal. Hope this is not the Cubs' level of free agent signings. I would agree. Curtis Terry came up with the Texas Rangers. Good power bat. Really hasn't flourished, though, at the major league level. He's kind of a 4A hitter. Crushes minor league pitching anyway, but hasn't figured it out at the major league level. Hopefully he's kind of a late bloomer, like a Nelson Cruz type of hitter. You remember when he came up with the Texas Rangers, was absolutely crushing things in the minor leagues, but wasn't exactly successful. Hopefully we'll see that type of next level success with Curtis Terry as he gets more and more comfortable with major league pitchers. I haven't even checked to see the Sunday Night Football score. Kind of curious. 28-19 in the fourth quarter. Okay. I heard Yankees want to sign Japanese slugger, but those are just rumors. Well, they were rumored to bring in the Japanese slugger Yoshida. I can't remember his full name, but Yoshida is the contact hitter anyway from the Japanese leagues. They want to add. They want to add another contact hitter next to Aaron Judge, even if they bring him back. Remember, they made the trade for Andrew Benintendi during the season. They also made the trade for Harrison Bader. They are looking to improve their contact rate in front of their sluggers. They did not really have great contact rate. A lot of solo home runs last year. They want to see more 2- and 3-run home runs instead of just solo varieties. And so maybe that's the reason why they go after him. If they don't bring in Aaron Judge, I wonder if they still go that route or if they try to add another superstar first before they go after, a contact type hitter. Toyo is the slugger who wanted to play with Harper. Not sure who you're referring to by Toyo. Oh, you're talking about Goyo. Okay, sorry. Thought you were talking about another player. Still haven't revealed my real name. My real name is Michael. It's been on the screen most of the night anyway. I try not to advertise that because you never know who's going to be, watching or whatever. But my name's Michael anyway. You guys can check out on my videos. I always have that at the beginning anyway. When I first started my channel, I'd actually have that in the bottom print down there, like the host, etc. Maybe I could put up something like that, I suppose, again. I know a lot of you guys are new to us here at the Upside, so again, my name is Michael. We cover the NBA, MLB, NFL, and the NHL. Had a great game with the Minnesota Wild and Dallas Stars today. Minnesota had a 5-1 lead with less than 11 minutes left in the game. They were able to tie it before the end of regulation and lost in the shootout, but at least they were able to salvage a point. Great game there. Great game today between the Bengals and Chiefs. Who do you think the White Sox will land in the outfield? Well, that's a tough question because I would have rather have kept Jose Abreu and left Andrew Vaughn probably playing an outfield spot, even though it was out of position. Your defense would have been horrible. But I mean, right now you're looking at Eloy Jimenez, who's not a great outfielder as well, probably shifting to DH. If you do bring in an outfielder, which I think you'll at least bring in one, you're probably looking lower end options. I mean, if you bring in a guy on a 1-year deal like Cody Bellinger, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if it's a good fit. I wonder if you could go another route. I think maybe you could go after Brian Reynolds. There's a lot of different possibilities there. But thank you for joining us, Matthew. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Got 73 of you guys watching right now. Really appreciate it. Yankees very much in on Brian Reynolds per Jason Mackey. Jason Mackey. I don't know. But that makes sense as far as a contact hitter. Probably solve their center field issue as well. They do have a lot of contracts out there, though, with Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Hicks, DJ LeMahieu. A lot of long-term contracts still on the books. And, of course, they still have Harrison Bader. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Let's see what that news notification was there. Oh, it was just Rosenthal's thing on retweeting Stark. Is Scott Boras the only corporation that's been around for this long? I don't know any other baseball agent other than Boras. Most of them operate as companies now. A lot of the big-name companies have 1 or 2 lead agents in them. Boras just kind of is known to being Scott Boras, the agent, etc. And there's a lot of good agents out there, though. You can actually check out, I believe, on Spotrac, kind of a contract website anyway. A good option out there for you guys if you're wondering about agencies or contracts, etc. They'll tell you who they're represented by. Everything in Chicago says White Sox are looking to do trades, not free agency signings. They've reached the owner's salary ceiling. Yeah, that was kind of the thought process last year after the offseason finally ended and the season got underway, is that they're at the roof. And losing Jose Abreu does hurt. I wonder, though, if they're going to be able to get the pieces they want via trade. I just don't know. Still no rumors. There's one other thing I'll show you guys if this continues to slow down for us. He's been around since the 80s, Boris. That's it. Okay. But one other site that I like to use in case you guys are unfamiliar with it is baseballtradevalues.com. I know a lot of you guys are curious about what the trade values of certain players are, what would be a representative deal, what could they get for so much, etc. And this is a great idea a great site to use to see what's actual value for players. It's not Madden, it's not going to be 2K or The Show or any fake trade like that. It's a lot more realistic as far as what players are actually worth on the open market via trade. And so if you're curious if your trade could hold water, go ahead and submit it. Put it through the baseball trade values calculator. You can validate it, see if it's an overpay, underpay, if it would work at all, those kinds of things. You can check out this site and help out with that. If you guys are familiar with the NBA, ESPN for years has had a site called ESPN Trade Machine, and has been great for that as far as salaries, but there's really no way to tell as far as value of the player. This site goes one step further. Baseball doesn't have a salary cap, so you don't have to really worry about that. But if you guys are new to it, baseballtradevalues.com is the site. But I was speculating last night anyway as to what trades could happen. We were just speaking about the Chicago White Sox, and got me to wondering what exactly they have to trade for. So for instance, let's go ahead and put the White Sox in here. What pieces do they have to trade? Well, they already have most of their talent already on their big league roster. That's the one thing you do not like to see if you're looking to acquire talent to be on your major league roster. Now remember, Anderson's going to be a free agent, I believe, after next year. Something like that. Anyway, he's got a lot of value, but maybe you move him. But I don't think you should because, again, heartbeat of your team. Robert has been a lot of injuries. Cease has really took a step last year. Vaughn's taking over for first. Maybe you move Jimenez. But again, 4 years left on the deal. A lot of value, but his bat really hasn't played over the last couple of years. Then you look at the prospects. You got a good shortstop prospect coming. Colas in the outfield. Outside of that, again, most of your roster is on your, or most of your top value pieces are on your major league roster. I just don't see the trade that's going to happen for the White Sox. So to answer your question, what could the White Sox do via trade? They're going to have to make a major league trade or a major league player for major league player type trade. Think to the Mariners and Brewers, how they traded Colton Wong to the Mariners in exchange for Abraham Toro and Jesse Winker. Something like that would probably be a lot more feasible for a team like the White Sox, considering where their prospect capital is right now. Jays will walk away from with Rodon and Nimmo from the winter meetings and then sign Senga later. I don't think so, Rob, but thank you for joining us. I think they're going to sign one starting pitcher. I don't think it'll be Rodon. I think Senga is a lot more likely there. Either that or maybe another starter out there like a Bassett or a Walker, somebody like that. Scott Boras net worth $450 million. The guy net worth will be a lot higher by the end of the meetings. Yes, it does go up every single year. Thank you, VJ. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. If you guys are just joining us for the first time, we're almost to the 10 o'clock hour. Been live with you guys for almost a total of 4 hours so far. We got one more hour to go. We'll probably be live with you guys through that. Maybe end a little bit earlier if we don't see any headlines come out. That way, if the headlines come out a little bit later, still got a little bit of a voice for later on. But hopefully we'll see some transactions, honestly. But for those of you new to the upside, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the like. We've gained quite a few. But as I mentioned earlier, every single one of you that subscribes, it certainly helps us out. Trying to get as high as we can this evening. I really do appreciate all the support that we've gained. Robert, I know you've been here pretty much since we started this live. Really appreciate it. Jose, same thing. Goyo, I know you were here pretty early on. Richard as well. Those of you who are just joining the chat, feel free to say hi. Got a very active chat. Feel free to, say whatever's on your mind. Ask us a question, comment on what you're seeing, etc. If you're hearing something, if you're hearing a rumor out there, let us know what you're hearing. If you have a question about about the NBA, NFL, NHL, we answer those as well. But the winter meetings have begun. The Hall of Fame, they added one new member anyway, with Fred McGriff being elected unanimously by the Era Committee ballot. He will go into Cooperstown this summer. Congratulations to the crime dog, Fred McGriff. Let's check in one more time just on Twitter, see if anything else is coming up. And unfortunately, nothing as of yet. NFL question, what do you think of Justin Fields? I wonder how many weeks he's going to be able to run for 50-yard touchdown. I mean, that in all seriousness. I mean, week after 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 week, he's running for a 50-yard touchdown. I just don't see how this trend is going to continue. But as far as overall talent, they just don't really have much offense around him. They made a nice trade for Claypool. They could really use some more weapons around him. They are changing over that defense with Eberflus coming on and taking over that front seven. They made a lot of changes, trading away Khalil Mack. They traded away, Robert Quinn. They traded away the linebacker to the Baltimore Ravens. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But they're changing over that defensive front. They just need to get a lot better. I will be going live multiple times tomorrow. I'll definitely do a live later in the evening, probably around the 8, 9 o'clock hour tomorrow. I'll do a bunch of lives earlier in the day as well. If anything breaks from baseball's winter meetings tomorrow, I will put out a short little 15-second video. That way you guys can get the headline, get the gist of what's going on, and I will immediately go on live with you guys after that news breaks. So if Justin Verlander signs at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, I will have a short little 1-minute video out by 8:01, and then I will be live by 8:05. So I appreciate all you guys joining us, and make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, and we'll keep you guys updated on what's going on. Do you think the Jets make the playoffs this year? They're in position to, but a tough loss today to the Vikings. They can't suffer too many more of those. Do I think they'll make the playoffs, though? I don't know. They're when they lost Breece Hall, I would have said no, but they've hung around better than I thought they would. You're never going to win a Super Bowl just running the ball. Need to be able to pass. Well, yeah, Justin Fields is going to need some targets to be able to pass to, though. How much better is McDavid than Robertson, and why? I know you're asking me that because I'm a Dallas Stars fan. In case you guys are wondering, the hockey's my favorite sport anyway. Dallas Stars my favorite team. But Jason Robertson leads the NHL in scoring, I believe, right now. I think he added another tally today. Uh, who? How much better is McDavid than Robertson? I mean, McDavid has long been thought of as the best player in the NHL, but Robertson's getting darn close, my friend. As far as why do I think that? I think it's just youth. Robertson gets another year of this level of production, then we're looking at them as very similar type players, except one is a centerman, one's a winger. But as I mentioned, got about 60 of you guys in here right now. Really appreciate all the support. Hall of Fame elected one new one in Fred McGriff. Jacob deGrom signed on Friday. Texas Rangers, 5 years, $185 million contract, which is signed with the Texas Rangers with a 6th-year option that could take that deal to $222 million. Mets are scrambling to try to fill that role. It sounds like they're pushing hard for Justin Verlander right now. Hopefully we get some news on that tonight. If we do, we will immediately go live for you guys. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Welcome back, Etai. First time I've seen you in the chat today. Who do I think the Dodgers will get? I think they'll end up with a shortstop and a starting pitcher. I just saw a headline pop up on my phone. Let me see what it was. There's the first rumor, well, second rumor anyway, since the winter meetings officially began. Rockies, Yankees, and Braves are interested in Bryan Reynolds. No surprise there. We just touched on the Yankees part of it. Rockies, a little bit of a surprise because, again, what exactly are they doing in the mix for Bryan Reynolds? A little bit surprising. They retained, Daniel Bard as well, a very effective late-inning reliever. But they need to keep some good pieces, I imagine. Chris Bryant didn't exactly have things go swimmingly for him in his first year, suffered lots of injuries as well. But the Rockies spent a lot of money bringing in Chris Bryant on a kind of a unique deal. Remember, they're still paying on the contract for Nolan Arenado as well. So, again, surprising to see them to sign Chris Bryant last year. It'd be even more surprising to see them trade for Bryan Reynolds. But we'll see how things go. For the Braves, they already pretty much have an outfield solved, except for maybe a corner outfield spot. Maybe they move over Acuna to save his bat, to make him to save a little bit of youth in him. They have Acuna, they have Harris, they have Ozuna as well, but he's not going to be around for the Braves. I imagine that's just sunk money right now for the Braves. So bringing in Reynolds would solve that problem for them. So good fits for the Yankees and Braves. Again, not sure about the Rockies. Thank you, Roman. Have a good evening. Or Ramon. Have a good night, Mr. Ramon. Welcome in, blessings. Appreciate you joining us. Yankees fan since '68. Okay. Rob, I know you asked a question. Any Jays news? Well, the only Jays news we really have is that they're interested in some starting pitchers as a number 5. They're also interested in bringing in a left-handed bat as far as an outfielder. They're also looking to trade one of their catchers. The only news we've really seen on that is that possibly Jansen is the catcher out. Bellinger is in the mix along with Nimmo, Conforto, and Benintendi for the left-handed outfield bat. Who do I think the Dodgers get? We already mentioned that, a shortstop. I imagine one of either Bogarts or Correa. My money's probably on Bogarts, but not real confident in that one. They will get a shortstop, I do believe, though. Doing pretty well, Etai. Appreciate you coming back. It's been a lot of work. We crossed the 4-hour mark already. Gained quite a few subscribers today. For those of you, again, if you're just joining us, we'd really appreciate it if you'd hit that subscribe button. We've got a very active community. Feel free to join our chat anytime. But thank you guys for subscribing today. Let's update this one more time just to see if we have any more headlines. Doesn't look like it. Again, we'll be sticking with you guys probably till around the 11 o'clock hour, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little bit later. Just kind of depends on what kind of headlines we're getting, how many people are watching, that kind of a thing. If you guys are still active and enjoying the chat, we'll stick around for you guys. But, just let us know. Ask us any questions you have. Again, in case you're wondering, we've been using MLBTradeRumors.com. Kind of gives a good idea of what the headlines are out there, but they're a little late on some of the stories as far as the rumors. They like to filter a lot of that stuff. They are an independent site. They don't really have a whole lot of paid guys that they have at the top to steer the news story or have any sway or bias in their stories. But at the same time, they have their own personal biases that are a little bit more prevalent that you can see. Thank you, VJ. I saw your comment earlier. Thank you for subscribing. You're a Mets fans, but Rangers are your favorite AL team. Tough. That's a tough way to go, to have your Mets lose DeGrom only to go to the Rangers. So I guess you don't completely lose DeGrom. Heartbroken by the World Series against the Cardinals? Yeah, I think everybody was who was a Rangers fan. I don't understand why Nelson Cruz was playing so far in on that play. In case you guys are wondering, Rangers would have won their first World Series in 2010 against the St. Louis, or 2009, I think it was. 9 or 10, 9, 10 or 11, I can't remember. But the year they played the Cardinals, the freeze line drive over Nelson Cruz's head, I just don't understand how you play him that shallow. If you play him at normal depth, Rangers win their first World Series. I can finally breathe easy. You don't see the Rangers on the marquee of longest droughts of the World Series, along with the Guardians and those types of things. I mean, it's tough. Appreciate you, Mark. Thanks for joining us. And it has been fun. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Again, we'll put out a whole bunch of lives for you guys and short little videos. So stay up to date. We'll give you guys an update on the Jimmy Garoppolo injury as well from football. So make sure that you guys hit that subscribe button. We'll keep you guys up to date on every single sports storyline that we can get you. Especially with the winter meetings afoot. A lot of rumors are bound to happen, especially in the overnight hours. We'll try not to blow up your phone unless it's something absolutely important, like a Verlander signing. I think you'll feel the ground shake if that were to happen, honestly. Or at least the Twitter ground shake. Yeah, that free shot certainly was a dagger. Got 60 of you guys with us right now. Just wanted to say thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun. Been doing this for literally 1 year and 1 week as of today. And we have finally crossed the 1,000 subscriber mark for the first time. And just wanted to thank all you guys who have been with us for most of this ride, if not all of it. And just wanted to say thank you. It's meant a lot to me. My family's been very active as far as, as I get closer to the 1,000. In the beginning, when anybody says, "Hey, I'm going to try to do YouTube and make a career out of it," and when you realize you need 1,000 subscribers to even get to the monetization level, if you get reviewed and they pass you, which I still have to go through, by the way, you get a lot of sideways glances, like sure thing, yeah, whatever you say, buddy, kind of looks, and they've been really supportive as we've gotten along with this, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for making this a lot of fun and making this a reality. Really appreciate it. So thank you guys. Still no headlines anyway from Twitter. Looks like things are at least quiet right now. Not seeing any major headlines. Looks like our groups are starting to dwindle down just a little bit, down to about 50 viewers. But again, if you guys want to have any questions, send them to me. I'll help you guys out. One thing I did want to go over with the trade simulator, I was kind of wondering about what the Texas Rangers could do next. Now that they've signed Jacob deGrom, of course they could go out there and sign Carlos Rodon. But to me, the one area of the game that they could impact most right now to impact winning would be at the back end of their bullpen. They need a closer, a shutdown closer, to lock down these one-run games. And they're going to have a lot of them, especially with Jacob deGrom now coming to that rotation. They're going to be even more in the lead in some of those games. And so what exactly would a trade look like? Well, let's start with the Texas Rangers. We'll add them to this list. We've went over their possibilities quite a bit. But one name I didn't think would be available, and the more I keep looking at it, the more I wonder, with Brian Reynolds making his trade request, how much longer until we see a Bedard being available as well? So for me, let's go over to the Pirates side of it. We look at their values. Bedard does not have that high of a value. He's only pitched in the majors for a couple years, and for a closer as effective as he is, only has a field value of about 21. Now imagine the Pirates are going to want more than that, so we'll see what ends up happening there. But for me, that's the guy I want if I'm the Rangers. Of course, you could go out there and get Kenley Jansen, Taylor Rogers, Corey Knebel, David Robertson. Get one of those retreads as far as a closer. But those guys are on the back half of their career. I would like Zach Britton from a free agency perspective anyway, just because his best is probably better than most of the relievers on the market this year. He is coming off of injury, so it'd have to be an incentive-laden deal for the Rangers. but I want a proven commodity at closer. And so going after Bedard from the Pirates would be an absolute must for the Rangers. In case you guys are wondering, had like a 2 ERA for the last couple of years. He's been absolutely dominant. Strikeout rate is through the roof. Walk rate is relatively low, especially for a heavy strikeout type pitcher. And he would be an impact piece for them at the back end of their bullpen. If you get that type of closer on the Ranger staff, you distribute the pieces around that bullpen a little bit better, especially with Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox handling that pitching staff. They should be a significantly better team, especially in one-run games. Just the improvement alone from the one-run games, without adding Bedard or DeGrom, you're probably talking about a 5-6 win improvement, something like that. And that's conservative because they lost a ton of one-run games last year. That's conservative. Now say DeGrom adds another 5 to 6 wins, somewhere in that range. If you get a closer at the back end of that rotation, then you're talking about another 2 or 3, maybe even 4 wins to that team. You're talking about a playoff team next year as a wild card. They could be a contender for the number 2 spot in that division with the Mariners. I don't think they'll push for the title crown yet anyway from the Astros, just because I think it'll be one more year for the Astros until they start to lose their grip a little bit on the division to the Mariners and the Rangers, teams like that. But if you make a trade for Bedard, that would be a fantastic thing. So let's just look at the trade here. Say you make a trade for Bedard. What do the Pirates want? They want Major League ready talent. Their talent is about a year away. They're going to come up this year and next. So they don't want A-level prospects. You're going to have to deal prospects at the top of your AAA level or AA level, and maybe a young major leaguer. That's what it's going to cost to get something done with the Pirates right now. So if you're looking at the Brian Reynolds trade out there, remember to think similarly as far as what pieces it would cost you. No longer, a grab bag full of A-level prospects. You're going to need some AAA, AA level, MLB-ready prospects anyway, and maybe even a major leaguer coming back the other way. Because that Pirates team is going to need some major leaguers on that roster. But the Pirates, I do think, will be relevant in about a year or two. Do I think they'll be, the level of the Dodgers? Absolutely not. But I think they could be at the level of the Brewers, certainly by the end of 2024. But let's just look at this trade. If we get Bedard for the Rangers, the piece that I think would go the other way from the Major League roster would be Dane Dunning. Already, we're very similar as far as value right there. I think Dane Dunning would slide right into that rotation, give them a number 2, in their rotation, he probably fits as a number 2. Right now, on any other good Major League team, he's probably number 4 starter right now. And if he gets to that prospect status that he once had, or is able to command the strike zone a little bit better, get a little bit more run support, you're talking about a much improved player. And the Pirates could really use something like that as far as a starting pitcher. Do I think that's going to be enough to get it done? Absolutely not. But that's a great starting point. Now, the Rangers also have Ezekiel Duran. I think that's a little bit too rich of a piece going back to the Pirates. But I do think you could include pieces like Josh Smith, somebody who could play a middle infield spot, a corner infield spot. If he can hit for a higher average than he did last year, much like he had throughout his entire career in the minors, be a 300 hitter, then the Pirates could have something. Somebody who struggles in their first taste of Major League action shouldn't be really discounted as far as their prospect status. I mean, just look at Mike Trout. His first year, he hit like 202 in the major leagues. And then he came back and, of course, was the best player in the game. Not saying that Josh Smith will be that next year, but just take every single thing that you see from young players with a grain of salt, whether it be success like Kyle Lewis or failure. Young players are going to need time to get used to the game at the major league level, whether it be immediate success or failure. You have to give them some time, and the Pirates are a team that can have that time. The Rangers just don't have any place to play Smith, so they have him as a redundancy. They have a couple of other players that fit up the middle, like a Justin Foscue, Ezekiel Duran, that they could deal in a deal for Eric Bedard. But we could see a move like that. Looks like they're talking with Joel Heyman right now on MLB Network. Padres are interested in signing a shortstop is what they're saying, but of course we've already discussed that. They're talking about bringing in a lot of different pieces. They do like to make the splash type move, just updating everything just to see if we're missing any headlines. Doesn't look like it. But just to kind of put a bow on this conversation here. Oh, you just got an update somewhere. Nope, that's the Schilling tweet. Okay. All right, but just to kind of update you guys as the trade here. What do you guys think of this trade? Bedard for Dunning and Smith. Maybe you could throw in an A-level prospect since you're already at good value here with 2 Major League ready pieces in Dunning and Smith. I think that would be a great deal for both teams. kind of extra pieces, if you will, for the Rangers after free agency has solved a lot of their issues on that team as far as middle infield with Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. The starting rotation with DeGrom, Odorizzi, and whoever else they sign this offseason makes Dunning expendable. They still have like 5 or 6 top-end starting pitcher prospects at AAA and AA right now, so losing Dunning really doesn't hurt them in the long run, but bringing in a closer like Bedard could take the Rangers to the next step as far as wild card contention, maybe even contention with the Astros at some point in the future. Say they bring in Carlos Rodon, if they get a trade for Bedard and add somebody in left field, you're talking about a team that could be right there nipping at the heels of the Houston Astros as soon as next year, because remember, they're going to be without Justin Verlander. I expect a little bit of regression for the Houston Astros next year, even with the addition of Jose Abreu. But the Mariners are going to be good next year. The Rangers are going to be good. The Astros are going to be good. The Angels are trying to be relevant at least, for at least Shohei Ohtani to try to keep him there after the season, but we'll see where he ends up going. But that's kind of a trade to kind of keep an eye out for. Maybe Bedard, but Brian Reynolds has already requested a trade. They've said they're not going to deal him. Yeah, I think that's going to happen now. Before he made that trade request, I thought they would have held on to him, even if you overwhelm the Pirates with an offer. But now that he's a disgruntled player and not just a good veteran player, I think you have to get him out, especially with young talent coming. You can't have that type of influence around that locker room. Bring in a guy like Andrew McCutchen. That was a great suggestion from one of our viewers earlier. That'd be a great piece. Somebody has a tie to the lore, the history of being a Pittsburgh Pirate, winning an MVP there, and can tell you can win. Or you can win there. You can get good contracts there because he did sign an extension there at one point, and getting something like that done for the Pirates would be a good choice for them. But the trade market should be very active this offseason as well, not just free agency. We're not just going to see the likes of Verlander, Turner, Correa, Bogarts, Rodon, etc. sign. We're going to see some high-level trades. Pablo Lopez in the Marlins is available. Shane Bieber, I imagine, is available from the Guardians. Sean Murphy, the catcher for the Oakland A's, was thought to be close to being dealt earlier this afternoon. A report from Mark Feinsand said as much. About an hour later, he came out and said, well, maybe I overstated things, that the Braves were the leading contender for him, but it still sounds like a trade could happen as soon as late this evening. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Join us here on YouTube. Appreciate all the subscribers we've gained today. Thank you very much for joining us. Got about 45 of you guys still here. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to send them to us. Let us know of any rumors you're hearing. What do you want your team to do? Who you think they're going to sign with? What do you think the contract for Judge is going to be? I personally think the contract is going to be $400 million over 10 years. So a $40 million average annual value. I think Verlander's going to get in the range of $45 million for 2, maybe 3 years. Rodon's going to easily clear 6 years at $28 to $30 million. Senga, sounds like his market is reaching the $75 million range over 3 years, not 5 years like I originally had thought. Bellinger is supposedly looking for a 1-year deal in that $12 to $15 million range. Blue Jays are said to be one of the hottest teams after him, along with the Cubs. Orioles make a lot of sense as well. Brendan Nimmo is probably the best outfielder on the free agent market, at least, behind Aaron Judge. But again, that market's probably going to take a minute. He is a 32-year-old outfielder. His market's going to be a little bit interesting to see what they think of him. He is a center fielder, but it hasn't exactly played full seasons in the past. This past year, though, was a dynamic hitter when he is healthy and when he is in the lineup and not being platooned out or injury issues or whatever. When he is healthy, he still hits about an 800 OPS. He's an absolute fantastic offensive player. I imagine he flexes to a corner spot in the outfield later on in his career, but he's got a healthy market. The Giants are said to be interested. The Blue Jays, the Mariners, the Dodgers are said to have some level of interest. I'm sure the Rangers would love to have him if they're able to convince him to sign for a lower level deal. I don't think they will be able to, though. That's why I think they're a better fit for Mitch Haniger. But anybody who needs a corner outfield or a center field bat should be contacting the Brendan Nimmo camp. I think the Pirates are going to build around Cruz. Maybe. I'm just not sure he's the core piece that everybody thinks he could be. Another year could prove me wrong, but he's going to have to prove it over a longer period of time than he did last year. I mean, he was an impact bat, one of the tallest shortstops in the league last year. Has a lot of power. I just wonder if he sticks long-term at shortstop or if they end up spinning him off in a trade somewhere in a few years. Appreciate that like. Thank you very much. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, I'd really appreciate it if you could. It helps us out a lot. Thank you very much. Let's update our information just to see if anything else is happening. Doesn't look like it. Well, probably call it here in another 15 minutes or so if we don't see any updates as far as trades or any type of free agent rumors. Save the voice for later on this evening when we do get some headlines. We'll be sure to put out a short little video, and then we'll probably come back live once we do. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to send them. Again, the sites we like to use here are going to be MLBTradeRumors.com. Gives you a lot of the information that you might need. And Twitter as well. You can follow us at UpsideSN. But make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube. It really does help us out. We finally passed the 1,000 subscriber mark. Can't tell you how important that was. News from Adam Schefter. After winning over Indianapolis on Sunday night, the Cowboys will welcome free agent visitor Odell Beckham Jr. to Dallas on Monday. Dallas has long been considered the favorite at this point for Odell Beckham Jr. We'll see if he ultimately signs there, but there are concerns about his health right now, if he'll even be able to return. But to had that issue with the flight as well. Cowboys say there's no issue there with that. But they could use another dynamic weapon on offense. They have a great defense. They could just use another piece on offense to give them a little bit of spark, a little flash as they prepare for a postseason run. But that information, of course, coming from Adam Schefter. No updates yet in the baseball world anyway. Jimmy Garoppolo for the San Francisco 49ers did break his foot, it sounds like. So we'll see how his timeline returns anyway. Winter meetings being held in San Diego this year. Returns to San Diego for the first time since like 2015 or so, somewhere in there. They like having the winter meetings out that direction. Maybe it might have been 2019, somewhere in there, or 2018. It's in the last 10 years anyway. They've been in San Diego. They've been in Texas a few times, Nashville a few times. I know they were in St. Petersburg as well. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. I'm going to go with Gornison. I don't know. Appreciate the subscribe, Gornison. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but thank you for subscribing. We'll try to keep you guys updated. They were in San Diego last year. I knew they were in the San Diego area at least a couple of times in the last 10 years, it seems like. In Texas, I think it's been in Texas 2 or 3 times in the last 15, 20 years. If Rangers get Rodon, that places them in great position. Yes, it does. I mean, just look at their team. Just at the rotation. Just the rotation. If they get Rodon. DeGrom's your 1, Rodon's your 2, Perez your 3, Gray your 4. All 4 of those pieces have been added in the last 13 to 14 months for the Texas Rangers. Perez took a big, giant leap forward, got a qualifying offer. He'll be on the team for 1 more year. Gray is under contract for 3 more years. DeGrom for 5, maybe 6. Rodon probably 6, maybe 7. Those pieces, DeGrom and Rodon, are immediately aces on your staff. If Perez continues the ascent that he had last year, that's another ace on your staff. Now, Gray was formerly an ace with the Colorado Rockies. Dropped off, of course, had some injury issues last year, in and out of the lineup with blister issues. But that's still a very good number 4 in your rotation. Then you have an innings eater, number 5, so that you don't have to tax your bullpen or have a young guy at the 5th spot in the rotation with Jake Odorizzi. They have a plethora of good young starters beneath that as well. Some guys who already have major league experience, and then some guys in the minors like Cole Winn, Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, Brock Porter, who could be at the major league level in the next 2 years. That could be right there. But next year, if they get a guy like Rodon, that rotation is ready to go, and they will make the wild card if they bring in Carlos Rodon. I remember because we got Snell in the winter meeting. Well, the winter meetings haven't really happened since 2019. Remember, last year was the lockout. 2020 was the COVID issues. 19 was the last really full winter meetings that we had. The Cubs are going to be just like the Cubs were last year. Sucky. Really? Well, I mean, they added some pieces to their lineup already with Seager and Simeon. They had league worst production in left field. They need to address that and maybe designated hitter. If they get another starting pitcher, their rotation would be a top 5 rotation in the game. I mean, the Cubs, their rotation last year was not a top 5 rotation in the game. Their rotation is probably bottom 10, honestly. The Cubs need to add some starting pitchers. I'm kind of surprised they aren't in on these top of the rotation guys because they really could use one. But they're losing Wade Miley out of that rotation. Drew Smiley as well. They're going with younger guys like Justin Steele. The Cubs are in a little bit of a turnover period of their roster. I just wonder if they're waiting till next year to really go out there and spend, because it doesn't sound like they're in the market for these top names outside of Kodai Senga. What about their offense, the outfield? For the Rangers or for the Cubs? For the Rangers, I really like the way their offense is built right now. Nathaniel Lowe won the Silver Slugger in the American League. Their infield looks pretty much set. Josh Young, prospect, top prospect for the Rangers, was injured most of last year with a labrum. He was going to break camp as the team's third baseman, and the Rangers likely would have been a much better team if he had. But unfortunately, they had to wait until September. We saw his power play a little bit as he kind of worked his way back from injury while he was with the Major League club in September with the Rangers, with a full off season to get healthy and play a little bit of winter ball and get full time anyway with the Rangers coaches, as opposed to having to deal with rehab staff. They should do much better, especially considering that Bruce Bochy is now the manager there. Much more experienced manager than Chris Woodward or Tony Beasley. No offense to either one of them, but a lot more respectability to Bruce Bochy, to his name, than a guy like Chris Woodward. Really liked what Chris Woodward did while he was with the Rangers as a Rangers fan, except his management of the bullpen last year was atrocious. He's the sole reason the entire steam went out of the balloon. His handling of Dennis Santana at the end of games, leaving him in there for like a 4th straight evening when he literally had nothing in the tank, told the manager he had nothing in the tank, but he said, hey, if you want me to go out there, I will go out there. But I literally have nothing. And instead of choosing one of the 2 arms that had just called up that day from the minor leagues, he said, hey, no, go ahead and run it back out there, Dennis Santana. Get us out of this jam. I mean, I think it was a 7-4 ball game at that time in June. And, yeah, he gave up like 7 runs in that inning. It was atrocious. And he didn't he didn't take him out before the end of the inning either. He didn't even warm up anybody. After the game, he said he apologized to Dennis Santana, and that was kind of the end, or the beginning of the end for Chris Woodward. Bruce Bochy should be a much better manager for the Rangers. They shouldn't have any of those issues. Mike Maddox would never allow that to happen to his pitchers, and that's the reason why there was a coaching change. But going to wrap up here in just a moment or two. No real rumors are happening as of yet anyway. But had a lot of great conversations with you guys this evening. It's about 10:30 right now Central Time. We've been on here for about 4.5 hours. We'll be live with you guys if anything happens this evening. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll put out a short little 15-second video if you see anything major happen. A Verlander signing, a Senga signing, a Rodon signing, Turner, Correa is the name I was thinking of anyway. Bogarts and Swanson. If anything major happens like that, or a trade out there, we will let you guys know. If Aaron Judge signs with the Giants anyway, Twitter will absolutely break, and I'm pretty sure you'll know by then. But we'll put out a short little video and then immediately go live. So thank you guys for joining us today. We gained quite a few subscribers. I just wanted to thank you guys for making this year so much fun. We finally crossed the 1,000 subscriber plateau. And we'll see you guys probably later on this evening if something happens. But for sure tomorrow we'll put out a couple of videos and definitely go live tomorrow evening recapping day 1 of the winter meetings. And hopefully we get some more news than we did tonight. But thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate all the help we've gotten from you guys, our subscribers. Really appreciate the positive community we've built here. Bryce, thank you for the congratulations. Appreciate that. Cobra, thanks for joining us again. Mark, I know you're not with us anymore. Robert, thank you for joining us, and appreciate all the support. We'll see you guys hopefully later on tonight. We'll get some more news, but I got to rest my voice for the rest of these shows that we're going to be doing the rest of this week and wait for some more news to happen. It's been a little bit quiet here tonight, but we've had a lot of fun chatting with you guys. Remember to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you haven't already, and thank you guys for making this so much fun. Thanks, VJ. I appreciate that. Try to make it as professional as I can, and you can tell whenever it gets that unprofessional, you can kind of tell the look in my eye I get. I remember when we did the trade deadline for the NFL, I had some dogs barking in the background, and yeah, that was a little rough. That was one of my more stressful moments, but we've come a long way, and the more I get to do this, the more I'll get to grow this channel, the more we'll get to do, we'll be able to get that podcast up and going again, and Patreon, even though we've created it, we haven't put any content on it. Once we get this full-time for YouTube and going and everything, that's why it requires you guys to subscribe and like and watch the videos, but the more you guys do that, the more I can do on my end, so thank you guys for helping out. And for all the compliments and all the congratulations messages today and the happy birthday messages for my mom. Means a lot. And we'll see you guys tomorrow evening for sure. And you guys see any of the updates that happen. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll let you guys know if anything happens. But thank you guys. Really appreciate all the help. We'll see you guys later on this evening if there's anything happens. If it doesn't, we'll probably be live multiple times tomorrow. So don't be a stranger. And we'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Thank you guys.